Marshall Peak, Chapter 5595, Joint Pressure. Back then on the black ink battlefield, Yang Kai and Biyao joined forces and killed a badly injured Zhu Feng, almost losing their lives in the process. Now, he had managed to kill several dozen territory lords and even a royal lord. Although the process was baffling, he had indeed ended a royal lord's life. While the black ink clansmen were powerful, Yang Kai also gradually grew in strength. He had the confidence that there would come a day when he would be able to destroy any innate territory lords as he pleased, so calming himself down, he began to recuperate in silence. Yang Kai, who was supposedly in profound nether territory, appeared in Twin Poles territory all of a sudden and killed 5 territory lords. Even their commander, the purple-haired territory lord, was gone for good, which resulted in the Black Ink clan army in Twin Poles territory being routed. The advantage they had accumulated over the past several hundred years was lost in one go. When word got out, many Black Ink clan masters from different great territories were astounded. While they were shocked by Yang Kai's strength, they were also wary of his recklessness. Since this human was in charge of profound nether territory, he wasn't supposed to go anywhere else. It was unreasonable of him to appear in Twin Poles territory and slaughter the Black Ink clan masters there. One had to know that Yang Kai had been missing for 300 years before that. Such a period was neither long nor short, however, that was enough for his notoriety to fade somewhat. Still, he was able to shock the Black Ink clan the moment he reappeared. Rather than feeling astonished, the Black Ink clan masters were mostly anxious when they heard the news. Yang Kai had appeared in Twin Poles territory this time, but what about next time? Would he appear in Langya territory, soul-shaking territory, or some other great territory? It was definitely easier to sneak into someone's house than keep one's guard up against a thief all the time. If Yang Kai was allowed to go wherever he pleased, it would pose a huge threat to the Black Ink clan. They were worried that when they were dealing with the human masters at any given time, Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of thin air. Now, they could only try to restrict his movements. As such, all the Black Ink clan masters shifted their attention to profound nether territory. Since Yang Kai was from profound nether territory, this issue certainly had to be handled by the territory lords from there. Around 300 years ago, the humans and Black Ink clan arrived at a peace deal, which stated that the Eighth Order masters and territory lords had to abstain from taking part in the war. After that, the humans built 10 forward outposts in profound nether territory for the humans below the Eighth Order to launch attacks from and recuperate when they were injured. Similarly, the Black Ink clan had built several forward outposts as well. However, every forward outpost built by the humans was guarded by 2 to 3 Eighth Order masters to prevent any attacks. On the other hand, none of the Black Ink clan's forward outposts was guarded by any territory lords. That was because they didn't dare to do so. Simply put, if it was just 3 territory lords gathered in one spot, they wouldn't feel secure. Rather than scattering around and letting Yang Kai have a chance to deal with them separately, they reckoned that they would be safer all huddling together. Therefore, the innate territory lords had either assembled in the universe world where the Black Ink clan's main base was or recuperated in hidden locations, constantly keeping an eye on the humans' movements. Over the years, the profound nether army had broken up as the human soldiers practically moved around in squads or small groups as they roamed around the battlefield to battle the Black Ink clansmen. On the other hand, the Black Ink clansmen used similar tactics to fight back. Both parties repeatedly launched sneak attacks and skirmishes against each other, which often led to fierce but quick fights. Every breath of time there were countless battles taking place in this expansive great territory. More and more humans streamed into profound nether territory because it was comparatively safer than the other great territories. Both parties wouldn't fight each other in large armies, and as such, the human cultivators could put their innate advantages to good use. The effects of 300 years of training were starting to show now. Many rising stars had made a name for themselves. There were also veteran 6th and 7th Order masters who felt like fish in water as they continued to hone their strength in combat. Inevitably, there were also some losses. Since the humans had to train their soldiers in the fires of war, they couldn't possibly do so without taking casualties. Regardless, the losses were still bearable. More and more high-ranking officers realized the benefits of training the next generation in profound nether territory. As such, the juniors with excellent aptitudes, who were previously hidden from the public by the cave heavens and paradises, were all sent to profound nether territory. This allowed them to clash with the Black Ink clan and experience life and death struggles which stimulated their growth. All in all, even though there were countless battles in profound nether territory, everything was well within the control of the humans and Black Ink clan. For this reason, the territory lords in profound nether territory could enjoy their lives with peace of mind for hundreds of years, as they were no longer worried about Yang Kai launching a sneak attack on them. However, their peaceful days had now come to an end. With those in Twin Poles territory leading the way, the territory lords from a dozen or so great territories joined forces to pressure those from profound nether territory, demanding they deal with Yang Kai. In the Black Ink clan's main base in profound nether territory, many territory lords had gathered together in the main conference hall. The atmosphere was rather gloomy. Six Arms was seated at the head of the hall as he swept a glance over them before solemnly declaring, "Let's discuss how we should deal with this matter." However, no one said a word. With a grim expression, Six Arms snapped, "Are you all dumb?" Although they were all innate territory lords, he was the commander appointed by the royal lord. Furthermore, he was also the strongest among them. Hence, the other territory lords were naturally afraid of him. One of the territory lords spoke up, "Sir Six Arms, it's not easy to handle this issue. The peace agreement we reached with Yang Kai only states that the Eighth Order Masters and territory lords are not allowed to interfere in the war in the profound nether territory. He hasn't broken his promise, so what can we do?" Another territory lord nodded in agreement and said, "He has a point. Over the past 300 years, the Eighth Order humans have never made a move. It is not an exaggeration to say they have rigidly stuck to the agreement. If we make a rash move, Yang Kai might retaliate by slaughtering us." Then, a snort was heard. "That's what those blockheads from the other great territories are trying to achieve. Only when we make a move will Yang Kai be forced to return. That way, they'll have no more worries while we will be the ones suffering. A clever plot indeed. Just because they fear death, they want us to sacrifice ourselves in their stead? Sir Six Arms, you cannot agree to this. If a total war breaks out in profound nether territory again, what happened 300 years ago will simply repeat itself." The territory lords started talking incessantly as they cursed at the territory lords from the other great territories for being selfish, but as Six Arms listened to them bicker, he only felt dispirited. Certainly, he knew what was on these territory lords' minds. They were worried that if Yang Kai returned, they would be butchered by him. Although he was mad at these territory lords for being cowardly, he couldn't really blame them. Forget the other territory lords, even Six Arms himself was wary of Yang Kai. Around 300 years ago, he was confident that even if he was ambushed by Yang Kai, he still stood a chance to escape. Nonetheless, after what happened to the purple-haired territory lord in Twin Poles territory, his confidence had been smashed to pieces. He knew the purple-haired territory lord was just as powerful as him, but even he was killed by Yang Kai. It was even reported that Yang Kai was extremely brutal in that fight, as he literally smashed the other party's head to pieces by repeatedly head-butting him. Six Arms would feel a chill running down his spine just by imagining this kind of savage fight. At the same time, he was furious at the territory lords from the other great territories for being so indifferent. They wanted those in profound nether territory to do something to lure Yang Kai back. However, if the territory lords in profound nether territory really did that, they would suffer miserably. The territory lords were still arguing and expressing their complaints when Six Arms raised his hand and turned to a particular person. "Mo Na-yi, what do you think?" Among the territory lords, Mo Na-yi was undoubtedly the most meticulous. Although what happened in Acacia territory back then was a huge failure and humiliation to him, it wasn't really Mo Na-yi's fault. In fact, up until this day, the Black Ink clan still hadn't figured out how Yang Kai managed to flee even though the territory gates had all been sealed off. Furthermore, he had even taken a large number of human refugees away with him. It was an unresolved mystery. Mo Na-yi had been silent all along, and it wasn't until Six Arms called out to him that he stopped pondering and replied, "Sir Six Arms, have you ever thought about why Yang Kai headed to Twin Poles territory to raise chaos after cultivating in seclusion for 300 years? Six Arms frowned. Among all the great territories, the humans in Twin Poles territory were in the most perilous situation. It was said that Xiang Shan had assumed command of their forces there for the past 100 years, but it still wouldn't take long before the humans in Twin Poles territory would be defeated. Mo Nai nodded. I think that's just one of the reasons. Is there another? Mo Nai shook his head. I have no idea. All I know is that Yang Kai only made a move in Twin Poles territory at a critical moment. If he had wanted to lend a hand to the humans in Twin Poles territory, he would have done so a long time ago. Wasn't he cultivating in seclusion? Humans can interrupt their cultivation fairly easily. Over the years, the humans in Twin Poles territory have increasingly been at a disadvantage, so I'm sure they asked for help on several occasions. If Yang Kai had received such a request, he would have made a move early on. However, he only headed to Twin Poles territory recently. After giving it some thought, Six Arms realized Mo Nai was right. Still puzzled, however, he asked, "What does that have to do with what happened today?" Mo Nai replied, "It has everything to do with it. First of all, we have to figure out Yang Kai's intentions, or to be precise, the humans' intentions." The territory lords were perplexed. Mo Nai went on to say with a smile, 300 years ago, Yang Kai acted extremely overbearing, like he couldn't wait to slaughter us all, but then, all of a sudden, he came over on his own to propose a peace deal with us. There's no denying it was good news to the Black Ink clan, but what benefits would the humans get out of it? Do you all remember what he said at that time? Many territory lords fell into their thoughts. One of them eventually replied, at that time, he said that he was worried the weaker humans would be injured or killed from the fallout of the fights between territory lords and Eighth Order masters. Moreover, there were significantly more territory lords than the Eighth Order masters, so most of the time, without the Eighth Order masters' restraint, the territory lords could butcher the humans to their heart's content. Mo Nai nodded. Yes, that was what he said. Was that a mere deception? Six Arms' face fell. Not exactly, Mo Nai shook his head. However, over the past 300 years, I've been observing what's going on in Profound Nether territory, and I've noticed that even though the excuse Yang Kai gave us wasn't a lie, he was still hiding his true motive. For the last 300 years, more and more humans have appeared in Profound Nether territory, especially Open Heaven Realm Masters in the 5th Order and above. There have also been a lot of 7th Order Masters we have never seen before. Many of those newly appeared Open Heaven Realm Masters weren't as powerful as the others in the same order and did not have as stable foundations. It is likely that they only ascended to the Open Heaven Realm recently. Six Arms furrowed his brows. So what? Mo Nai shook his head with a wry smile as he decided to cut to the chase, saying, the reason Yang Kai wanted a peace deal with us back then was that he intended to train those soldiers. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5596, Leaving the Secret Room. Training? Many territory lords frowned and wondered, what does that mean? However, some of the territory lords fell into contemplation upon hearing these words. After pondering for a moment, Six Arms said, you mean? Mo Nai continued, although all of you have always stayed in Profound Nether territory, I'm sure you've heard about the Star Boundary and the World Tree before. All of them nodded. Even though they rarely stepped out of Profound Nether territory, they had their own ways of gathering information. The Black Ink clansmen had been clashing with the humans for countless years, and many human hunters had been corrupted by Black Ink strength. With the help of these Black Ink disciples, the Black Ink clan had gathered quite a lot of useful information. The Star Boundary and the World Tree were the names that were most frequently mentioned. It was said that the World Tree had a mysterious power that allowed the Star Boundary to produce a lot of human prodigies, many of whom were able to directly break through to the 6th or even 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Mo Nai explained, you may not have any regard for the 6th Order and 7th Order humans born in the Star Boundary, but if given a chance, they will grow to be powerful one day. The Sixth Order Masters have a chance to become Eighth Order Masters, while the Seventh Order Masters will eventually become Ninth Order Masters. By then, even territory lords like us won't be able to underestimate them. However, compared to the Black Ink clan, it takes a much longer time for humans to increase their strength, and cultivating in seclusion might not achieve that goal. As such, these so-called prodigies that the humans pin all their hopes on need a place where they can fight and grow. One of the territory lords figured out what he was trying to say. Mo Nai, do you mean the humans have chosen profound nether territory as a training ground? Mo Nai nodded. That must be the reason Yang Kai struck a peace deal with us 300 years ago. Those human prodigies needed a relatively safe place to grow. As such, Yang Kai's objective was to restrict territory lords like us from acting. A territory lord roared, the humans are indeed cunning. Mo Nai smiled lightly. There was no denying Yang Kai had hidden his real intentions from them. Nevertheless, even if he made it clear to the territory lords in profound nether territory back then, they wouldn't have had the courage to refuse him. That was because the territory lords were horrified by Yang Kai's ruthlessness. With a relatively safe place to fight and grow, those prodigies, who had not appeared on the battlefield before, streamed into profound nether territory. Just then, a territory lord asked, Sir Mo Nai, do you think we should start a war in profound nether territory, then? Mo Nai shook his head, there's no need for that. While the humans need to train their soldiers, we should also take this opportunity and do the same. I'm not sure if all of you have noticed or not, but I know Sir Six Arms must have realized. Over the past 300 years, we have had many more clansmen achieve breakthroughs than in the past. Six Arms initially didn't pay attention to such a matter, but upon Mo Nai's reminder, he nodded, true. Many more feudal lords have been born in recent years than in the past. Only 300 years had passed, but if they were given more time, the effect would become even more conspicuous. Mo Nai continued with a smile, therefore, the humans are not the only ones who need to train their soldiers, we must do so as well. There is a firm limit to the number of innate territory lords, but there will be many new 8th Order and 9th Order humans in the future. If no new royal lords rise up in our Black Ink clan, we won't be able to deal with those 9th Order humans when the time comes. As such, we can't break the balance in profound nether territory. Not only must we not make any rash moves, but we also have to take the initiative to protect our agreement with the humans. The territory lords nodded as they listened to him. They weren't fools, it was just that they knew too little about the humans, therefore, they were unable to make sound judgments in many situations. Mo Nai had been collecting information over the years, especially from the Black Ink disciples, which was why he was more informed than the other territory lords. Six Arms asked, what do you think Yang Kai's intention is this time, then? Since they were back to the main topic, Mo Nai replied with a smile, before striking a peace deal with us back then, Yang Kai killed many territory lords to intimidate us. What do you think he's trying to achieve this time, Sir Six Arms? This time, Yang Kai suddenly appeared in Twin Poles territory and slaughtered 5 territory lords while the humans also eliminated over 1 million lower Black Ink clansmen, which was quite similar to how he behaved back then. Six Arms' eyes brightened, he's trying to turn Twin Poles territory into a second profound nether territory. Mo Nai nodded. Profound nether territory is no longer adequate to satisfy the humans' need to train their soldiers, and it's the same for our Black Ink clan. As more and more human cultivators have streamed into profound nether territory, this place has become cramped. The humans probably don't just want a second profound nether territory, they likely want several of them. I see, Six Arms guffawed. He was initially in a tight spot as the territory lords from the other great territories had come together to pressure him, but now it seemed that it wasn't difficult to deal with this matter. As long as he spread the news, those territory lords would stop blaming him for his inaction. Instead, they would be eager to hold peace talks with the human leaders. While he was elated, he also saw Mo Nai in a different light. Six Arms initially held some grudges against Mo Nai while the latter stayed in profound nether territory. After all, it was because Mo Nai had sent false information that caused immense losses in profound nether territory back then. Now, it seemed that those losses no longer mattered. With Brother Mo Nai around, we don't have to worry about profound nether territory being conquered by the enemy, Six Arms laughed. Just then, Mo Nai got to his feet and said, "I'll have to leave this place, Sir Six Arms." Six Arms stopped laughing while the other territory lords looked at him in shock. Mo Nai went on to say, "Sir Royal Lord has ordered me to head to Twin Poles territory at once to take charge of that place. Besides that, I'm told that if the humans want another peace deal, I will have to lead the negotiations from our side." Six Arms was startled for a moment, but he soon realized what was going on. The purple-haired territory lord, who was initially in charge of Twin Poles territory, was killed. As such, that place was basically leaderless now. Although innate territory lords were all-powerful, there had to be a commander among them. Mo Nai was indeed qualified to fill the role. However, Six Arms felt jealous when he learned about the Royal Lord's second order, for he wasn't aware of it at all, and the Royal Lord apparently didn't have the intention to inform him. Perhaps there wasn't a need to inform him since they had already set a precedent in profound nether territory, but it also went to show that the Royal Lord thought highly of Mo Nai. "It's good that you're heading to Twin Poles territory, however, Yang Kai is there at the moment, so you must be careful." Six Arms pretended to be concerned. Every time Yang Kai makes a move, he recuperates for 2 years. As such, there won't be any conflicts in Twin Poles territory for the moment, Mo Nai replied calmly. Furthermore, he wasn't going to Twin Poles territory to fight with the humans. Instead, he was going to strike a peace deal with them. Just like what he had said to Six Arms, the humans were not the only ones who needed to train their soldiers, the Black Ink clan had to do the same. Once a peace deal was reached, no one party would have an advantage over the other. Nevertheless, the humans had realized this much earlier on, while the Black Ink clan were only just understanding this now. Then, Mo Nai left on his own without bringing any territory lords or subordinates with him. In fact, he couldn't take any territory lords with him. Although there had been a peace deal in profound nether territory, both the Eighth Order Masters and the territory lords wouldn't dare to leave as they pleased. If there was a significant enough imbalance between the numbers of the most powerful masters on the two sides, the stronger party might seize the chance and wipe the other out. The moment Mo Nai arrived at Twin Poles territory, he summoned all the territory lords to a conference hall and announced that he was going to hold peace talks with the humans. All of them broke into a commotion, with some of them angered while others felt relieved. However, when they heard that it was the Royal Lord's order, they accepted it without any complaints. Many of them were even elated. If there was a peace deal in place, they wouldn't have to worry about bumping into Yang Kai on the battlefield. It wasn't that they were just afraid of death, but also that they wouldn't dare to disobey the Royal Lord. Since a consensus had been reached, Mo Nai ordered some feudal lords to head to the humans' camp and convey his intention to hold peace talks. At the same time, he shared the information he had gathered with the other great territories. This resulted in the great territories, which were initially filled with intense battles, suddenly falling silent. Although there were still some conflicts, they were minor skirmishes compared to the full-blown war from before. What was more, the Black Ink clan were at a distinct advantage in a number of the great territories, but even there they decided to take the initiative to retreat. It was apparent that they were worried about being targeted by Yang Kai and ending up like those in Twin Poles territory. The Black Ink clan decided to keep a low profile for the moment. After all, the reason Yang Kai appeared in Twin Poles territory was that the situation there was the most severe for the humans. Every great territory had over 108 territory lords assuming command, and Yang Kai could only kill a few of them at any given time. However, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be one of those unlucky few. While Yang Kai was still recuperating, those territory lords were already anxiously preparing for the future. Everything would be fine as long as they didn't push the humans over the edge and attract the killing star's attention. 3 years later, in one of the secret rooms in the humans' camp, Yang Kai opened his eyes. This time, it took him longer to recuperate than in the past. Besides the fact that his soul had been torn apart, he was also left with many physical wounds from his battle with the purple-haired territory lord. At that time, he repeatedly headbutted the territory lord and shattered the latter's head. As a result, many cracks also formed on his own skull. After the battle, Yang Kai also stopped underestimating the territory lords. He came to realize that it wasn't easy to deal with any of them if they suddenly rose up without fear of death. He had a right to comment on this topic, for he had defeated many who were much stronger than him in the past. His ferocity and fearlessness played a crucial part in those victories. The innate territory lords, who were struck by the soul-rending thorns and subsequently killed due to their own fear, couldn't represent all of the most powerful Black Ink clansmen. Nonetheless, Yang Kai wouldn't underestimate himself either. Regardless of how powerful the territory lords were, he had killed many of them, which went to show that he was a capable person, and he would kill even more of them in the future. In any case, he had to settle the issue in Twin Poles territory first. Then, he would head to the other great territories and slaughter the Black Ink clansmen there until they were thoroughly terrified of him. Only then would he talk to them. When he left the secret room though, he realized that someone had been waiting for him. The person promptly cupped his fist with a solemn expression and said, "You've finally left seclusion, sir." Yang Kai looked up and realized that he knew this person. It was Xiang Shan's adjutant, Li Xing. Back then in the Great Evolution Army, Xiang Shan was the army commander of the Eastern Army while Li Xing handled the miscellaneous affairs and passed on Xiang Shan's orders. Yang Kai had come into contact with him on several occasions. His gaze could not help being drawn to the other man's right eye as he asked, "What happened?" Initially, Li Xing was a handsome and dapper man, but he had become more mature after going through the vicissitudes of life. However, his right eye was blind, and there was a hideous scar that ran across his cheek, looking like a centipede crawling on his face. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5597, Going with the Flow. Li Xing smiled. "It's inevitable that we get hurt on the battlefield." Meanwhile, he thought back to when, back in the Great Evolution Army, just like him, Yang Kai was only a 7th Order Master who actually had less experience. However, Li Xing was still a 7th Order Master now while Yang Kai was now an 8th Order Master who had made a name for himself. If they looked further back in history, Yang Kai was only a 6th Order Master when he arrived at the Black Ink battlefield for the first time, while at that time, Li Xing was already a 7th Order Master. On top of that, all the territory lords feared Yang Kai. The things that had happened over the past few years changed Li Xing's worldview. He finally realized that sometimes, just one person was enough to change the status quo. At the same time, he felt sorry for Yang Kai, who only directly ascended to the 5th Order back then. As such, he didn't have a chance to make it to the 9th Order in his lifetime. If he was able to ascend to the 9th Order, the chances of the humans winning the war would increase by at least 30%. Just then, Li Xing snapped back to reality and said, "Senior Xiang Shan has ordered that the moment Sir Yang exits seclusion, you must head to the conference hall at once. The higher-ups want to discuss with you." Yang Kai nodded, understood. In the main conference hall, Yang Kai waited for a moment before the other 8th Order Masters appeared and greeted him. While they were having some small talk with smiles on their faces, Xiang Shan arrived. After they were seated, Xiang Shan tossed a jade slip at Yang Kai and said, "Before we begin, I want you to have a look at this. While you were recuperating over the past few years, things have changed a lot on the battlefields." Yang Kai's heart sank, for he thought that something terrible had happened. As such, he quickly went through the jade slip's content, but his expression soon turned awkward. He looked up at Xiang Shan and asked, "What is the Black Ink clan trying to achieve?" Unlike what he had imagined, things didn't take a turn for the worse. In fact, the situation had become quite peaceful across all other great territories. Profound Nether territory remained the same as there was already a peace deal in place, so more and more human soldiers continued to stream into that place. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan soldiers in Twin Poles territory had been staying put. They still clashed with the humans from time to time, but those were minor skirmishes at best. What made Yang Kai speechless was the situation in all the other great territories. There were a total of 13 great territories where the humans and the Black Ink clan armies were fighting. In most of the Great Territories, the Black Ink clan held the advantage. In some of the Great Territories, the humans were not doing much better than in Twin Poles territory 3 years ago and were on the brink of being forced to withdraw. However, after Yang Kai reappeared from 300 years of absence, the Black Ink clansmen in all the Great Territories collectively retreated. Over the past 3 years, only a few large-scale battles took place in the various Great Territories. Furthermore, the humans were the ones who initiated those battles. What was more, apart from the profound Nether Territory, the territory lords from the other 12 Great Territories subsequently sent some people to the humans' camps to convey their intention to hold peace talks. The peace deals were basically copies of the one established in profound Nether Territory, which stated that the Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords would not participate further in the war. The Eighth Order Masters were certainly pleased with the Black Ink clan's attitude, but they were not sure if they should agree to it. As such, the Eighth Order Masters from different Great Territories passed the information to the Supreme Headquarters and let the latter make a decision. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he went through the information. After he stopped cultivating in seclusion, he was looking forward to killing some more territory lords. Twin Poles territory was no longer a suitable hunting ground, as after the incident back then, the territory lords here would surely have their guards up. With that said, Yang Kai could head to any other great territory. For example, Langya territory would be a good choice. Nonetheless, he didn't expect things to turn out this way. It was no wonder that the Eighth Order Masters looked at him with meaningful gazes. The changes in these great territories naturally had something to do with what he had done 3 years ago. First of all, I guess they must be wary of you. Secondly, they must have seen through our intentions, Xiang Shan explained. While we need to train our soldiers, they do too. As such, they've decided to just go with the flow. Yang Kai nodded. Did those from the Supreme Headquarters say anything about it? Instead of answering his question, Xiang Shan asked, "What do you have to say?" Yang Kai had single-handedly changed the status quo of the entire war. As such, those from the Supreme Headquarters had to respect his opinion. Otherwise, they could have made a decision on their own instead of waiting for Yang Kai to stop cultivating in seclusion. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai replied, "Even though they've seen through our intentions, there's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we could have hidden it forever. We can't possibly give up on our plan just to stop the Black Ink clan from training their soldiers. We have to strike some sort of agreement with them. Do you think we should agree to it?" Xiang Shan asked. "Yes, but we still need to negotiate with them. Since they're the ones proposing peace talks this time, they should send a representative from each of the great territories over. Twin Poles territory is as good a place as any for the talks, so we just need to set a time. Both sides will put their cards on the table and hammer out an agreement. In any case, we can't make a deal without all the great territories being included in the negotiations." The reason the humans had to train their soldiers was primarily to let the young talents of the next generation experience life and death struggles, which would stimulate their potential and allow them to reach greater heights sooner. However, once a Seventh Order Master ascended to the Eighth Order, they wouldn't be allowed to take part in the war anymore if every great territory was included in this peace deal. The Eighth Order wasn't the ultimate goal of the humans training their soldiers, the Ninth Order was. As such, they needed a stage where Eighth Order Masters could shine. In fact, those from the Supreme Headquarters had considered all this without the need for Yang Kai to say anything. Since they had confirmed their agenda, they needed to decide how many great territories the Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords couldn't have a hand in the war and how many great territories where things would go on as usual out of the remaining 12 great territories, including Twin Poles territory. To the humans, they naturally wanted things to go on as usual in the great territories where they had an advantage, while obviously the Black Ink clan would want the opposite. It was expected that there were bound to be disagreements over the details of this peace deal. These arguments were not only between the humans and Black Ink clan though, perhaps there would be some disagreement within the Black Ink clan as well. After all, none of the territory lords hoped that the situation in the great territories they were responsible for would go on as usual. Knowing what Yang Kai meant, Xiang Shan nodded. "We'll assemble representatives from our side and hold the conference in 2 months, then. Those from the Supreme Headquarters can just make the arrangements. I'm fine with anything. You mustn't go anywhere else these 2 months. We'll need you to be there during the peace talk, Xiang Shan reminded him. He was worried that Yang Kai would disappear when he wasn't paying attention. Yang Kai was an expert in the Tao of space and was always elusive. If he wasn't present during the peace talks though, the humans would be far less intimidating to their enemies. I know, Yang Kai replied. Certainly, he understood the matter's importance. Then, the Eighth Order Masters discussed the agenda that would be brought up during the peace talk. Although the details weren't confirmed, they soon had a general idea of what would be discussed. To the humans, it was necessary to gain several battlefields that were relatively safe. The Black Ink clan must have realized the humans' intention, which was why they proposed having a peace talk. While they were forced to do it, they were also pushing a sailing boat along at this point. To them, by killing the Open Heaven Realm Masters on the battlefields, they could strengthen their powers by absorbing the world force from the human corpses. They were able to directly grow stronger in battle, which was an advantage that the humans didn't have. Both parties seemed to pin their hopes on the growth of their respective rising stars, who were the key to their success or failure in this war. The Black Ink clan had the advantage of having a larger population, so given enough time, there would be a lot of new feudal lords, territory lords, and even royal lords. On the other hand, the humans had the advantage of having the star boundary, myriad monsters world, and Yang Kai's small universe. As time passed, there would be quite a number of 8th Order and 9th Order Masters rising up from these places. Perhaps the Black Ink clan was also trying to avoid a thorny issue. To the Black Ink clan presently, Yang Kai was the most difficult problem to deal with as he had managed to kill several dozen territory lords. However, once more and more royal lords were born, Yang Kai, regardless of how powerful he was, would no longer be a deciding factor in the war. Naturally, the Black Ink clan wanted to see the humans giving up on their biggest trump card. Despite it being called a peace talk on the surface, both sides were secretly waging a battle of wits. Both parties were preparing for the deciding clashes in the future where one party would emerge as the inheritors of the universe. For the next 2 months, Yang Kai focused on cultivating and did nothing else. He refined sets of cultivation resources and gulped down open heaven pills by the handful. To him, the most important thing now was to increase his strength and reach the peak of the 8th Order as soon as possible. If he wanted to have an impact on the war in the future, he had to strengthen himself first. Given his heritage, it wouldn't be difficult for Yang Kai to reach the peak of the 8th Order. At that point, even if he couldn't make it to the 9th Order, he wouldn't be powerless when he came across a royal lord. It was his forte to defeat enemies above his realm after all. During this period, many 8th Order Masters and territory lords from the other great territories arrived at Twin Poles territory. They had already chosen Twin Poles territory to be the place where the peace talk would be held, which was because Yang Kai was there. To the Black Ink clan, what they wanted to restrict the most was Yang Kai. As such, he had to be present during the peace talks. As the date of the peace talks was just around the corner, both parties frequently mobilized their soldiers in Twin Poles territory. Although they believed that there wouldn't be any problem with the conference, they still had to be prepared. If the discussion fell apart, a war might break out. Meanwhile, Yang Kai didn't cultivate in absolute seclusion this time. In other words, he could exit at any time. One day, while he was refining resources in his room, Yang Kai realized that the restriction outside had been triggered. When he looked up, he saw a curvy figure stepping towards him. Ahem, the corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched. I'm cultivating. The person guffawed. I know, so I was just giving it a try. I didn't expect that I could really just walk in like this. That's because I didn't turn on all the restrictions so that people outside could contact me at any moment, or else I might have missed the peace talks. Do you need something, Senior Sister Luo? Yang Kai asked. The person was none other than Luo Tinghe, who was an 8th Order Master from Yin Yang Heaven. Now, she was the army commander of Azure Sun Territory. Out of all 13 armies in the Great Territories, she was the only female army commander. She and Yang Kai could be considered close friends. When he went to Enyang Heaven to look for Chu Huashang in the past, the latter had entered the Samsara Pavilion to avoid pressure from the higher-ups of her sect. Yang Kai entered the Samsara Pavilion and went through 9 reincarnations with her before he managed to restore her memory. After that, he brought Chu Huashang out. Thousands of years before then, Luo Tinghe had been trapped in the Samsara Pavilion as well, and there was no word on whether she was dead or alive. In the process of saving Chu Huashang, Yang Kai also managed to restore Luo Tinghe's memories and allowed her to leave the Samsara Pavilion. Luo Tinghe was a rare talent who had directly ascended to the 7th Order and was now a long-time veteran 8th Order master with hopes of breaking through to the 9th Order soon. Although there were many 8th Order masters now, only a small number of them had a chance to rise to the 9th Order. Out of the people that Yang Kai knew, Xiang Shan and Wei Junyang had the potential to do so. Meanwhile, Mi Jingluan, Ouyang Lai, and the others had already reached their limits and there was no way they could make further advancements. Martial Peak, Chapter 5598, No. After parting ways in Enyang Heaven back then, Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe hadn't met again. He only knew that she was in charge of Azure Sun territory and that she was the army commander of the Azure Sun army. He had no idea why she came looking for him all of a sudden. The peace talks with the Black Ink clan will be taking place in a few days. Luo Tinghe sat down across from Yang Kai and said, I heard that those from the Supreme Headquarters have come up with a general proposal. Out of the 12 great territories, 6 will be included in the peace deal while the other 6 will remain as they are. Yang Kai nodded, however, that's just the proposal from our side, so the Black Ink clan might not agree to it. Regardless, there's bound to be some arguments. The humans were at an advantage in this kind of peace talk, but naturally, the Black Ink clan wouldn't agree to everything they asked for, and those from the Supreme Headquarters were well prepared for this. I hope that Azure Sun territory will be included in the 6 great territories where things will remain unchanged. Luo Tinghe directly told him about her purpose for visiting. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. Those from the Supreme Headquarters will be responsible for the discussion with the Black Ink clan. I'm only required to show up. Since you have a request, why don't you head to the Supreme Headquarters and tell Senior Brother Xiang about it? She shouldn't have come to me. Luo Tinghe pursed her lips. I did go to the Supreme Headquarters, but that damn big head Xiang didn't agree to my request. Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. Then it's pointless for you to speak to me either. Why would it be pointless? Don't underestimate yourself. The Black Ink clan want this peace deal with us because they're afraid of you. Your word has a huge influence on the outcome of this conference. Yang Kai wasn't sure what he should make of this, so he just asked, does Senior Brother Xiang intend to include Azure Sun territory as part of the peace deal? Luo Tinghe nodded. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai said, Senior Brother Xiang must have his reasons for making such a decision. I know a thing or two about the situation in Azure Sun territory, so I'm aware the Black Ink clan has gained the upper hand over there. If Azure Sun territory could be included in the peace deal, that would be beneficial to the humans overall. You'll gain some benefits as well, so what's the point of you insisting on maintaining the status quo? Furthermore, it has been quite a long time since you ascended to the 8th Order. If things become peaceful in Azure Sun territory, you'll have plenty of time to cultivate to achieve a breakthrough. The moment Yang Kai finished speaking, Luo Tinghe became infuriated. That was what Big Head Xiang said as well. However, if cultivating in seclusion was useful at all, what would be the point of you building a stage to train those brats? Of those in my position, I've been in the 8th Order longer than almost all of them and have essentially reached the peak. Nevertheless, it's not easy to make it to the 9th Order. To me, cultivating in seclusion is no longer useful. Yang Kai instantly understood what she was trying to say. Do you want to achieve a breakthrough in battle? Luo Tinghe questioned. Isn't that the ultimate goal of all of this? Do you have the confidence to achieve it? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Luo Tinghe smiled fearlessly. I can't guarantee that I'll definitely succeed, but I'll do my best. I know Xiang Shan has chosen Azure Sun territory to be included in the peace deal to do me a favor, however, I know myself best. Yang Kai nodded and fell silent for a moment before saying, "I'll talk with senior brother Xiang, then. However, I'm in no way able to influence his decision." Luoting he beamed at him, "Many thanks, junior brother." After Luoting he left, Yang Kai didn't continue cultivating. There were only a small number of 8th Order masters who had the right to ascend to the 9th Order currently, because very few people managed to directly ascend to the 7th Order in the past. Such a person only appeared on average once every 1,000 years, and many of them died in battle with the Black Ink clan over the years. No one could guarantee when the 8th Order masters like Luo Tinghe, Xiang Shan, and Wei Junyang, who had the potential to make it to the 9th Order, would achieve this. Nonetheless, given the situation that the humans were in, just 1 or 2 9th Order masters wouldn't be enough to turn things around. As long as Mo's true body wasn't destroyed, the humans couldn't root out the Black Ink clan. However, it was extremely difficult to kill Mo. Now, Yang Kai still hadn't the foggiest idea about what the primordial light was or where to find it. The only thing he was certain about was that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had something to do with the primordial light. 2 days later, Yang Kai left the secret room as it was time for the peace talks with the Black Ink clan. The moment he stepped out of the room, he felt some powerful and unrestrained auras which belonged to 8th Order masters. In the distant void, where the Black Ink clan's camp was located, there were also powerful auras gathered together. The innate territory lords were also trying to make a show of force. Before the discussion even started, the two sides were already clashing from a distance. When Xiang Shan registered Yang Kai's presence, he turned to look at him and nodded. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai sent him a divine sense transmission and brought up Luo Tinghe's request, after which Xiang Shan nodded. "It's time, let's go." As a roar reverberated across the place, Xiang Shan took the initiative to soar into the void, and he was immediately followed by a dozen or so others. Noticing the humans' movements, the innate territory lords started leaving the Black Ink clan's camp as well. The armies of both races were well prepared for any possible accidents, and the entire Twin Poles territory was engulfed in a dense murderous atmosphere as a sense of unease spread everywhere. It was as though a little spark would blow everything up. The location of the peace talk had already been chosen a while back. It was right in the middle of the humans and the Black Ink clan's camps. The Black Ink clan had even brought a universe fragment over from their own camp to use as a platform. There was a huge table set on the platform, and rough-looking wooden chairs were placed on either side. The masters from both parties almost arrived at the same time. It might have been a coincidence or an agreement, but both parties had respectively sent exactly 13 masters to this place, one representative from each of the 13 great territory battlefields. They were supposed to be arch-enemies that could never coexist. Nevertheless, due to various reasons, they had no choice but to come together today, which was quite ironic. The Black Ink clan masters were mostly nervous and uneasy, as although they had the same number on their side as the humans, if a fight broke out, some of them would undoubtedly lose their lives today. This couldn't be helped, as Yang Kai was present and had proven he could kill territory lords like them with ease. Nonetheless, they couldn't exclude him from the discussion. After all, he was the mastermind behind the initial peace deal. As such, these talks would be meaningless without him. Before this, the Black Ink clan had thought about sending more territory lords, but it wasn't like the humans couldn't do the same by sending more 8th Order masters. In the end, they could only accept this arrangement. They only dared to steal glances at Yang Kai without looking at him for too long, for they were worried they would be targeted. These powerful innate territory lords were as timid as mice in a cat's presence. Although they still pretended to be unperturbed, they were terrified deep down. In comparison, the 8th Order masters appeared calm and collected. Yang Kai swept a glance over the territory lords and realized he didn't know most of them. Nevertheless, he did recognize two. He had met them in Acacia territory back then. In fact, they had appeared in Profound Nether territory before as well, but for some reason, they were all now in Twin Poles territory. The purple-haired territory lord, who was originally in charge of Twin Poles territory, had been killed by Yang Kai, so Mo Na Yi was tasked by the royal lord to take over. Since the peace talk was held in this great territory, he naturally had to show up. Meanwhile, Yugong was actually the representative from Profound Nether Territory. A peace deal had already been established in Profound Nether Territory for over 300 years, and the Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords had stayed out of the war as agreed. However, since this was a peace talk that encompassed all the great territory battlefields, Profound Nether Territory couldn't just stay out of it. Six Arms didn't want to meet up with Yang Kai, therefore, he only sent Yugong to this place so that the latter could report to him about the outcome later. Naturally, Yugong didn't want to come, but he had no other choice as he couldn't disobey Six Arms' orders. As Yang Kai swept a glance over them, Yugong hurriedly hung his head low. He was still traumatized from the incident in Acacia Territory back then, therefore, Yang Kai's presence here was like a waking nightmare to him. As Mo Nai observed the Territory Lord's expressions, he couldn't help but think that they were all useless. Both parties were there for peace talks, so as long as the Black Ink clan didn't cross the line, the humans wouldn't attack them. However, the reactions of these territory lords from the various great territories were quite embarrassing for Mo Nai. As the commander in Twin Poles territory, Mo Nai naturally couldn't let the humans look down on the Black Ink clan. As such, he extended his hand and said, "Please be seated. We're all here for peace talks." The humans always say that even if a deal falls short, both parties shouldn't fall out. Although these peace talks aren't really a deal, it's not so different. Let us set the grudges between us aside for the moment until the peace talks are concluded. His calmness infected the other territory lords and they soon pulled themselves together. One Eighth Order Master sneered, "Destroying the Black Ink clan is our ultimate goal. There's no room for mercy." Mo Nai replied dispassionately, "If destroying the Black Ink clan is your only goal, all of you wouldn't have come here. Let's dispense with the unnecessary probing and get to the main topic, shall we?" Saying so, he swept a glance over the Eighth Order Masters and eventually stared at Yang Kai. Then, he nodded gently, "What do you say, Sir Yang Kai?" Yang Kai smiled, "I'm only here to enjoy the show. Don't pay me any mind." When he was still weak back then, he had never expected that even the powerful innate territory lords would call him Sir one day. It seemed that he was now an intimidating figure to the Black Ink clan after killing so many of their territory lords. While he was lost in such thoughts, Yang Kai pulled out a chair and took a seat. Then, he placed his legs up on the table and leaned back casually. Only then did the humans sit down at the table, followed by the Black Ink clan masters. Realizing something, Mo Nai turned to look at Xiang Shan and said, "It seems that you're the lead representative on the human side, Sir Xiang Shan. Am I right?" Since both parties had been clashing for years, the top masters from both races had heard a lot about each other. Even if they had never met or exchanged moves before, they could still recognize one another the moment they met. Moreover, before Yang Kai's rise, Xiang Shan was already a famous figure to the Black Ink clan. He had been to all the battlefields in over 10 great territories, and he had managed to kill a few territory lords himself. Many of these territory lords had never met Yang Kai before, but most had at least seen Xiang Shan in the past. Xiang Shan grunted in response, Mo Nai said, "In that case, let us cut to the chase. After a discussion with all the territory lords from different great territories, we've come to a consensus. We'd like to imitate the peace deal in Profound Nether Territory. From now on, the territory lords and Eighth Order Masters can't have a hand in the battles in all the great territories. What do you say, Sir Xiang Shan?" Xiang Shan looked up at him and replied impassively, "No." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5599, There's Room for Discussion. Mo Nai kept a smile on his face, as though he had already expected Xiang Shan's response. "Sir Xiang Shan, do you mean that the humans do not want a peace deal?" Meanwhile, he sneered to himself. If the humans didn't want a peace deal, they wouldn't have taken the trouble to show up today. Now, the representatives of the 13 great territories from both sides had come together, and since the humans were here, it showed that they wanted a peace deal as well. Mo Na reckoned that the humans were only putting up an act. Xiang Shan said, "We're pleased with the current situation, so there's no need to change anything." Mo Na refuted, "As far as I understand, the humans are at a disadvantage in most of the great territories. If not for Sir Yang Kai's appearance in Twin Poles territory, the humans would have already lost the war here." "That was the situation 3 years ago," Xiang Shan replied calmly. "Things are different now, so what is the point of you bringing up the past?" Mo Na frowned. "Sir Xiang Shan, are you trying to say that you want the situation in all the great territories to remain unchanged?" When he noticed Xiang Shan's silence, he put on a helpless smile. "We've shown enough sincerity for this peace talk. Regardless of the advantages we have in those great territories, we've given up on them and retreated. I'm sure you can see that." An Eighth Order master scoffed, "All of you are just afraid of Yang Kai. Stop glossing over it, will you? You didn't have to retreat if you had the guts." Before he could finish his words, Mo Na cut him off loudly. "Sir Yang Kai is indeed powerful, and territory lords like us find it hard to deal with him. However, every time he makes a move, he can only kill a few of us. After that, he has to recuperate for an extended time. If we wanted to, we could have initiated a massive war while he was recuperating and none of you would have resisted us." The same Eighth Order master snapped, "Give it a try if you dare." As he surged his world force, the territory lords were alarmed and raised their guard. At that moment, the atmosphere had become tense. An unperturbed Mo Na looked at Xiang Shan and said, "A peace deal will be beneficial to both the Black Ink clan and the humans. With profound nether territory as an example, I'm sure you'll make a wise decision, Sir Xiang Shan." Xiang Shan replied impassively, "A peace talk at this point will be beneficial to the Black Ink clan as the territory lords no longer have to be anxious. However, what benefits will we get?" Mo Na said, "Isn't it your intention to provide a safe space for those below the Eighth Order to fight and grow?" He initially didn't want to point it out so blatantly, but he had no choice but to do so now. Xiang Shan's attitude suggested that the Black Ink clan had to produce an adequate bargaining chip to make the humans even begin to bargain. Xiang Shan wasn't surprised one bit. Over the years, some humans had fallen into the Black Ink clan's hands and had been turned into Black Ink disciples. As such, some information about the humans must have been leaked. There seems to be a lot of rising stars on the human side. If they're accidentally killed by the territory lords in battle, you will suffer immense losses. After all, a Seventh Order master who might turn into a Ninth Order master in the future is a rare commodity. Some 300 years ago, Sir Yang Kai slaughtered a large number of Black Ink clansmen in profound nether territory but still took the initiative to strike a peace deal with us. Wasn't that part of his consideration? Why are you making things difficult for us when we want a peace deal now? Do you want profound nether territory to be dragged into the war again, Sir Xiang Shan? Xiang Shan looked up at him. "Are you threatening me?" It seemed that as long as the peace talk fell short, the agreement in profound nether territory would be nullified as well. In that case, things would revert to the situation 300 years ago, and the human juniors would lose their only training ground. Mo Na replied calmly, "That's not what I meant at all. I believe there is a phrase among you humans called standing at death's door. We are basically wandering around death's door by coming to this place. A peace deal is all we want, so we wouldn't dare to be provocative. After all, if Sir Yang Kai suddenly decides to act out, half of us will likely have to remain here forever." Despite knowing that Mo Na's words were insincere, Yang Kai was still pleased. It felt good to have someone flattering him, especially when that person was a powerful innate territory lord. It was an enjoyable sensation on another level. Mo Na went on to say, "As for the benefits you've mentioned, Sir Xiang Shan, I have to admit that the peace deal will be beneficial to the Black Ink clan. As such, we're willing to offer some compensation." "What kind of compensation? What about some resources?" Mo Na asked inquisitively. "The humans need resources to cultivate. For each great territory included in this deal, we will provide a certain amount of resources. As for the amount, there's room for discussion." Seeing that Imo Nai appeared sincere, the Eighth Order masters were tempted. No one had expected that the Black Ink clan would be willing to make such a huge concession to secure a peace deal. They couldn't help suspecting that a peace deal might bring even greater benefits to the Black Ink clan than they had known. After pondering for a moment though, they concluded that the territory lords were just too terrified of Yang Kai. There was no denying Yang Kai couldn't kill many territory lords at any given time. If the territory lords remained highly vigilant, he might not even kill any one of them. However, no one would be able to be at ease with such a powerful enemy eyeing them in the dark. There's nothing else I can say if you still don't want this peace agreement. Mo Nai stared fixedly at Xiang Shan and spread his palms. After a moment of silence, Xiang Shan nodded. There's room for discussion. The moment he finished speaking, the territory lords let out a sigh of relief as they became slightly at ease. Nonetheless, what Xiang Shan was about to say would unnerve them again. However, not all great territories will be included in the peace deal. Xiang Shan tapped on the table. Other than Profound Nether territory, 6 places will be part of the peace deal and the other 6 will remain unchanged out of the remaining 12 great territories. If you can't agree to this, there's no need for any further discussion. Only then did Mo Nai realize this was the human's true intention. After giving it some thought, however, he felt that this condition wasn't unacceptable. Just like what he had said to Six Arms before, while the humans needed to train their soldiers, the Black Ink clan did as well. When Seventh Order masters ascended to the Eighth Order, they needed a stage to keep on training, and it was the same for the Black Ink clan when their feudal lords became territory lords. As such, it was acceptable that only some great territories would be included in the peace deal. Mo Nai turned to look at the territory lords and realized that they looked stiff and nervous. At that moment, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. Although he felt that he should agree to Xiang Shan's request, it would also put him in a tight spot. 6 out of 12 great territories would be included in the peace deal, so only half of the places would enjoy some peace of mind. However, how was Mo Nai supposed to make this decision on his own? The representatives of each great territory certainly hoped that they would be part of the peace deal. After some deliberation, Mo Nai nodded. We can agree to this, but I also have a condition. When the other territory lords heard Mo Nai's words, their expressions changed slightly. They quickly tried to recall if there were any grudges or friendship between Mo Nai and them. The royal lord had put Mo Nai in charge of these peace talks, so if the latter wanted to get revenge on them and excluded the great territories whose representatives he hated from the peace deal, there wouldn't be peaceful moments again for them in the future. What kind of condition? Xiang Shan asked with a frown. Mo Nai pointed his finger at Yang Kai. From now on, Sir Yang Kai must not make a move in any of the great territories. The territory lords were startled as they had the urge to clap their hands for Mo Nai. They had been anxious because they were wary of Yang Kai, but if they could ensure Yang Kai wouldn't make a move again, they no longer had to worry about anything. Xiang Shan was slightly surprised as well as he thought to himself, this Mo Nai is a sharp fellow. He directly understood the crux of the matter and made a proposal to deal with it. In your dreams. A hot-tempered Eighth Order master forcefully smacked his palm on the table and stood up. The humans would be considered foolish if they agreed to such a ridiculous demand. By agreeing to that, they would be removing their strongest trump card, and no one would be able to intimidate the Black Ink clan again. An unfazed Mo Nai replied with a smile, since this is a negotiation, both parties naturally have to make some concessions. It's not like we'll let ourselves suffer losses while the humans reap all the benefits. Even if I agreed to your demands, the royal lord wouldn't. We've made the biggest concession by having this peace talk with you. Stop being so impudent. That's why we're willing to offer a large amount of resources as compensation. We don't need your resources. If the peace talk falls short, the agreement in Profound Nether territory will be nullified as well. The originally peaceful situation soon turned clamorous. The Eighth Order masters and territory lords were cursing at each other across the long table without any poise to speak of. If an uninformed individual arrived and saw what was going on, they might think they had entered a hawker market or something where vendors and customers were haggling back and forth. Mo Na Yi remained silent. Since he had put forth this condition, the other territory lords had to work hard to make sure it would be included in the peace deal. He believed that they wouldn't want Yang Kai to have a hand in the battles anymore. It was the outcome they all wanted. The innate territory lords have an advantage over the Eighth Order masters when it comes to numbers, yet you're now trying to restrict Yang Kai as well? Does that mean we can also limit the number of territory lords who will take part in the war? There's room for discussion. The noise stopped in an instant. All the Eighth Order masters and territory lords turned to look at Mo Na Yi. The Eighth Order master who spoke just now was dumbfounded. He was just venting while also making what he considered an outrageous demand to make a point. He never expected Mo Na Yi to actually agree to it. Faced with all the stares, Mo Na Yi said with a smile, "Why are all of you looking at me like that? Just like what I've said before, both parties have to give and take to reach an agreement. It's not like either party here would accept suffering immense losses. As such, we have to come to an agreement that both sides will find acceptable. Only then would the agreement be possible. If Sir Yang Kai is willing to stay out of all the battlefields, we can place some limits on the number of territory lords who will take part in the war at any one time." The biggest advantage the Black Ink clan had was that they had greater numbers than the humans. This was true of grassroots soldiers, but also of the feudal lords and territory lords compared to the Seventh Order and Eighth Order masters. It was thanks to this advantage that the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand in almost every great territory battlefield. Even though the humans had purifying light and evil purging divine spears, they still couldn't overcome this fundamental disadvantage. After all, the purifying light couldn't be used to deal with enemies on a large scale while it took time to refine evil purging divine spears. Every evil purging divine spear that was used was gone for good. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan was now on guard against them, so these artifacts no longer played as decisive a role anymore. However, if they could limit the number of territory lords taking part in the war, the humans would be able to better stand their ground and limit their losses. It had to be said that even though Mo Na Yi was a Black Ink clansman, he understood the humans very well. Moreover, he was an intelligent and insightful individual. Martial Peak, Chapter 5600, Conditions. Yang Kai was suddenly interested. He didn't pay much attention to Mo Na Yi in the past. Although he had exchanged moves with him in Acacia territory before and he had come across him in Profound Nether territory on several occasions, he couldn't possibly pay attention to all the innate territory lords as there were simply too many of them. However, on this day, he suddenly had the urge to kill this fellow, for he seemed different from the other innate territory lords. If they allowed Mo Na Yi to remain alive, he might prove to be a hidden concern in the future. As though noticing Yang Kai's murderous intent, Mo Na Yi turned to look at him and nodded. "What do you say, Sir Yang Kai?" Since the beginning, Yang Kai had never expressed his opinion regarding the peace talks, as though he was only there to watch the show. Nevertheless, Mo Na Yi knew that Yang Kai was the mastermind behind this entire affair. Although Xiang Shan was in charge of the negotiations, both the humans and the Black Ink clan had to give serious weight to Yang Kai's thoughts. Yang Kai smiled and reined in his murderous intent. Although Mo Na Yi was a powerful innate territory lord, he was unable to make any further advancements in the future, just like Yang Kai. While Yang Kai had the chance to kill him today, he reckoned that he should prioritize the peace talk for now. The conditions we've mentioned aren't sufficient, then. Since Yang Kai had been asked to speak, he couldn't remain silent. Mo Na Yi said, "There's room for discussion about anything. If you have any conditions, please state them. We won't turn you down if they are acceptable." Yang Kai replied, "Apart from the 6 great territories we have agreed upon where things will remain unchanged from the current situation, all other great territories will be part of the peace deal. If you agree to this, I'll remove myself from all further battles." This was actually to Yang Kai's advantage as he just so happened to need a lot of time to cultivate so that he could reach the peak of the Eighth Order sooner. The rising stars from the star boundary, the myriad monsters world, and his small universe needed battles to temper themselves with to reach new heights, but Yang Kai was different. He had gone through numerous life and death battles already and had been baptized in the blood of his enemies many times over. What he was lacking now was only the accumulation of his own heritage. The reason Yang Kai even took action was to build a solid foundation for the humans' future. If he could get greater benefits for the humans by staying out of the war, he would be glad to do it. Hearing this, the territory lords and the Eighth Order masters were startled. However, Xiang Shan's eyes soon brightened as he realized the crux of the matter. The humans had already set the agenda for the peace talk, but it didn't include restricting Yang Kai from taking part in future battles. If the Black Ink clan could agree to Yang Kai's condition, the humans could consider accepting the other party's demand. Mo Nai soon realized what Yang Kai meant as well and said with a frown, "Sir Yang Kai, do you mean that the peace deal will include not only the great territories where battles are still ongoing, but also the great territories that the Black Ink clansmen have occupied?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Only then did the territory lords and the Eighth Order masters come to their senses as they fell into their thoughts. Mo Nai smiled helplessly, "You're a little greedy, Sir Yang Kai." In the past, the main battlefields between the humans and the Black Ink clan were the 13 Great Territories, which included the Profound Nether Territory. However, many hunters were active in the other Great Territories that ambushed the Black Ink clan supply teams and reinforcement groups. They also destroyed many Black Ink nests. More often than not, they caused huge trouble to the Black Ink clan's logistics. For this reason, many territory lords would patrol the various great territories to deal with those hunters. If these ordinary hunters came across territory lords, they were naturally powerless to resist. However, the 3,000 worlds was expansive, and the Black Ink clan didn't have so many territory lords. Furthermore, the hunters were both agile and prudent, so as long as they were not too unlucky, they would be safe most of the time. However, since the Eighth Order masters and the territory lords had arrived at a peace deal in Profound Nether Territory, the number of hunters had shrunk significantly. As hunters, they were at risk of losing their lives if they bumped into territory lords. However, once they entered Profound Nether Territory, they didn't have to worry about being targeted by such masters. Now that Yang Kai had come up with such a demand though, it was expected that many humans would aspire to be hunters again, which would prove to be a thorny issue for the Black Ink clan. Currently, the vast majority of the human forces were concentrated in the 13 Great Territory battlefields, while some 99% of the 3,000 worlds had fallen into the Black Ink clan's hands. However, since the universe was so expansive, it was impossible for the Black Ink clan to perfectly protect such a vast territory. Once a large number of hunters appeared, the Black Ink clan would no longer have any peaceful days. Originally, the peace deal only considered the 13 Great Territory battlefields, but Yang Kai's demand had dragged the entire 3,000 worlds into this. What's wrong? Are you afraid of human soldiers entering the other Great Territories? Over the years, many humans have fallen into your hands and have been turned into Black Ink disciples. If you want me to stay out of the war, there's a price to pay. Yang Kai looked impassively at Mo Nai. After a moment of silence, Mo Nai nodded. "You have a point, Sir Yang Kai. In that case, we'll agree to your condition." For both parties, there were pros and cons regarding this matter. Once the hunters entered the great territories that the Black Ink clan had occupied, they would have to bear a huge risk. If they were besieged by the Black Ink clan soldiers, they would either fight to their death or be corrupted. Nevertheless, this was also the humans' purpose for training the soldiers. When the territory lords saw Mo Nai agreeing to it, they breathed a sigh of relief. Everything would be fine to them as long as they could restrict Yang Kai's movements. As for whether agreeing to this condition would bring about any terrible consequences, it was none of their business, for Mo Nai was responsible for the peace talks today. If anything went wrong, the royal lord would punish him first. At this point, they'd finally built a foundation for an agreement. The Black Ink clan's condition was that Yang Kai must not make a move in any great territory from now on. On the other hand, the humans had gained quite a few benefits. Apart from the 6 great territories where things would remain unchanged, all other great territories would be included in the new peace deal. The Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords were not allowed to have a hand in the war, and as a price to pay for restricting Yangkai, the number of Territory Lords would be limited in the great territories where things would go on as usual. Moreover, the Black Ink clansmen were the ones who initiated the peace talk, so they would give the humans a certain amount of cultivation resources as compensation. The conditions were discussed one by one, and from the looks of it, the humans were at an advantage. After all, they had only agreed to one condition, but the Black Ink clan had to provide some resources and limit the number of territory lords who could take part in the battles in 6 of the great territory battlefields. However, in truth, the territory lords' ultimate goal was to restrict Yangkai, as only this condition would allow them to be at ease when roaming around the battlefields. Since the general direction had been confirmed, it was time for some bargaining. Both parties were red-faced as they discussed the amount of resources that the Black Ink clan had to give the humans. Black Ink's strength and world force kept clashing, as though a fight would break out at any moment. Nonetheless, they knew that since the peace talks had come this far, there was no way they would fight. The initially cautious territory lords could now argue with the humans as fiercely as they pleased. If there was one thing the Black Ink clan didn't lack, it was resources. After all, they had occupied so many great territories and had the entire Black Ink battlefield to exploit. As such, they could easily extract as many resources as they wanted. However, no one was willing to give their enemies resources for free. They promised that they would give the humans some benefits, but they immediately became stingy when the discussion started. The argument lasted for several days, but in the end, the details were confirmed with Mo Nai and Xiang Shan, who were the lead negotiators for the two sides. Then, another round of arguments started about the number of territory lords that would be allowed in the 6 unchanged great territories. There were many more territory lords than Eighth Order Masters, which was the fundamental reason that the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand in most of the great territory battlefields. The numbers of the most powerful masters on both sides would influence the state of the war. Although they had agreed to limit the number of territory lords, the Black Ink clan would never accept being at a disadvantage. The humans came up with an outrageous demand as they wanted the number of territory lords that were allowed in the battles to be equivalent to the number of Eighth Order Masters, and naturally, the territory lords stubbornly refused. If they agreed to such a demand, their lives would be truly miserable. It wasn't easy to deal with the evil purging divine spears. The reason they were at an advantage was that they had more people on their side. The discussion this time was even more intense than when they talked about the resources. They were fine with giving resources away, for the humans needed time to refine those resources to increase their strength. However, once the number of territory lords decreased, they would lose control over the situations in many great territories. Nevertheless, an agreement was reached in the end. In the 6 great territories where things would remain unchanged, the number of territory lords couldn't exceed the number of Eighth Order Masters by 50%. In other words, if there were 10 Eighth Order Masters, there could only be 15 territory lords. The humans were naturally not pleased with the outcome, for this meant there would still be significantly more territory lords than the Eighth Order Masters. That way, the Black Ink clansmen were still at an advantage. However, this did ensure that the enemy no longer had an overwhelming edge which would constantly put the humans on the brink of defeat, like what happened in Twin Poles territory. Furthermore, because the humans had to train their soldiers, this amount of pressure was quite suitable. As such, Xiang Shan agreed to it. If there was no life and death pressure, it wouldn't be training at all. Cultivating in seclusion would be faster in that case. Since everything had been discussed, they just had to choose the 6 great territories where things would remain unchanged. At this point, the Eighth Order Masters remained calm while the territory lords were apprehensive. They were not willing to keep fighting the humans. If the war continued, they would be at risk of losing their lives. Nonetheless, they didn't have any say over this matter. Xiang Shan and Mo Nai took turns to select the 6 great territories where things would remain unchanged. When it was time for Xiang Shan to choose the last great territory, he hesitated for a bit before finally choosing Azure Sun territory. He didn't agree to Luo Tinghe's request back then because things were not looking good in Azure Sun territory. As such, it would be beneficial to the humans if it could be included in the peace deal. However, the number of territory lords would now be restricted, so even if things remained unchanged in Azure Sun territory, the situation would improve significantly for the humans. Since Luo Tinghe wanted to achieve a breakthrough in battle, Xiang Shan could only let her be. Apart from her, Xiang Shan also needed battles to train himself. Without these life and death struggles to serve as stimuli, it would be hard for them to grasp the opportunity to break through to the Ninth Order. In the past, around 80% of Ninth Order old ancestors achieved a breakthrough on the Black Ink battlefield, while just 20% of them made it to the peak while cultivating in seclusion. Martial Peak, Chapter 5601, Retreat. Before the star boundary became an open heaven realm cradle, though it was very rare, there were still a small number of people who directly ascended to the Seventh Order. After countless years of accumulation, the cave heavens and paradises had a number of such gifted people. However, only 100 or so managed to break through that final barrier and ascend to the Ninth Order. Some of them were still growing their powers, like Xiang Shan, Luo Tinghe, and a few others. Nonetheless, many more had been killed on the Black Ink battlefield. Most Ninth Order masters achieved the required enlightenment while battling the Black Ink clan masters on the Black Ink battlefield. Only by killing the enemies would they stand a chance to achieve a breakthrough. Yang Kai didn't know any of this, for he didn't come from one of the cave heavens or paradises. He just instinctively wanted to secure a better future for humans by using his experiences. That was why he decided to strike a peace deal with the territory lords in profound Nether territory. It was just an experiment. The experiment turned out to be useful and feasible. Therefore, when the Black Ink clan wanted a peace deal 300 years later, those from the Supreme Headquarters were willing to agree. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for the two races to discuss a peace deal given the blood feud between them. Since all the details had been confirmed, the masters of the two races took their leave. Unlike the earlier heated atmosphere, the mood was quite peaceful. The Black Ink clan would give the humans some resources as compensation, while the humans didn't have to worry about the Black Ink clan going back on their word. When the content of the peace deal was spread 1 month later, the human cultivators in different great territories were thrilled. Out of the 13 great territory battlefields, apart from profound Nether territory, the remaining 12 great territories had been in turmoil. As such, the soldiers from the major armies were envious of the environment and situation in profound Nether territory. Over there, the territory lords were not allowed to take part in the war. As such, the profound Nether army had essentially been disbanded since there weren't any large-scale battles. Comparatively, the humans in profound Nether territory were both safer and freer. Now, they didn't have to be envious. 6 out of 12 remaining great territory battlefields would become copies of profound Nether territory. Although the other great territories would remain unchanged, things would become much better for the humans as the number of territory lords who could take part in the war would be decreased. Of course, those from the Supreme Headquarters had to look at the big picture and mobilize the human masters to different battlefields accordingly. The human cultivators from profound Nether territory started streaming into the 6 new great territories that were included in the peace deal. As such, a lot of pressure had been lifted off the originally cramped profound Nether territory. Many ambitious people even started penetrating the great territories that the Black Ink clan had occupied. As hunters, they naturally had to bear a higher risk, but it was nothing compared to the potential rewards. It was said that fortune favored the bold, after all. As a peace deal was reached between the humans and the Black Ink clan, the situation in the expansive 3,000 worlds changed completely. This kind of situation would be sustained for many years to come. Perhaps there would come a time when a certain incident would shatter this agreement. After all, the humans and Black Ink clan couldn't coexist forever. One of the parties would be completely wiped out eventually. When some triggering event took place in the future, the two races would surely engage in a final decisive war. Everyone was working hard to prepare for that future. It had been 300 years since Yang Kai first visited the myriad monsters world. The sapling he had planted back then had grown into an enormous tree, its gigantic crown like a green cloud that covered the entire sky. A lot had changed in the myriad monsters world. Compared to 300 years ago, the world energy was undoubtedly richer and the grand Daos and principles were more perfect as well. More and more humans appeared in this wild world as cities and towns of different sizes popped up everywhere. This world, which was originally fully occupied by the monster race, now had many human residents. Most humans living in this place had ancestors who had made contributions on the various battlefields. They used their military merits to exchange for a right to let their juniors or disciples reside in the myriad monsters world. Of course, there were also some open heaven realm masters responsible for standing guard over this world. As such, even though the humans and monster race weren't exactly compatible, the situation had been peaceful. There hadn't been any incident ere the humans recklessly hunted the monster race or vice versa. In fact, many great monsters chose a different path forward, broke through their shackles, and gained human form. They took the initiative to come into contact with the humans and left the myriad monsters world before heading to the various battlefields to fight the Black Ink clan. The World Tree clone's nourishment had started showing its effects. Although the quality and quantity of prodigies born in this world were not comparable to the star boundary yet, some impressively gifted people had already begun to appear. As time passed, this world would be another star boundary. Everything was right on track, just as Yang Kai had planned. Yang Kai didn't inform anyone about his arrival here. Even the open heaven realm masters responsible for monitoring this world were unable to detect Yang Kai's presence as they were mostly in the 4th order and 5th order. It wasn't until 2 years later that Yang Kai left the myriad monsters world. He didn't return to profound nether territory though. Since they had struck a peace deal with the Black Ink clan, he couldn't make a move as he pleased, unless the Black Ink clan went back on their word first. The human race's future did not hinge on him alone, but rather on all the juniors who were now battling the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai was unable to bear the weight of saving an entire race. All the same, he had done his best. As for whether the future was bright or dark, that would be up to all humans to decide. Yang Kai thus returned to the star boundary and arrived at the place where the World Tree clone was located. After giving it some thought, he landed on a branch and directly opened a tree cave in its trunk before sitting down inside. The noise he made naturally alerted the open heaven realm masters who were recuperating or cultivating in this place. The World Tree clone was the very foundation of the star boundary and the most valuable asset for the entire human race. It could be said that without this clone, the star boundary wouldn't have become what it was today, and the humans' future would have been extremely bleak. As such, there were always at least 5 8th order masters on guard here who were tasked with preventing any accidents from happening. What's more, due to the clone's mysterious powers, one would gain some benefits by recuperating or cultivating here. Therefore, there were many open heaven realm masters in this place who had to use a lot of military merits to obtain a quota. However, these masters only occupied a branch or sat down somewhere on the tree crown. They treasured the World Tree clone and wouldn't dare to damage it one bit. With 5 8th order masters monitoring this place, no one had the guts to do so either. Hence, it was shocking that Yang Kai directly carved a hole in the trunk. The 5 8th order masters widened their eyes in disbelief and quickly investigated. If anyone else had done this, they would have dealt with him like he was a Black Ink disciple. However, when they realized the responsible party was Yang Kai, they all turned a blind eye to his behavior. This couldn't be helped. Although the World Tree clone was said to be a treasure of all humanity, it was Yang Kai who actually brought it out from the grand ancient ruins boundary and planted it here. Even if he wanted to uproot the entire clone, the humans could only try to dissuade him from doing so, not to mention that he only opened a tree cave for himself. There was no way they could forcefully stop him. Furthermore, they were probably no match for Yang Kai to begin with. These 8th order masters exchanged glances and communicated with each other using their divine senses. It seems that junior brother Yang is injured. His aura is quite weak. Since a peace deal has been struck, he can't make a move as he pleases, so how did he get injured? Did he go to the no-return pass and pick a fight with the royal lord? Since he knows he isn't a match for the royal lord, why would he invite trouble to himself? Moreover, I think he just returned from the new great territory. These Eighth Order masters were puzzled as they had no idea what happened to Yang Kai that caused his aura to plunge and made him look so frail. Nonetheless, it was apparent that Yang Kai had made a cave mansion in the trunk to recuperate. As such, they didn't dare to say anything or disturb him. Yang Kai used to be a little brat who had to call them seniors, but now he was significantly more powerful than they were. At the thought of this, these old Eighth Order masters couldn't help feeling dejected. However, it was thanks to these talented young people that they had a chance to oppose the Black Ink clan. If the next generation was weaker than the previous one, there wouldn't be a future for humans. Inside the clone, Yang Kai bore the excruciating pain in his soul and looked around, feeling pleased with this simple tree cave. He then began cultivating in seclusion in this place. He figured he had to cultivate for many years this time and only hoped he had the patience for it. At any rate, he knew that he had to grow strong so that he would have the power to protect himself when war broke out in the future. Now, he was one of the most formidable masters in the human race, but when a new batch of Ninth Order masters and royal lords appeared in the future, he would become far less useful. It would be best if he could make it to the Ninth Order, but even if he failed to do so, the peak of the Eighth Order would have to do. As he sat down with his legs crossed, Yang Kai refined sets of materials as he stimulated the soul-warming lotus to repair his soul. The 3 self-source reconstitution art was indeed savage. Although Yang Kai had already used it once 300 years ago, he still almost couldn't bear the pain of doing so again. The pain of literally tearing his soul in half was several times more intense than using soul-rending thorns. Wuquang knew that Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, which was why he taught him this secret technique. If Yang Kai didn't have the soul-warming lotus, it would have been pointless for him to acquire this technique, for he would have perished the first time he tried to use it. Just like the soul-rending thorns, only Yang Kai could fully utilize this secret technique. Yang Kai was glad that he had acquired this supreme treasure when he was still a budding cultivator. Without the soul-warming lotus, he wouldn't have become who he was today. As a cool sensation spread across his mind, the pain gradually subsided. Time went by slowly. Several years later, a man got to his feet in a secret room in High Heaven Palace. His aura was restrained, and he appeared calm and collected. Fang Tianci waved the jade in this hand and opened the secret room's restrictions before exiting. It took him 10 years of retreat before he finished stabilizing his 6th Order Open Heaven realm cultivation. The bright light made him squint as he felt as though a very long time had passed. Suddenly, he realized that he was no longer in the void world. He was in the 3,000 worlds, which was far more expansive. A disciple from High Heaven Palace had been waiting for him, and hearing the door open, he turned around and saluted Fang Tianci, "Greetings, Senior." Martial Peak, Chapter 5602, An Honest and Righteous Fang Tianci. The head manager has ordered that once you come out of your retreat, you have to immediately go and see her, the disciple from High Heaven Palace said. The head manager. A woman's image flashed across Fang Tianci's mind. If he remembered correctly, the head manager was standing beside the Dao Lord at that time. It seemed that the Dao Lord valued her. Understanding this, Fang Tianci wouldn't dare to be negligent as he extended his hand. "Please lead the way." Soon, they arrived at a grand hall where Fang Tianci saw the head manager of High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. This woman was fairly powerful. Just like him, she was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Nonetheless, it must have been quite a long time since she achieved her ascension, for she had an ample heritage and robust aura. Fang Tianci saluted her, "Greetings, head manager." Hua Qingxi responded with a smile and caringly asked him about his retreat. When she learned that he had stabilized his cultivation, she set her mind at ease. Over the years, when the Open Heaven realm masters who came from the Void world ended their retreat, they would be led to this place to meet her. Then, she would assign them to different Great Territory battlefields. After all, it was Yang Kai's order, so she had to meticulously execute the task. However, because these open heaven realm masters, who came from the Void Dao Temple, were not familiar with the outside world, Hua Qingxi had compiled some information to be given to them before they set off. Palace Master has ordered that once all of you are done stabilizing your cultivation, you are to deploy to the Great Territory battlefields for training. This is the information about those great territories. Take a look at it. If there's any particular place you want to go, you can tell me about it. As Hua Qingxi spoke, she fished out a jade slip. Although she had the right to send them to any place she wanted, she would always discuss the matter with these people first. Yang Kai only told them to get some training, but he didn't specify where they had to go. As such, Hua Qingxi's action was reasonable. Fang Tianxi took the jade slip and thanked her. As he infused his divine sense into it and went through the information, he soon had a better understanding of the 3,000 worlds and the situation that the humans were in. The information he saw astounded him. Back then in the Void Dao Temple, he had heard Lu Jingshan mention that in the world where the Dao Lord lived, the humans were fighting the Black Ink clan, a powerful and malicious enemy. However, he had never expected that the human race was in such a perilous situation. Suddenly, a sense of urgency rose within him. The human race had been forced to retreat to a mere 15 great territories. Once the Black Ink clan occupied these great territories, the humans would no longer have a place they could call their own in this expansive universe. Nevertheless, when he read that the Black Ink clan had taken the initiative to strike a peace deal with the humans after the Dao Lord applied pressure on them, which helped alleviate the human situation, he couldn't help admiring the Dao Lord, who seemed able to achieve anything. Although there were many Eighth Order masters, the Dao Lord was still in a league of his own. At that moment, Fang Tianxi felt honored and secretly decided that when he ventured into the outside world, he must not tarnish the Dao Lord's name. After all, they came from the Dao Lord's small universe, so they were different from the other open heaven realm masters. When Hua Qingxi saw him lowering the jade slip, she asked softly, "Is there any place you'd like to go?" Fang Tianxi replied, "I'll let you make the decision, head manager." He didn't have a particular place in mind as he felt that it made no difference where he went. After all, wherever he went, he would be fighting the Black Ink clan. After spending 2,000 years to build his current heritage, he had the confidence that even if he came across a feudal lord, even if he couldn't win, he would be able to escape. He was confident but not conceited. Although he had never exchanged moves with the Black Ink clan before, he was different from the newly promoted Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were impulsive in their youth. Before that, I'd like to see the Dao Lord. I have some doubts that I'd like to consult with him about. You mean Palace Master? Hua Qingxi appeared to be in a tight spot. She was aware that Yang Kai had returned to the star boundary and opened a cave mansion in the World Tree clone to recuperate. As such, they shouldn't disturb him at this point. After giving it some thought, she asked, "If there's anything you'd like to know, I can tell you." Fang Tianxi shook his head and said apologetically, "I can only tell the Dao Lord about it." Hua Qingxi hesitated for a bit. Since this man appeared serious, she knew that it must be something important. As such, she rose from the chair and said, "Come with me, however, I can't guarantee that the Dao Lord will see you. If the Palace Master is recuperating, he might not respond to us." "Many thanks, head manager." They then left the grand hall and shot into the sky. A moment later, Fang Tianxi looked at the gargantuan tree in the distance and fell into a dazed state. In fact, when he ascended to the open heaven realm 10 years ago, he had seen this tree while following Hua Qingxi back to the star boundary. However, he was preoccupied with the joy of having achieved an ascension and also confounded by the mysteries surrounding his circumstances, so he didn't ask her about it. It wasn't until this moment that he asked, "What tree is that, head manager?" Hua Qingxi replied with a smile, "It is a clone of the world tree." She then related to him the clone's background. A myriad of expressions flashed across Fang Tianxi's face as he subconsciously placed his hand on his abdomen. He initially thought that it was just a large tree that had lived for a very long time, so he was surprised to learn that the tree was the human race's very foundation. It was thanks to this tree that the star boundary could continuously produce prodigies, who were the humans' hope for opposing the Black Ink clan. If not for this tree, the human race's future would have been bleak. Furthermore, such an enormous tree was only a clone. Fang Tianxi wondered how majestic the real-world tree must be. What about the other one? Fang Tianxi took a look at the other tree beside the world tree clone. The tree was significantly smaller than the clone, and its tree crown wasn't as expansive. However, there was no denying that it was gigantic as well. From a distance, the tree even looked somewhat translucent and immaterial. One could hardly tell if the tree really existed in this world. Just then, a curvy figure flew down to the tree and disappeared the next moment. That is the immortal parasol tree, Hua Qingxi explained patiently. It is a sacred treasure that belongs to the Phoenix clan. You should keep your distance from it if you're not required to approach it. Phoenix clan members are very proud people, so they may attack you if you intrude into their sacred ground. The Phoenix clan, Fang Tianxi fell into a dazed state. Although he had never met a phoenix before as he came from the void world, he knew that the Phoenix clan members were some of the most powerful divine spirits in existence, second only to the Dragon clan. Just then, another curvy figure appeared from the tree before leaping into the air. The next moment, a dazzling light exploded as a high-pitched phoenix cry reverberated across the sky. Fang Tianxi instantly saw a stunning and glorious phoenix with a very long tail manifest before him. The figure soon disappeared into the void, but the afterimage lingered for quite some time. How beautiful! Fang Tianxi couldn't help feeling awed. He wondered who would be capable of winning the favor of such beautiful and noble creatures. While he was lost in his thoughts, Hua Qingxi suddenly said, "I'll let you in on a little secret. One of the palace master's wives is a Phoenix clan member." Fang Tianxi wasn't surprised one bit, for he thought that the Tao Lord totally had the right to marry a noble Phoenix clan member. Soon, they arrived at the bottom of the world tree clone. Instantly, Fang Tianxi felt many divine senses probing him from all directions, each one of them at least as powerful as his own. There were also several divine senses that were especially powerful which Fang Tianxi believed belonged to the Eighth Order Masters. After giving it some thought, he realized it was only natural that some formidable masters were protecting such an important place. Hua Qingxi looked up at a particular spot on the clone and turned to Fang Tianxi before sending him a divine sense transmission, "Don't disturb the others." Hearing that, Fang Tianxi bent his back as he spoke. Disciple Fang Tianxi requests an audience with the Tao Lord. He didn't use a divine sense transmission, nor did he dare to speak too loudly. If the Tao Lord wanted to see him, he would naturally hear it. If not, Fang Tianxi wouldn't dare to be insistent. Fortunately, not long after he finished speaking, the Tao Lord's voice was heard coming from that direction, "Come over." An elated Fang Tianxi turned around and saluted Hua Qingxi, "Many thanks, head manager." Hua Qingxi responded with a smile and waved her hand, "Go on." Fang Tianxi leapt into the air and traced the source of the voice before arriving at a huge tree cave. The instant he stepped inside, he saw the Tao Lord looking smilingly at him. "Tao Lord," Fang Tianxi hurriedly saluted him. "Have a seat." Yang Kai motioned for him to sit down and raised his hand to reactivate the cave mansion's restrictions, ensuring that no one could see or hear them. Fang Tianxi took a seat as he was told. When he noticed how pale Yang Kai looked, he exclaimed, "Are you hurt, Tao Lord?" Finally, he realized why the head manager appeared hesitant when he requested to see the Tao Lord, for the latter seemed to be in the middle of recuperating. At that moment, Fang Tianxi felt guilty and apologized, "I shouldn't have disturbed you, Tao Lord. Please forgive me." Meanwhile, he was shocked that even a powerful master like the Tao Lord had been so heavily injured. It seemed that the humans were indeed in a perilous situation. There was an awkward expression on Yang Kai's face as he said gently, "It's not serious. I'll recover in no time." "What are you here for?" Fang Tianci replied respectfully, "There's something I need to ask you about, Tao Lord." Yang Kai looked meaningfully at him. Without asking him what the matter was, he said, "Everyone has their own secrets. Some secrets can be shared with others, but some are best kept to oneself. You have to know that humans are born with greed and selfishness. Sometimes, you think you're just being frank, but such qualities may make your relationships difficult to handle." Fang Tianci was surprised by the insinuation in his words. Does the Tao Lord know already? That's impossible, even I didn't notice it at all in the past. It wasn't until I started focusing on stabilizing my cultivation these past few years that I realized it. Although he's the Tao Lord, he can't possibly know everything. Tao Lord, you've given me everything, so I trust you, Fang Tianci said solemnly. Yang Kai felt speechless. What's going on with my human self? He's way too honest and upright. He doesn't have any of my shrewdness or caution. After pondering for a moment though, he realized that the trust Fang Tianci had in him was a kind of virtue and courage. Furthermore, the disciples from the Tao Temple all had some blind admiration for him, so it was only natural that Fang Tianci trusted him. At that moment, Yang Kai put on a gratified expression. I'm glad that you think so. However, he felt awkward in secret, for in reality, he was having a chat with himself. Probably no one had experienced such a strange situation before in history. Nonetheless, his human self was oblivious to everything. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5603, What's so surprising about it? Fang Tianci couldn't be blamed for this as he should have died when he was still in his mother's belly. If not for Yang Kai tearing his soul apart and saving him, Fang Tianci wouldn't have been born at all. However, Fang Tianci was only a fetus at that time, so he couldn't bear the immense power of half an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's soul. As such, Yang Kai had sealed most of his soul fragment, including all of his memories and powers. As Fang Tianci grew powerful, these seals would gradually dissolve and allow him to realize his true self. In other words, Fang Tianci was still his own person at this point. Nonetheless, he was now in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so the seal in his soul must have loosened, and when he ascended to the Eighth Order one day, the seal would shatter entirely and he would find out everything. This was the same case for both Yang Kai's human self and monster self. Fang Tianci trusted Yang Kai not only because he was a Tao Temple disciple, who typically admired the Tao Lord, it was also because he, as the human self, trusted his true body. There was no way anyone would harm himself in this world. Fang Tianci of course hadn't noticed this yet, but he instinctually understood that the man before him only had the best of intentions for him. Tao Lord, do you remember I told you before that my small universe had materialized? Fang Tianci asked. Yang Kai snapped back to reality and nodded, yes, I remember. Fang Tianci went on to say, you told me that perhaps it has something to do with the fact that I've cultivated the Tao of space, however, I feel that might not be the case. Why do you think so? Yang Kai pretended that he knew nothing. Fang Tianci replied solemnly, please have a look, Tao Lord. Saying so, he suddenly opened a portal to his small universe and let Yang Kai see inside. Yang Kai secretly sighed to himself, thinking that an honest person like Fang Tianci would easily suffer setbacks in life. He hoped that this guy wouldn't be so naive in front of the enemy and just casually open the portal to his small universe, for that would be disastrous. As he looked into the small universe with his divine sense, Yang Kai feigned surprise. There was no doubt his human self had a solid heritage. Although Fang Tianci was a newly promoted Sixth Order Master, the world force in his small universe was only slightly weaker than that of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized it wasn't so surprising. His human self had the right to directly ascend to the Seventh Order and in fact, he had succeeded in just that, but due to the true body's restrictions, Fang Tianci was forced to regress to the Sixth Order. Despite that, his heritage didn't decrease much. The human self was destined to be a master who would be able to fight enemies much stronger than his realm would suggest was possible. With a solemn expression, Feng Tianci said, "I only discovered this thing in my small universe when I was cultivating in seclusion. Clearly, it was already there when I first formed my own small universe. When I discovered it for the first time, it was still a sapling. However, as time passed, it grew into a huge tree. With this thing around, I feel that my small universe is stable and impervious to outside interference. I have a feeling that this thing seems to have something to do with the fact that my small universe has materialized." "What do you think this thing looks like, Tao Lord?" Yang Kai looked up at him. "It's a world tree clone. I was the one who put it into your body, so how could I not know about it?" Back then, Yang Kai acquired 3 world tree clones from the old tree. One of them was given to Wu Kuang, another was planted in the myriad monsters world. The final one was sealed in Feng Tianxi's body. Before he ascended to the open heaven realm, the world tree clone was in a dormant state and naturally unnoticeable, but now that he was an open heaven realm master, the world tree clone sprung to life. Time waited for no man. If Yang Kai wanted Feng Tianci to grow as quickly as possible, this world tree clone was essential. It really is a world tree clone. Feng Tianci seemed to have expected this, but was still shocked by the answer. If he hadn't seen the world tree clone in the star boundary, he wouldn't have associated it with the one in his small universe. He only knew that it must be some kind of amazing tree. However, when he saw the giant world tree clone in the star boundary, he instantly realized that there was also one in his small universe. "Tao Lord, do you know why there is a world tree clone in my small universe?" Feng Tianci appeared puzzled. He wanted to see Yang Kai because he wanted to ask him about this. "What's so surprising about it?" Yang Kai smiled. "Look." As he spoke, he opened a portal to his own small universe. Feng Tianci looked up and infused his divine sense into the portal, after which he saw the entirety of the void world. He also saw the void Tao temple and a massive tree in the center of this world that was even larger than the world tree clone in the star boundary. "Tao Lord, you," Feng Tianci widened his eyes in disbelief. He had lived in the void world for 2,000 years and traveled the entire world as far as he knew, but he had not known that there was such an enormous tree in the void world. It was apparent that the Tao Lord had hidden it from them. "You're not the only one who obtained such an opportunity." Yang Kai closed the portal and didn't intend to explain anything. When the seal in his human self dissolved one day, Feng Tianci would understand everything. It was pointless to explain anything to him now. Feng Tianci was still baffled. He felt that he had gotten the answer to his doubts, but it also felt as though he had learned nothing. Having this opportunity is just one factor in your life. The key is how you turn this opportunity into your own power, Yang Kai explained. The human self appeared to be straightforward and honest, so Yang Kai decided to be a little more direct. "Do you know why I've become who I am today and why I'm more powerful than other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters?" Feng Tianci shook his head. "It's because I've had many opportunities in life," Yang Kai stated bluntly. "There's no use only doing things step by step when it comes to cultivation. Only by seizing opportunities will you grow stronger quickly. It's only been around 2,000 years since I started cultivating, but I'm now an 8th Order Master. Moreover, I started as a 5th Order Master. Anyone else would have been considered lucky if he could ascend to the next order in 2,000 years. After a moment of silence, he continued, "The world tree clone contains a mysterious power that seals and stabilizes one small universe. With the clone in your possession, your small universe is naturally shielded from any external forces. More importantly, you do not have to fear black ink strength. Other Open Heaven Realm Masters, even 8th Order Masters, have to divert part of their strength and attention to resist black ink strength while fighting the black ink clan, but we don't have to do that. Just let it wash over you, for you can suppress it with ease. You're not at risk of getting corrupted by black ink strength, therefore, when you battle against the Black Ink clan in the future, go all out without fear. Don't let the other party off if you can defeat them. If you're less powerful than them, run. You're also an expert in the Tao of space now, and given your 6th order open heaven realm cultivation, no one can harm you unless an innate territory lord makes a move. Yang Kai paused for a moment before saying, also, the world tree clone can condense and purify world force, which will help you refine your strength. You've been cultivating for many years already, so I'm sure you know that the purer one's power is, the more powerful one is. Fang Tianzi nodded. What Yang Kai said was simple to understand. Hitting someone with a 1 kilogram wooden slab or a 1 kilogram iron block had totally different effects. Although they weighed the same, there was no doubt the latter would cause more damage. That was the benefit of having purer power. Over the years, Fang Tianzi had fought many battles, but he had never been defeated. What he relied on wasn't his realm, but his solid foundation, which brought him very pure power. Most of the time, his opponents had higher cultivation than his own, but he remained more powerful. When Yang Kai saw that Fang Tianzi was mesmerized, he went on to say, certainly, these benefits are useful for going against enemies, but let's also talk about the benefits this thing has when it comes to cultivation. When an open heaven realm master ascends to the 7th order, their small universe will materialize. That allows them to raise living beings in their body. However, if you ask around, you'll realize that no open heaven realm master, not even the 9th order old ancestors, keeps living beings in their small universes. Do you know why? Fang Tianzi shook his head as he appeared eager to find out more. Certainly, Yang Kai was pleased with his reaction. That's because, without something to seal and stabilize one's small universe, when an open heaven realm master deals with a powerful opponent, their small universe inevitably shakes violently. When that happens, the entire world is thrown into turmoil. In that case, how many living beings do you think will survive? Upon hearing the explanation, Fang Tianzi said, does Tao Lord mean that with the world tree clone protecting my small universe, when I fight with someone, my small universe won't be affected? Yang Kai replied with a smile, you're a promising young man. I've exchanged moves with countless masters before, and even some royal lords who tried to hunt me down. However, when you lived in the void world back then, did you ever feel any tremors? Without the world tree clone to guard my small universe, the void world would have been destroyed instead of becoming as prosperous as it is today. A puzzled Fang Tianzi asked, Tao Lord, what benefits do we get by doing so? There are a lot of benefits, Yang Kai explained enthusiastically. As living beings are born, live, and die in the one small universe, they produce a lot of world force. In other words, even if you don't cultivate, your heritage will still grow slowly. The more living beings there are, the quicker your power will grow. Fang Tianzi finally realized something. Is that why Tao Lord's cultivation speed is much quicker than others? Yes. An excited Fang Tianzi said, disciple understands now. What Tao Lord means is that I should find some living beings and place them into my small universe as well. That way, I'll also become a 7th order or even 8th order master sooner. There's no need for that. Don't tell anyone you have a world tree clone. There will always be some wicked people out there who will stop at nothing to acquire treasures. I have enough power to protect myself, so no one will dare to harm me. However, once others find out that you have a world tree clone, you might fall into danger. What should this disciple do, then? Fang Tianzi asked humbly. It wouldn't have mattered if he didn't know the world tree clone's advantages, but now that he was aware of them, he had to make good use of it. I'll give you something. Open up your small universe, Yang Kai ordered. Fang Tianzi opened up the portal as he was told. Yang Kai did the same as a thought flashed across his mind. The next moment, Fang Tianzi felt that the Tao Lord had stuffed something into his small universe. As he looked into his small universe, he was amazed. A moment later, Yang Kai closed the portal and explained, they are small stone race members. Although they have very low sentience, they reproduce rapidly. Moreover, by raising them, you'll gain 10 times the benefits compared to raising other living beings. Take good care of them. They'll be useful to you. Many thanks, Tao Lord. Fang Tianci saluted him. I'll also give you some resources. You'll need them when you cultivate. Disciple thanks Tao Lord for his generosity. I also have some artifacts for you. You're a 6th order master now. Just take them and refine them when you're free. They might save your life when you're in danger. Yes. Good, I have to continue recuperating. You may leave now. Fang Tianci got to his feet and saluted him. Disciple will take his leave now. Yang Kai only waved his hand. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5604, An Illegitimate Child. Fang Tianci felt his emotions undulating in his heart as he left the cave mansion. After cultivating for 2,000 years, he finally had the chance to fight against the Black Ink clan. He decided that he must not disappoint the Tao Lord or tarnish the Tao Temple's name. Suddenly, he realized that the Tao Lord hadn't actually answered his question. He still had no idea whether the fact that his small universe had materialized had something to do with the World Tree clone or not. Soon, he shook his head with a smile, for it was no longer necessary to harp on this issue. After his chat with the Tao Lord, he now knew what he had to do for his future. Just by heading in that direction, he would grow stronger quickly. Furthermore, the Tao Lord had given him many things. Hua Qingxi had been waiting for him. Fang Tianci walked up to her and cupped his fist. Many thanks, head manager. She shook her head with a smile. Don't mention it. Head manager, which great territory should I head to? Hua Qingxi replied, there's no rush. There's something I have to ask you. Please go ahead, head manager. The palace master. I mean, your Tao Lord is an expert in 3 grand Taos, which are the Tao of space, the Tao of time, and the Spear Tao. I'm sure you're aware of this. Fang Tianci nodded. Every cultivator in the void world knew this, for the Tao essences of these 3 grand Taos were the richest in the atmosphere. Have you cultivated one of these 3 grand Taos? Hua Qingxi asked. Fang Tianci replied, I've cultivated all of them. Hua Qingxi was startled, really? She had come into contact with many disciples from the Void Tao Temple before, and it could be said that 1 out of 10 had a certain mastery of one of these 3 grand Taos. A much smaller number of them had dabbled in 2 of these grand Taos. However, she had never met anyone who had cultivated all 3 grand Taos before. Fang Tianci was the first. It was no wonder that the palace master was willing to see him even though he was recuperating. It seemed that he valued Fang Tianci highly. Then, do you know your level of mastery over these 3 grand Taos? Fang Tianci appeared hesitant as he had no idea how to reply to her. Hua Qingxi smiled, it's fine. Come with me. She knew that it wasn't easy to answer this question. Saying so, she led the way for him while Fang Tianci followed her. Soon, they arrived at a secret place at the back of High Heaven Palace. There were 3 palaces in front of them. Fang Tianci looked intently and felt that some mysterious powers were undulating from those 3 palaces. Hua Qingxi explained, these are the sealed worlds that the palace master has left behind for the disciples of the Void Tao Temple. They correspond to the Tao of space, the Tao of time, and the Spear Tao. If anyone has inherited part of his legacy into one of these grand Taos, they can enter and get some training. It's also a place to test your mastery over these grand Taos. Fang Tianci's eyes brightened when he heard that. Since the Tao Lord had left behind these sealed worlds, they must be amazing. If he could go in and cultivate, he would benefit from it. Test our mastery over these grand Taos? Hua Qingxi nodded. There is no end to the cultivation of the Grand Tao. In the past, there were no guidelines or specific quantitative measures to gauge one's mastery. The palace master invented some guidelines for categorizing one's mastery over each Grand Tao, and most people have acknowledged it. Fang Tianci's interest was piqued. What are the guidelines? Hua Qingxi explained, the guidelines are based on the open heaven realm, so there are 9 levels in total. The first level is the lowest and ninth level is the highest. In sequence, they are superficial contact, peering through the doors, taking the initial steps, traversing a familiar path, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others within sight, summiting the peak, and shocking history and dazzling the present. Usually, when a person manages to condense their Tao seal using their main Grand Tao, they will be at a level of peering through the doors. When they ascend to the open heaven realm, they will automatically reach the level of taking the initial steps. Fang Tianci gave it some thought and felt shocked. When a person condensed his or her Tao seal, they had only reached the second level of mastery, and when they ascended to the open heaven realm, they reached the third level. Fang Tianci couldn't help but wonder how high the Tao Lord's achievements in the three Grand Taos were. Furthermore, the categorization showed that the higher the level, the more difficult it was to comprehend new insights. These three sealed worlds correspond to the three Grand Taos. There are some hurdles inside, and every hurdle represents a level. Your limit will be the level of your mastery of a specific Grand Tao, Hua Qingxi explained. Upon hearing her explanation, Fang Tianci nodded. Disciple understands. Which sealed world would you like to try first? Hua Qingxi looked at him. Fang Tianci replied, the Space Tao sealed world. Hua Qingxi pointed at the leftmost grand hall, that is the Space Tao sealed world. Just go in on your own. I'll be waiting outside. Fang Tianci saluted her and stepped into the grand hall while Hua Qingxi waited outside. After Yang Kai left behind these three sealed worlds back then, those from High Heaven Palace were the ones who built these palaces. Over the years, many disciples from the Void Tao Temple came to this place to get some training. They had inherited the three Grand Taos thanks to Yang Kai's blessing. Even some Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan members were interested in the Time Tao sealed world and the Space Tao sealed world. These sealed worlds were not only places to test one's mastery of Grand Taos but also wonderful training grounds. Hua Qingxi had never entered any of these palaces before, so she had no idea what was inside. However, she was sure that the palace master must have left behind many of his own insights. By breaking through the hurdles inside, those who had cultivated these three Grand Taos would gain massive benefits. It wasn't until half a month later that an energetic Fang Tianci left the Grand Hall. Without stopping, he entered the second palace where the Time Tao sealed world was located. Half a month later, he stepped into the Spear Tao sealed world. When he finally shuffled out of the third Grand Hall, Hua Qingxi could feel that his aura had become far more stable. Although his cultivation didn't increase much, his strength must have improved significantly. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, head manager. Fang Tianci saluted her with a joyful expression. He had gained massive benefits by going through the three sealed worlds this time. Nonetheless, he had reached his limits. He reckoned that when he cultivated for a longer time and gained a deeper understanding of the Grand Taos, he would be able to cross even more hurdles. Hua Qingxi shook her head to show that it was fine. How many hurdles have you passed in the Space Tao sealed world? Fang Tianci replied, it's embarrassing, but I was stuck at the sixth hurdle. Hua Qingxi was slightly surprised. Fang Tianci had just ascended to the open heaven realm, but he had managed to overcome 5 hurdles. Such an achievement had never happened before. Many disciples had left the Tao Temple over the years, and some of them had cultivated the Tao of space. However, the best result achieved so far was the 4th hurdle. In other words, they were on the level of traversing a familiar path. Nonetheless, Fang Tianci had achieved the level of attaining mastery through a comprehensive understanding of the Tao of space. One must not underestimate the difference of one level, for it meant a vast disparity between achievements. The difference was akin to the differences in order in the open heaven realm. The palace master's first disciple, Zhao Yibai, had only achieved the 6th level when his mastery was tested. Hua Qingxi thought that it was such a shame. There was no doubt Fang Tianci was a talented person, but unfortunately, he had only ascended to the 6th order. Had he directly ascended to the 7th order, he could have attained amazing achievements like the Palace Master's 3 disciples. The mastery of a grand Tao was different from cultivation. As long as one hadn't reached their innate limit, they could improve their cultivation by putting in the effort and resources. However, comprehension and enlightenment were required to master grand Taos. Without enough wits, one couldn't advance far in any grand Tao regardless of how powerful their cultivation was. Hua Qingxi was also a veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she naturally understood this. She initially only wanted to find out Feng Tianxi's mastery over the Tao of space, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity as she asked, "What about your results in the Time Tao Sealed World and the Spear Tao Sealed World?" A bashful Feng Tianxi replied, "I only overcame the 5th hurdle in the Time Tao Sealed World. It's worse in the Spear Tao Sealed World. I only passed the 4th hurdle." He looked embarrassed, as though he had disappointed the Tao Lord. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi was lost for words. When she heard Feng Tianxi say that he had cultivated all 3 grand Taos, she thought that he had only majored in one and perhaps dabbled a bit in the other 2. Now, that didn't seem to be the case. This Feng Tianxi had attained a high level of mastery in all 3 grand Taos. One had to know that Feng Tianxi had just made it to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but he had already attained such achievements. There was no doubt he had a bright future ahead of him. Although the Spear Tao was his worst grand Tao, he had still passed the 4th hurdle, which was already something most Tao Temple disciples were unable to achieve. Given this man's amazing comprehension skills and achievements, Hua Qingxi even suspected that he might be the Palace Master's illegitimate child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so gifted even though he came from the void world. After examining his face though, Hua Qingxi shook her head, for Feng Tianxi looked nothing like Yang Kai. Finding her thoughts ridiculous, she smiled helplessly. The Palace Master had many beautiful wives, so if he wanted to have a child, he didn't have to do it furtively. Since the Palace Master still didn't have any descendants after so many years, he apparently didn't want to distract himself by having to look after his offspring yet. Nonetheless, she didn't know that this seemingly preposterous idea was actually quite close to the truth. Feng Tianxi wasn't an illegitimate child. Instead, he had an even closer relationship with Yang Kai, for he was the latter's human self. "Head manager." Feng Tianxi called out to her. For some reason, he felt there was something off about the head manager's gaze when she looked at him. Hua Qingxi came to her senses and cast away her wild ideas before saying, "Is there any great territory you'd like to go to?" Feng Tianxi shook his head with a smile, "No. I'm fine with any assignment given to me." After pondering for a moment, Hua Qingxi said, "In that case, you should probably head to Profound Nether Territory. The Palace Master is in charge of that place on paper. However, since there's an agreement in place, he can't make a move as he pleases. As such, he decided to return here to cultivate." Feng Tianxi didn't understand when she mentioned the agreement, but when he learned that Yang Kai was in charge of Profound Nether Territory, he nodded joyfully. "I'll go to Profound Nether Territory, then." Certainly, he had to take a look at the great territory where the Tao Lord was in charge. "Good. If you are interested, once you arrive at Profound Nether Territory, you can look for a little young man named Yang Shao. His squad is recruiting members who are experts in the Tao of space. You can make your own decision, of course, and this is by no means an order. In fact, no one in Profound Nether Territory will give you any orders. You'll be free to do as you see fit there," Hua Qingxi explained with a smile. "Stinking brat, I've done my best to help you. As for whether you'll be able to keep him, that depends on your own capabilities." Martial Peak, Chapter 5605, 10 Directions Supreme. A few years ago, Yang Shao had sent a message to Hua Qingxi and asked her to look out for disciples from the Void Tao Temple who had cultivated the Tao of space. Although quite a number of disciples had left the Void Tao Temple over the years, there still weren't a lot of them. As such, there were even fewer people who were skilled in the Tao of space. Hua Qingxi had recommended 2 people so far, but unfortunately, their mastery over the Tao of space was not up to Yang Zhao's standards. Fang Tianci, on the other hand, was a suitable candidate. Nevertheless, it wasn't like she could force Fang Tianci to do anything. She had only given him a suggestion. As for whether he would look for Yang Zhao, that was his decision to make. Disciple understands, Fang Tianci nodded. Then, Hua Qingxi gave him a universe chart. Head to profound nether territory on your own, then. Don't forget to check in at the army headquarters and register your name when you arrive. Yes. Fang Tianci replied and put away the universe chart before leaping into the air. He only had to pass through one great territory to go from high heaven territory to profound nether territory. It was also the great territory where the supreme headquarters was located, so it was safe. In fact, as long as the 13 great territory battlefields on the front lines were not broken through, the defense at the back would remain impenetrable. Fang Tianci kept checking the universe chart to verify his location while sometimes using space principles to hasten his pace. A month later, he passed through the great territory where the supreme headquarters was located and arrived at profound nether territory. Then, he intercepted a squad of people, who seemed like they were heading back from the battlefield to get some rest, and asked them for directions. Following that, he headed straight to the universe fragment where the army headquarters of profound nether territory was located. Upon his arrival, he reported his name and background. After his information was registered, he received an identity token. The person handling this matter for him was a beautiful woman who was only a third-order master. Due to her weak cultivation, she could not contribute much in terms of war potential, so she dealt with administrative matters as part of the support staff. The woman was very patient, and upon learning that it was Fang Tianci's first time in profound nether territory and that he had never fought with the Black Ink clan before, she explained many things to him, which Fang Tianci was grateful for. Then, Fang Tianci asked, "Do you know Yang Zhao?" The woman's eyes brightened when she heard that, "Sir Yang Zhao? I know him, of course. Are you looking for him?" Fang Tianci was startled. Hua Qingxi only told him to come to profound nether territory and look for Yang Zhao if he was interested, but she never gave him any details. He initially thought that it would be hard to look for one person on this vast battlefield, but it now seemed that it wasn't so difficult. Since a cultivator dealing with administrative tasks in the rear was aware of Yang Zhao's name, it seemed that he was pretty famous. However, when Fang Tianci realized that the woman was blushing, he knew that Yang Zhao was not just famous for his battle record. Just as he expected, when the woman realized that he was looking for Yang Zhao, she appeared more enthusiastic. "Why are you looking for Sir Yang Zhao, senior brother?" Fang Tianci explained, "I just came from High Heaven Palace where the head manager told me to look for him." The woman's eyes became even brighter. "You're from High Heaven Palace?" Yang Kai was in charge of profound nether territory on paper, and he was the palace master of High Heaven Palace. Many of the cultivators in this place also came from High Heaven Palace. There was no doubt that High Heaven Palace was the most famous great force in the entire profound nether territory. Even the cave heavens and paradises were no match for it. "Do you have a universe chart?" the woman asked. Yes, Fang Tianci promptly fished out his universe chart and passed it to her. The woman took it and surged her divine sense before giving it back to him. "Sir Yang Zhao's squad always remains on the front lines. Recently, they're supposed to be getting some rest at this forward outpost. If you head over now, you might find them there." Fang Tianci looked into the universe chart and saw a marked location in profound nether territory. "Many thanks," he nodded gratefully. Following that, he was ready to leave. "Wait a moment." The woman called out to him. "Is there anything else, junior sister?" The woman bashfully passed him a space ring. Fang Tianci was puzzled as to what was going on. The woman said sheepishly, "Please pass this to Sir Yang Zhao. Since I can't fight the enemy directly, I'd like to give Sir Yang Zhao some pills that can heal his wounds and restore his energy. Please tell him to stay safe." "All right," Fang Tianci nodded. Although he had never met Yang Zhao before, he thought that the latter must be quite popular among the ladies. That was why this woman only wanted to give some pills to Yang Xiao even though there were so many soldiers at the front line. By the way, my name is Yun Shi. The woman added. Fang Tianci was torn between tears and laughter, thinking that Yang Xiao might not even know who this woman was if he gave him her name. Following the directions in the universe chart, Fang Tianci took a few days to arrive at the forward outpost. However, before he even entered the place, he was stopped. Although he had shown them his identity token, he was still asked to enter a purifying array. The soldiers who fought with the enemy were at risk of being corrupted by black ink strength. Once that happened, they would become black ink disciples, who didn't look different from the normal cultivators. Because it was impossible to tell a black ink disciple from an ordinary human just by observing them, a large purifying array was arranged at every forward outpost. Its design was based on the interior of a purifying black ink battleship and it contained a lot of purifying light. Anyone who had been corrupted by black ink strength or had become a black ink disciple would have that black ink strength dispelled by purifying light the moment they stepped into this array. Someone who hadn't been corrupted by black ink strength wouldn't lose anything by entering it. When there was a change of affairs in profound nether territory back then, some black ink disciples tried to sneak into the forward outposts. However, their black ink strength was purified by the purifying array, which allowed them to regain their original nature. Soon, the Black Ink clan stopped doing such a futile thing. All the same, the purifying array remained, for some cultivators might be accidentally corrupted by black ink strength. The array could save their lives. The moment Fang Tianci stepped out of the array, he was amazed by what he saw. The huge forward outpost was like a prosperous city. The streets were neat and clean, with shops lining them for as far as the eye could see. There was also a massive number of people walking around. The cultivators who moved around this place were all open heaven realm masters. Fang Tianci had never seen so many open heaven realm masters in one place before, and this was just one of the forward outposts operated by the humans. It was said that there were a total of 10 similar forward outposts in profound nether territory. That wasn't even including the headquarters at the rear. Nonetheless, it also made Fang Tianci realize how formidable the Black Ink clan must be. So many open heaven realm masters had gathered in the same great territory, yet they were still unable to destroy the Black Ink clan, which went to show how powerful the enemy was. The cultivators were mostly in groups of 3 to 5 people, with some bigger groups reaching a dozen or so. Rarely was anyone on his own like Fang Tianci. While he was looking around, someone came up to him and cupped his fist. "Greetings, senior brother." Fang Tianci looked around, but upon confirming that the other party was speaking to him, he saluted him back with an awkward expression. "What's the matter, junior brother?" The other party's aura suggested that he was a 5th order master. Given the fact that Fang Tianci was a 6th order master, it was only reasonable that he called him junior brother. If they were in the same sect, seniority would be important. If they were not from the same sect, they would usually address each other according to their cultivation. "Is it your first time here, senior brother? If so, please come with me." Saying so, the person passionately took his sleeve and tried to drag him away. Fang Tianci found it strange. "Is it so obvious that it's my first time here?" Unbeknownst to him, his reaction was indeed conspicuous to the others. Only a cultivator who arrived at this place for the first time would be curious about his surroundings. Just then, another person leaped forward and intercepted them before politely greeting Fang Tianci. "Well met, senior brother." Then, he looked at the 5th order master, who was holding Fang Tianci's sleeve, and said, "Brother Zhou, it's Fei Yun squad's turn this time. You've crossed the line by snatching him like this." Brother Zhou shook his head. "There are only a few people in the Fei Yun squad. I told you to merge yours with another squad, but you just wouldn't listen to me. So what if you manage to persuade him to join your squad? You won't keep him for long." The cultivator from Fei Yun's squad snapped, "Nonsense. All 4 of us in the Fei Yun squad are above the 5th order. In fact, squad leader Chai is a 6th order master. All of us are powerful, so how could you compare us to the other squads? It's not like our squad leader isn't a 6th Order Master. Senior brother, we have one 6th Order Master and two 5th Order Masters in the Thousand Mountain Squad. There are 6 people in total. Given our collective power, we're even able to deal with a feudal lord if we come across one. Don't listen to his nonsense, senior brother. If his Thousand Mountain Squad ran into a feudal lord, they'd immediately run away instead of fighting. The Fei Yin Squad is different. We accidentally bumped into a feudal lord the other day, and under squad leader Chai's leadership, not only did we manage to withdraw safely, but we also dealt that feudal lord a painful blow. Fang Tianci was perplexed as he listened to these two, but after giving it some thought, he soon realized what was going on. Apart from the 6 great territories where things remained unchanged, the other great territories didn't have any 8th Order Masters and territory lords involved directly in the war. As such, both the humans and the Black Ink clan had scattered their soldiers around. The humans relied heavily on squads as they hunted the Black Ink clansmen down. Apparently, when these two people saw that Fang Tianci was new to this place, and as such wasn't part of any squad, they decided to recruit him into theirs. Nonetheless, Hua Qingxi had already given him a suggestion regarding this matter. Even if she hadn't, Fang Tianci wasn't ready to join any squad in a hurry. At the very least, he had to figure out the current state of affairs in Profound Nether territory first. One had to sharpen his tools before starting to work. It was crucial to collect more information first. Fang Tianci raised his hand to stop them from arguing and cupped his fist with a smile. Many thanks for inviting this Fang to your squads, but I'm afraid I must decline. Before coming to Profound Nether territory, head manager Hua told me to look for a certain senior brother. Both of the recruiters instantly fell silent while the brother Zhou smiled helplessly. You already have somewhere to go? In that case, please forgive our rudeness. Then, he asked curiously, who are you looking for, senior brother? Fang Tianci had the intention of asking them about Yang Shao. After all, they seemed to be stationed at this forward outpost, so they should be familiar with the goings-on in this place. He then told them he was looking for Yang Shao. Instantly, they wore respectful looks. Are you from High Heaven Palace, senior brother? Yes. I see. If you're looking for senior brother Yang, you just have to wait here for a few days. Senior brother Yang has just taken his 10 Directions Supreme Squad out on a hunt. I suppose it'll take him some time before he returns. 10 Directions Supreme Squad? After pondering for a moment, Fang Tianci replied with a smile, that's an interesting name for senior brother Yang's squad. The two of them exchanged glances and let out a dry laugh. The squad's name was more than just being interesting, for its full name was, My Adoptive Father in All 10 Directions Reigns Supreme, but I am second to him. Martial Peak, Chapter 5606, Somewhat Strange. Upon learning that Yang Zhao's squad would come back sometime later, Fang Tianci decided to wait beside the purifying array. That way, as soon as Yang Shao returned, Fang Tianci would find out about it, ensuring that he wouldn't miss the chance to meet him. Having cultivated for thousands of years already, Fang Tianci had grown to be a patient person. He could wait for years at a time, let alone a few days. No one came up to him again. As such, he was able to sit down and cultivate with peace of mind. Some 10 days later, Fang Tianci heard some shouts of excitement while he was cultivating. The 10 Directions Supreme Squad has returned. They've done something big this time by destroying a Black Ink clan army of 30,000. For real? It's true. I heard that they've even killed 8 feudal lords this time. He's just as formidable as his father. Well, that's nothing. We could do the same if our squad had so many powerful members. What nonsense are you saying? It's extremely difficult to destroy a Black Ink clan army of 30,000. No one would dare to challenge so many Black Ink clansmen if they weren't capable enough. Usually, it'll take more than 10 squads and at least the same number of 7th Order Masters to deal with so many Black Ink clansmen. The 10 Directions Supreme Squad hadn't sought any external help this time. Furthermore, it seems that they've returned unscathed. As Fang Tianci listened to the noise around him, he realized something and opened his eyes, only to see the cultivators around him staring fixedly at the purifying array. There was a look of reverence on their faces, as though they were waiting for a heroic general who had just won a great war to return. As a light flashed across the purifying array, a figure emerged. He was a young man who was clad in white robes. Even his hair was silvery white. Not only did he look handsome, but he also appeared noble and imposing. The moment he appeared, the people around him started greeting him hospitably. It seemed that this white-robed young man was quite popular in this forward outpost. The men looked at him with admiration while the women stared at him with fervor, as though they were trying to melt the young man with their eyes. They kept greeting him by calling him Big Brother Yang Shao and Sir Yang Shao. Is this the Yang Shao that the head manager told me to look for? Fang Tianci examined the young man and realized that the latter was indeed an outstanding individual. After stepping out of the array, Yang Shao greeted everyone with a faint smile. He wasn't aloof, but he wasn't passionate either. However, what puzzled Fang Tianci was that there was an old-looking turtle the size of a small plate sitting on the young man's head, looking just like a hat. As though noticing his stare, the old turtle extended his neck and took a look at him. Fang Tianci was startled, for this small turtle was obviously a powerful master. The aura he exuded momentarily suggested that he was no less powerful than a 7th-order master. Following behind Yang Shao was a woman who was also clad in a white dress. Fang Tianci wasn't sure if it was just his delusion, but he felt that the woman and the Tao Lord looked similar. Then, more figures shuffled out of the array. Following behind Yang Shao and the white-robed woman were 2 young men and 1 young woman. One of the men looked like an honest and cheerful person, but something seemed to be troubling him as he kept shaking his head. The woman walked alongside him as she whispered to him. Although she was gorgeous, her expression was frigid, like an unsheathed blade. Fang Tianci only looked at her for a moment, but he still felt as though something had pierced into his soul. The other young man had a distinct bowl-cut hairstyle. Just like Yang Shao at the front, he kept greeting the cultivators around him, seemingly enjoying the attention. Behind them was an ancient ominous beast. On its head sat a stone man with his arms crossed, looking as though he was full of himself. Meanwhile, riding on the ominous beast's back were a young boy and a young girl. The young boy appeared to be adorable, but when he smiled, his mouth tore apart and revealed a hideous set of teeth. On the other hand, the young girl appeared quite cute and delicate. This 10 Directions Supreme Squad's members are a bit strange. Despite their eccentricity, Fang Tianci could feel that they were all powerful. None of the members in the squad were weak, as most of them exuded a might equivalent to 7th-order masters. As for those who didn't, they were all 6th-order masters. It was no wonder that this squad was able to destroy a Black Ink clan army of 30,000. Any Black Ink clan army would be doomed if they came across such a lineup. Nevertheless, the fact that they were completely unharmed illustrated just how strong they were. The head manager had given Fang Tianci a good recommendation. If he could join such a squad, Fang Tianci would never be bored again. After giving it some thought, he stepped forward and soon arrived in front of Yang Shao. Then, he cupped his fist and said, "High Heaven Palace, Fang Tianci, greets senior brother Yang." It wasn't until this moment that he realized the Tao Lord and this senior brother shared the surname Yang. Are they related in any way? However, Yang Shao looked nothing like Yang Kai. On the other hand, the white-robed woman beside him resembled the Tao Lord quite a bit. Oh. Yang Shao looked at him with surprise. "You're from High Heaven Palace?" Yang Shao found the other man unfamiliar. Since he didn't know him, he reckoned that the latter was a newly promoted 6th-order master. "Yes. The head manager said you're recruiting members, and she told me to look for you." Hearing that, Yang Shao appeared pleasantly surprised. "Head manager Hua told you to look for me?" He then realized that this guy was from the Void Dao Temple, otherwise, head manager Hua wouldn't have asked him to seek him out. At that moment, Yang Xiao started feeling expectant. Hua Qingxi had recommended 2 people previously, but unfortunately, their abilities were not up to his standards. As such, he recommended them to other squads. Anyway, cultivators who had cultivated the Tao of Space were universally welcomed, so they were soon accepted. When fighting with the Black Ink clan, even though strong masters could help kill more enemies, there would also be times when escaping was essential. In times like these, cultivators who had cultivated the Tao of Space proved to be invaluable. On all the battlefields, there was no doubt that the disciples from the Void Tao Temple were the most popular, especially those who had cultivated the Tao of Space. Once such people appeared, countless squads would invite them to join them by offering many perks. Yang Xiao was eager to find out Fang Tianxi's abilities, so without hesitation, he turned to the honest-looking young man and said, "Junior brother Zhao, give him a test." Zhao Yibai stepped forward and motioned for Fang Tianxi to follow him. Fang Tianxi knew that it was a test he had to pass if he wanted to join the 10 Direction Supreme Squad. As such, he followed the other man without any questions. Soon, they left the forward outpost and disappeared into the void. An hour later, they returned together. While Zhao Yibai remained calm and collected, Fang Tianxi seemed to be lost in his thoughts. The test was nothing special as Fang Tianxi was only tested on his utilization of the Tao of Space. Fang Tianxi was initially confident, but he never expected that Zhao Yibai was also a master of the Tao of Space. Moreover, Zhao Yibai had a greater mastery over this grand Tao than he did. There was no doubt that Fang Tianxi had been defeated by the other man when it came to the Tao of Space, and it wasn't because Zhao Yibai was an order above him, but rather because his comprehension of the Tao of Space was greater. Fang Tianxi felt that he had learned a lot, and he also came to realize that there were always people beyond people. How was it? Yang Xiao asked eagerly. Zhao Yibai gently nodded in response. Yang Xiao guffawed and passionately patted Fang Tianxi's shoulder. "From now on, you're a member of the 10 Direction Supreme Squad. We can finally do something greater." His squad was basically unrivaled in the entire profound Nether territory. Others were envious that they were able to kill enemies with ease, but the truth was, how was it possible for them to improve themselves if they felt no pressure? Only the weak bullied those weaker than themselves, while those who were strong challenged those who were stronger. Their goal wasn't to make a name for themselves in profound Nether territory. Instead, they wanted to storm into the great territories that the Black Ink clansmen had occupied, destroy their Black Ink nests, and ruthlessly kill all the Black Ink clansmen they could find. However, if they wanted to do that, they would face a huge risk even though their squad members were powerful. As such, they needed enough power to protect themselves. They initially had such a member. Back then, with Lu Yen and Zhao Yibai joining forces, they could escape if they came across enemies they were unable to defeat. However, after Lu Yen returned to the star boundary to cultivate in seclusion in her phoenix nest, the squad's mobility and ability to escape had been significantly reduced. That was why Yang Xiao sent a message to Hua Qingxi, asking her to look out for people who were experts in the Tao of Space. Since Fang Tianxi had passed Zhao Yibai's test, there was no doubt that he had gained the latter's acknowledgement. Yang Xiao had faith in Zhao Yibai's judgment. "Come on. I'll introduce our members to you," Yang Xiao said enthusiastically. As he introduced the squad members to Fang Tianxi, the cultivators around them were envious. They knew what it would mean if one could join the 10 Direction Supreme Squad. However, they also knew that it wasn't easy to become one of them. Yang Xiao wasn't interested in anyone who wasn't capable enough. Although it was Fang Tianxi's first time meeting these people, he somehow felt as though he had known them for a long time. As such, he became close to them very quickly. He sincerely admired Zhao Yibai as he cupped his fist and said, "Please give me more guidance in the future, senior brother Zhao." Zhao Yibai smiled frankly. "If there's some free time, we can discuss the Tao of Space and have a friendly competition. Since you've cultivated the Tao of Space, you must be from the Void Tao Temple and have inherited the honored master's grand Tao." As such, you shouldn't underestimate yourself. Honored master? Feng Tianci was stunned. Yang Xiao smilingly wrapped his arm around Feng Tianci's shoulders. Junior brother Zhao is my adoptive father's first legacy disciple. Adoptive father? Feng Tianci was astounded. I'm talking about the Dao Lord as you all call him, Yang Xiao explained nonchalantly. Then, he appeared somewhat envious. That old man certainly has had some fun by building a Dao temple in his small universe. If I had one of the 4 universe pillars in a small universe, I would have done the same. Feng Tianci was bewildered. Hua Qingxi only told him to come look for Yang Xiao, but she didn't give him many details. It wasn't until this moment that he realized many members of this squad were closely related to the Dao Lord. The Dao Lord's adoptive son, little sister, and 3 legacy disciples were all members. Certainly, Feng Tianci was aware of Zhao Yi Bai and the other 2 legacy disciples. When he was cultivating in the Dao temple back then, he was informed that the Dao Lord had taken on 3 disciples in the void world. They were all legendary figures, but they were now standing right in front of him. Upon that realization, Feng Tianci felt relieved. It was no wonder that Zhao Yi Bai had a better grasp of the Dao of space. He was the Dao Lord's first disciple who inherited his Dao of space. It wasn't surprising that he was more skillful in this grand Dao. It was only reasonable that Feng Tianci was defeated. Martial Peak, Chapter 5607, You Should Not Follow the Crooked Path. Feng Tianci felt that the head manager had found him a wonderful squad to be a part of. Initially, he only decided to take a look at Yang Xiao in profound nether territory after getting a suggestion from the head manager, but he hadn't made up his mind yet to join his squad. After all, he had been cultivating in seclusion in the star boundary since he left the void world. As such, he knew little about the 3,000 worlds. He had his own ideas, but he would also accept kind recommendations. He had passed Zhao Yi Bai's test, and he acknowledged that the latter had a better grasp of the Dao of space. By cultivating alongside such a powerful person, he would gain immense benefits. However, he soon realized that the 10 Directions Supreme Squad did not only have senior brother Zhao, but also senior sister Zhao and senior brother Su. The Dao Lord's 3 disciples had respectively inherited his 3 primary grand Daos. By joining the 10 Directions Supreme Squad, it would mean that Feng Tianci had a chance to frequently exchange insights on these grand Daos with them. It was a good reason for him to join the squad. An energetic Yang Xiao declared, since that is settled, we should go and get some resources first, then, we'll throw a welcome party for junior brother Feng. When we're done getting prepared, we'll set off. They could finally leave the profound nether territory and roam the great territories that the Black Ink clan had occupied. Yang Xiao could not wait to get started. The others were naturally fine with it. Over the years, Yang Xiao had been the one leading the squad. It wasn't that he was the strongest. In fact, the 7th Order Masters in the squad were all equally powerful. It was just that the others had no interest in managing the squad's affairs, so they decided to let Yang Xiao take charge of everything. At the mention of resources, Feng Tianci suddenly recalled something and fished out a space ring. By the way, senior brother Yang, when I was at the army headquarters the other day, a junior sister named Yunxi told me to pass this to you. There are some pills inside. Before he could finish his words, he felt a forceful clasp on his shoulder, which caused him some pain. Feng Tianci was astounded, thinking that Yang Zhao's strength was quite intense. What are you talking about, junior brother? I don't understand. Feng Tianci was confused, so he tried to explain again. Senior brother, it was a junior sister named Yunxi. Hee. A melodious laugh was suddenly heard from the side. Feng Tianci reckoned that it was Yang Shue's voice, and he could feel that Yang Xiao was shuddering. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Xiao glaring at him. Junior brother, you should not follow the crooked path. Feng Tianci was puzzled. Without explaining further, Yang Xiao left him and walked up to Yang Shui before whispering to her. Feng Tianci could faintly hear him saying, I don't know any such woman. Don't listen to his nonsense. Zhao Yibai came over and patted Fang Tianxi's shoulder with a smile. Let's go, junior brother Fang. A worried Fang Tianxi said, senior brother Yang. He had it coming. Zhao Ye walked past them and snorted. In a dense forest, the sprawling branches seemed to be connected. All the trees were gigantic, and their crowns were so vast that when one looked down at the continent from above, it was as though it was a sea of green. Although many humans lived in the myriad monsters world now, the environment hadn't changed much. Such wilderness had been sustained for uncountable years, so not much change would happen in a short time. In this dense forest, danger was hidden everywhere. The roles of hunters and prey could be flipped upside down in an instant. A more powerful creature might just be hiding somewhere behind, waiting to pounce on its prey and gnaw at it. It was the perfect representation of natural selection. In such an environment, the monster race had an unrivaled advantage when it came to their cultivation. The heavenly way and principles of this world favored monster race too. It was made even more conspicuous after a world tree clone was planted several hundred years ago. More and more great monsters broke through their shackles and shook off the universe world's shackles, allowing them to head out into the expansive outer universe to explore the unknown. As the strongest great monsters left, the original balance was shattered. After several hundred years of change, there was now a new order in this world. Even though it was daytime, it was still extremely dark in the forest as the tree crowns blocked all sunlight. An arm-thick snake with glistening skin slithered around a branch and approached its target in silence, a tree cave in the trunk that exuded the aura of blood and flesh. Although the snake was furtive, the prey in the tree cave still noticed its presence. Just as the snake stuck its head into the tree cave, a gray shadow dashed out at the speed of lighting. The snake seemed prepared. The moment the gray shadow appeared, the snake shot forward and opened its hideous mouth before biting down. The gray shadow howled in pain, but it couldn't get rid of the snake. As poison entered its body, the gray shadow soon stopped moving. The snake then wrapped its body around the trunk and widened its bloody mouth. It was ready to enjoy its meal. Unbeknownst to it, there was a shadow behind it that moved slightly. The shadow perfectly blended into the tree's shadow, ensuring no one could see it. The shadow had seen the snake successfully take down its prey, but it remained unmoving, which showed how patient it was. Just as the snake was deluged with the joy of having killed its prey, the dark shadow leapt out. Compared to the snake, there was no doubt that the dark shadow was smaller, but it was extremely agile and appeared behind the snake in the blink of an eye before biting its neck. The snake hissed in pain as its figure started writhing and fell to the ground. The dark shadow quickly leapt away with a piece of flesh in its mouth and gulped it down. As a metallic tang permeated the area, the snake hissed wildly as it coiled up and raised its head high to intimidate the opponent. However, the dark shadow remained unfazed. As it stepped on the fallen leaves, it made no noise. It just kept circling the snake, patiently waiting for a chance to strike. This kind of life-and-death battle frequently took place in the forest. The winner would enjoy its delicious meal while the loser ended up in the other's stomach. Half an hour later, the battle ended. The snake lay on the ground with countless wounds on its body, many of which were bone deep. The dark shadow was the winner as it now devoured its prey. However, the dark shadow soon collapsed to the ground. Although it had gained victory, it wasn't unharmed. Its prey resisted fiercely and bit the dark shadow several times earlier. As such, the dark shadow had been struck with poison. This kind of poison wasn't lethal, but it would make the dark shadow black out for a while. However, in such a dangerous forest, the dark shadow probably wouldn't wake up again. An incense stick later, the sound of something brushing through the canopy was heard in this silent forest and several figures dexterously jumped from branch to branch. Although the human race had started living in the myriad monsters world over 200 years ago, this world remained a treasure trove that was yet to be fully exploited. Apart from monster beasts in this world, the things that were most useful to the humans were spirit flowers and herbs. After all, this was a universe world where ancient wilderness remained unexplored, and monster race knew nothing about alchemy. Other than the spirit herbs that could be consumed directly, the rest wasn't put to good use. As such, the humans living in this place would come together and enter the forest to collect precious resources every so often, gaining massive rewards each time. However, this came with many risks. Although Yang Kai had told the great monsters in the myriad monsters world they could not hunt the humans back then, this kind of thing couldn't be prevented entirely. There were still some monster beasts who retained their wild nature and who functioned more on instinct than reason, so if they came across a human on their own, they would normally just eat them. Under most circumstances, the humans and monster race got along fairly well in the myriad monsters world. Neither side made a move on the other for no reason, which was why the humans dared to enter the forest and collect herbs. Without Yang Kai's restriction in the past, these human cultivators would have been destroyed the moment they stepped into the forest. Suddenly, a petite figure stopped in her tracks. She looked like a beautiful young woman in her early 20s, and her aptitude was clearly quite good as she was already in the separation and reunion boundary. The metallic tang in the air was obvious, so she certainly noticed it. As she looked around, she soon saw the bloodied battlefield. She leaped from the branches and landed beside the snake. Then, she saw the dark shadow lying on the ground. Junior sister, another figure landed beside her. He seemed to be a young man who was a few years older. The young woman pointed at the dark shadow and said, "It's a shadow leopard." "Is it dead?" the man asked. "I don't think so," the young woman replied. Then, she placed her hand on the shadow leopard's neck and said affirmatively, "It's still alive, but I think it's been struck with poison." The man urged her by saying, "Ignore it. In the myriad monsters world, it's only normal that monster beasts fight with each other. We should focus on our mission. However, if we ignore it, it will be eaten by other monster beasts." The woman didn't have the heart to let the small leopard die, so she looked up at the man. "Please save it, senior brother." The man frowned as he wasn't willing to have a hand in the affairs between monster beasts, so he dissuaded her, saying, "It would be terrible if its parents misunderstand us. This shadow leopard is still very young, so perhaps its parents are nearby." The young woman replied, "If they were nearby, they would have saved it already. Its parents must be dead. It's such a pity that this leopard has to start hunting at such a young age." As she recalled certain memories, she felt a lump in her throat. She went on to say, "Moreover, it's fine even if its parents come looking for it. We'll just give the leopard back to them. Please save it, senior brother." As she tipped her head back, she looked at the man with teary eyes. The man didn't have the heart to see the woman cry, so he raised his hands and gave in. "All right. We'll save it. Stop crying." The young woman instantly stopped crying and smiled. "You're the best, senior brother." Then, she crouched down and picked up the shadow leopard. "Let's go, senior brother. Are you going to carry it just like this?" "Yes." "Shouldn't you give it a detoxifying pill and dress up its wounds?" Ah, only then did the young woman come to her senses and start treating the little leopard. Since they had to enter the forest to collect spirit herbs frequently, they always made sure to bring some detoxifying pills with them as they never knew what they might encounter. Such pills were useful at this moment. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5608, Shadow Leopard. In the expansive universe, there were countless sects and great forces. The cave heavens and paradises had a long history with ample heritage, and were unrivaled in the 3,000 worlds. As such, they were considered first class. Under the cave heavens and paradises, the great forces with mid-rank open heaven realm masters assuming command were considered second class. For the great forces that didn't even have any mid-rank open heaven realm masters, they were classified as third class. Supposedly, the universe should be filled with the lowest class great forces, but the truth was, second-class great forces came in the largest number in the 3,000 worlds. Mid-rank open heaven realm ranged from the 4th order to the 6th order, and as long as a cultivator's aptitude wasn't too terrible, he or she could make an initial breakthrough to the second or third order open heaven realm. After that, given enough time, effort, and resources, such a person would become a fourth order master. As such, there were a lot of fourth order and fifth order masters in any great territory, while there would be quite a number of sixth order masters as well. However, even if the two great forces were both second class, the difference in their heritages could be immense. As long as there was a single fourth order master in a sect, it was considered second class. On the other hand, a sect with several sixth order masters in charge was also considered second class, but no one would say two such sects were comparable. Great Feather Pavilion was a below-average second-class great force. At the peak of its power, it only had 2 fifth-order masters and 4 fourth-order masters. This kind of heritage could only be described as ordinary. However, even a great force like Great Feather Pavilion had occupied a great territory and had it named after their sect. Following the Black Ink clan's invasion, however, all great forces, no matter their size or strength, had no choice but to give up on their heritages and evacuate to high heaven territory, even the cave heavens and paradises. Back then, Great Feather Pavilion was visited by a human squad that was deployed from the barren territory. Following their instructions, they met up with the great forces from the other nearby great territories and headed to high heaven territory. Although they experienced some dangers along the way, they safely arrived at their destination. Their lives in high heaven territory were hard. At that time, there were countless cultivators from different great forces that had gathered together. Just like those from Great Feather Pavilion, they had left their homes and didn't have a place to stay. There were 2 universe worlds in high heaven territory. One of them was the star boundary and the other was the demon realm. No ordinary people could go to the former, while the latter wasn't suitable for most people to live in. Since there was a lack of space and resources, everyone from Great Feather Pavilion was filled with a sense of despair. It wasn't until High Heaven Palace sent them to a universe world in the new great territory that they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After such a traumatizing experience, everyone from the elders down to the lowest disciples of the sect realized just how miserable it was to be weak. However, it was extremely difficult to increase one's strength. Therefore, when the masters of the star boundary spread word about the myriad monsters world, the open heaven realm masters from Great Feather Pavilion all headed to profound nether territory without hesitation to join the war against the Black Ink clan so that they could earn military merits, which could be traded for the right to live in the myriad monsters world. The appearance of the myriad monsters world was like a beacon of hope for the weaker great forces. They didn't have the right to enter the star boundary, but the myriad monsters world represented a new beginning. As long as they could let their juniors cultivate in the myriad monsters world, they would get nourishment from the world tree clone. Perhaps there would be a prodigy who could directly ascend to the 6th order or 7th order in the future. Just one such person would be enough to help them overcome their destitute destiny. Finally, when the myriad monsters world was opened up, the first batch of people from Great Feather Pavilion settled down in that place. Initially, there were only 10 or so disciples from their sect, but as time passed, more and more moved into the myriad monsters world. They occupied a small spirit peak and rebuilt Great Feather Pavilion. Although the beginning was tough, they were no longer in the position like that of several hundred years ago where they were unable to even imagine a future for themselves. Now, there were 8,000 to 10,000 great forces that had settled down in the myriad monsters world, and there would surely be even more in the future. Fortunately, the myriad monsters world was vast. When Yang Kai inspected this place back then, he realized that it was much larger than an average universe world. If it wasn't, it couldn't have accommodated so many great forces. Presently, the open heaven realm masters above the 3rd order from Great Feather Pavilion had headed to the battlefields to battle the enemy. Only several old and frail 2nd order masters stayed behind in the sect to teach the younger disciples. Fortunately, there wasn't much danger in the myriad monsters world. Otherwise, these 2nd order masters couldn't have ensured everyone's safety. Several young kids stood outside the sect's entrance and appeared expectant. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "Senior brothers and senior sisters are back." Following the cheers, many agile figures passed through the forest and approached them in the blink of an eye. There were fewer than 100 people, and they were all young people in their teens and 20s. The effectiveness of the World Tree clone's nourishment had a lot to do with cultivation and age. A young person with low cultivation would get the most benefits, while an old third-order Emperor Realm Master might not gain any benefits at all. Every quota to live in the myriad monsters world was valuable. As such, those from Great Feather Pavilion wouldn't dare to waste them, sending those young disciples who had excellent aptitudes to this place with the bare minimum of elders to look after them. Chatters and laughter were heard in front of the entrance. Soon, the young kids were attracted to a particular anomaly. It was a little beast with black and smooth fur. The little beast seemed to be injured as it was asleep in a senior sister's arms. Blood had seeped through the bandages around its body. The young kids surrounded the senior sister and chirruped. It appeared they had instantly become fond of this little beast. A young disciple asked, "Senior sister Qin Shui, is this a monster beast?" Qin Shui smiled and nodded, "It's a shadow leopard." The disciple extended his hand in an attempt to touch the shadow leopard, but he soon retracted it as he was worried that the shadow leopard would wake up suddenly and bite him. A second-order master asked, "What's going on?" Qin Shui then briefly relayed to him what happened to the snow leopard and asked, "Elder, can I raise it?" The elder replied, "I don't mind you raising it, but how do you intend to feed it?" "I can bring it out and do some hunting." The elder shook his head. When that sir planted the World Tree clone in this place 300 years ago, he made an agreement with the great monsters that both races should coexist harmoniously and that we couldn't harm each other for no reason. Although there have been incidents of monster beasts hunting humans over the years, that was mostly related to beasts who had retained their wild nature. As such, we couldn't settle the score with them. If you make a move on the monster race though, it will be a breach of the agreement between that sir and the monster race. If the monster race members flare up, no one can protect you. It was the first time Qin Shui heard about this, so she was caught in a dilemma. After pondering for a moment, she asked, "Will it be all right if we hunt some normal beasts?" The elder nodded, "That should be fine." Normal beasts were not part of the agreement. After all, some weaker cultivators still needed to eat to survive. An elated Qin Shui said, "I'll keep it for now, then. Now that it's hurt, it won't survive if we release it back to the forest. When it recovers, I'll let it go if it doesn't want to stay." "Good," the elder nodded. As such, the little shadow leopard was kept in the Great Feather Pavilion. Qin Shui was initially worried that the shadow leopard wouldn't be able to adapt to the new environment, but she soon realized that her concerns were unnecessary. Although the shadow leopard was still very young, it seemed to have some sentience as it knew who saved it. After it awakened, it didn't show any hostility towards Qin Shui. As Qin Shui took good care of the shadow leopard and it recovered quickly. When she went to visit the shadow leopard a month later, she realized that it was nowhere to be seen. She searched everywhere in Great Feather Pavilion but still couldn't find it. It seemed that the shadow leopard had left without a word. This made the young woman sad. However, after giving it some thought, she realized that a monster beast like the shadow leopard was supposed to live in the wild. By keeping it in the Great Feather Pavilion, it might wear away the leopard's instincts, which would inevitably weaken it. As such, she soon accepted this reality. It wasn't until half a year later that she came across the shadow leopard again. As though they were destined to meet again, Qin Shui bumped into the dark shadow when she was collecting spirit herbs in the forest. The shadow leopard walked up to her with obvious affection, which pleasantly surprised Qin Shui. They hadn't met for half a year, and the shadow leopard had grown much larger. She managed to collect more resources this time. As with the shadow leopard leading the way, she easily found a lot of precious herbs. Since then, collecting spirit herbs was the activity that she looked forward to the most. As time passed, both Qin Shui and the shadow leopard both grew stronger. The young woman had grown up to be a beautiful lady like a blooming flower. She had married her beloved senior brother and given birth to children. She lived a full and happy life. On the other hand, the shadow leopard had grown from a monster beast to a monster general, then a monster commander, and eventually an intimidating monster king. The great forces nearby knew that there was a monster king that was equivalent to an emperor realm master protecting the Great Feather Pavilion's territory. As such, the disciples from the Great Feather Pavilion were safe whenever they headed out to collect herbs or wander around. All this was because a young woman took the initiative to save a shadow leopard in the past. Others couldn't help feeling envious. Although they wanted to do the same, they didn't know where to start. Several hundred years later, heavy rain poured down from the sky as lightning struck through the night. Qin Shui heard a familiar growl when she was cultivating. Her expression changed as she immediately stopped. Then, she pressed her ear against the door and listened for a while. Following that, she dashed out of the Great Feather Pavilion and charged forward in the rain. Now, she was an Emperor Realm Master who had condensed her Tao seal. As long as she refined the 7 elements, she would be able to ascend to the open heaven realm. Her aptitude was fairly good, though not the best, so she had been refining 5th order materials over the years. As such, she could most likely directly ascend to the 5th order open heaven realm. One had to know that just a few hundred years ago, the strongest master in Great Feather Pavilion was only in the 5th order open heaven realm, and he had worked his way up to that level from the 3rd order. No one in Great Feather Pavilion's history had ever directly ascended to the 5th order in the past. All this was thanks to the World Tree clone's nourishment. Now, several people in the Great Feather Pavilion also had the potential to directly ascend to the 5th order. Although no one had yet shown the aptitude to reach the 6th order directly, there was no doubt Great Feather Pavilion was on the rise. Qin Shui's Emperor Qi blocked out the pouring rain for her as she dexterously ran forward and soon stood above a tall tree crown. When she looked up, she felt her chest tightening. On a peak that was several hundred meters above the ground, lightning struck and illuminated the entire world. She saw the well-built shadow leopard, who had been her friend for hundreds of years, standing on the peak and howling at the sky, no trace of fear in its voice. It's going to attempt a breakthrough. Qin Shui couldn't help but feel worried at this sight. Martial Peak, Chapter 5609, Snake King, please withdraw. Now, Qin Shui was no longer an inexperienced 20-year-old woman. At the very least, she was an Emperor Realm Master who had been living in the myriad monsters world for hundreds of years, so she was aware of many secrets that commoners did not know. This expansive universe had gone through 3 very long eras, which were the Primordial Era, the Early Ancient Era, and the Late Ancient Era. They were respectively ruled by the divine spirits, monster beasts, and finally the humans. In every era, the heavenly way favored these different rulers. In the Early Ancient Era, the heavenly way favored the monster race, and as such, it was easier for the monster race to cultivate. Following the fall of the Early Ancient Era and the arrival of the Late Ancient Era, humans rose to prominence. Therefore, the preference was shifted from the monster race to the humans. In other words, the humans were the current favorites in this universe. Perhaps it had something to do with the humans' influence on the heavenly way due to their rise in power. However, even though Qin Shui was an Emperor Realm Master, she couldn't form judgments of her own as she had only heard about such things from others. The only thing she was certain of was that the current era wasn't friendly to the monster race, making it more difficult for them to cultivate than the humans. The ancient cultivation techniques of the monster race had been lost to time, so most relied on the humans' open heaven realm method to achieve an ascension. In other words, they had to assume human forms to shatter their shackles. However, the myriad monsters world was a place which somehow preserved the aura of the early ancient era quite well. It was said that when the Lord of the Star Boundary arrived at this place several hundred years ago, the great monsters here had not only lost the ancient cultivation techniques, but they had also never met humans before. As such, how were they supposed to assume human forms and make use of the humans' open heaven realm cultivation method to break their innate shackles? Therefore, in the past, the great monsters were unable to get rid of the world's restrictions. Once they became monster kings, they were unable to improve any further. The Lord of the Star Boundary did not only plant a world tree clone here though, he had also taught the great monsters the primal art. It was thanks to him that the great monsters were able to continue cultivating. Therefore, in the myriad monsters world now, there were two methods the monster race could use to cultivate. One was to use the primal art left behind by the Lord of the Star Boundary, and the other was the human's open heaven realm method. There were pros and cons to both, so neither could be said to be superior. The monster race members had to make their own decisions. Many monster beasts became close to humans when they were still very young, and were subsequently raised by them. Since these monster beasts quickly learned how to assume human form, they naturally chose the human's cultivation method. However, a monster race member like the shadow leopard, who had always remained a beast, chose the primal art. It had been over 10 years since Qin Shui last met the shadow leopard, and at that time, she already felt that the beast was on the brink of achieving a breakthrough. Nevertheless, she hadn't heard any news from it since then. Much to her surprise, she heard the noise of its breakthrough on this stormy night. She had read a lot of ancient books and found out that monster race members who chose to achieve a breakthrough by using the primal art had to face a much greater risk than those who relied on the open heaven realm method. That was because monster race members cultivated the primal art by refining their monster cores, which were their very foundation. The stronger the monster core, the more powerful the monster race member was, but there were also a lot of uncertainties in this refining process. Qin Shui couldn't help feeling worried. She had spent the last few centuries with the shadow leopard, so she had already regarded it as her friend. In her heart, this monster race member was just as important as her husband and children. Now that the shadow leopard was at the most critical moment of its ascension, it was only natural that she was anxious. Just then, another roar reverberated across the sky. Following the roar, thick monster chi permeated the area as though it had materialized. In an instant, the peak was surrounded by a layer of fog kacha. As though responding to the shadow leopard's roar, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Qin Shui could faintly see that on the peak, the shadow leopard spat out a round object that soon hovered above its head. It was the shadow leopard's monster core. A bolt of lightning struck down at the small monster core like it was a long whip. Qin Shui flinched as though she was the one being whipped. She widened her eyes and looked intently at the shadow leopard. The originally still monster core started rotating around after being hit by the lightning. Threads of lightning whirled around the dark monster core and formed some cracks in it. The shadow leopard growled as its monster chi surged to repair its monster core. Just like how the humans had to go through a world baptism when achieving an ascension, monster race members experienced a similar trial. However, the current situation was more dangerous than the trials humans had to face. After all, the heavenly way was in favor of the humans presently. If a monster race member relied on the open heaven method to achieve a breakthrough, they were essentially complying with the heavenly way. However, if they chose the primal art, they were defying the heavens. As such, the wrath of lightning wasn't just a trial, but a heavenly tribulation. It was thanks to the primitive environment in the myriad monsters world that the tribulation was less severe. If a monster race member attempted a breakthrough in such a way in any other universe world, it would face an even more ferocious attack. Everything seemed frail beneath the heavenly tribulation. If the shadow leopard couldn't persevere, it would be killed and its monster core would be destroyed. However, if it could survive, it would gain massive benefits. Another even more powerful flash of lightning struck just then, causing monster core to spin even faster. Seeing this, Qin Shui set her mind at ease. She had known the shadow leopard for years, so she was aware of its capabilities. This kind of heavenly tribulation supposedly wouldn't cause the beast serious harm. She secretly prayed that her friend would not get too greedy. If she had known what would happen, she would have looked for the beast and discussed with it earlier. Nevertheless, given the shadow leopard's temperament, she reckoned that it was useless to talk to the beast about it. This fellow was obstinate. When it was still a little beast back then, it left Great Feather Pavilion without a word after it recovered. As the bolts of lightning continued to strike, the shadow leopard remained unmoving. It only kept howling in response, as though it was trying to shatter the sky. Who goes there? Qin Shui's expression turned cold abruptly as she charged forward in a particular direction. While in midair, a sword appeared in her hand. Jade Moon Sword Arts, 3,000 Sword Lights. A rain of sword lights poured down like a storm as countless trees were instantly leveled. However, momentary glint from within the chaos made Qin Shue's heart sink. Violent monster chi surged from below. The sword lights struck monster chi and disappeared, as though the latter was a mire. Certainly, Qin Shue hadn't fully unleashed her power, but it also showed how powerful the other party was. Finally, Qin Shue realized who had been acting furtively in this nearby place. It was a monster king, not a human. A series of hisses were heard. From the thick monster chi, a snake head that was as large as a house emerged. The snake head was angular, as though it was carved from a rock, and its scales looked extremely robust. The snake glowered at Qin Shue, who was standing on a nearby branch. There seemed to be a sense of ruthlessness behind those eyes. Rock Snake King. Qin Shue's pupils dilated, but she soon calmed herself down. Snake King, please withdraw. She secretly cursed, thinking that it indeed wouldn't be easy for the Shadow Leopard to achieve an ascension. Following the agreement between the Lord of the Star Boundary and the great monsters back then, the human race and monster race had been living together harmoniously in the myriad monsters world. However, the monster race still fought amongst themselves quite fiercely. Every living monster king made a name for itself by killing many other monster race members. The Shadow Leopard was no exception to this. When Qin Shue saw the Shadow Leopard for the first time, she felt that it was cute and adorable, but the truth was he was the most ferocious monster race member she was aware of. Moreover, it was quite arrogant. This kind of monster race member naturally had a lot of enemies. Qin Shue had saved the Shadow Leopard's life before. As such, a grateful Shadow Leopard never showed its wild side in front of her over the years. The Rock Snake King was one of the Shadow Leopard's enemies as their territories were next to each other. The Shadow Leopard was bullied by the snake when it was weak, so when it grew stronger, it was determined to get its revenge. Certainly, the Rock Snake King wouldn't allow its enemy to grow in power. If the Shadow Leopard passed through the tribulation and ascended above the Monster King realm, the Rock Snake King would be doomed. Therefore, the moment it realized that the Shadow Leopard was attempting a breakthrough, it slithered over and approached the Shadow Leopard in secret, waiting for a chance to deal a fatal blow to its enemy. Nonetheless, Qin Shue managed to detect its presence. The Rock Snake King was extremely powerful. Furthermore, its skin was as hard as steel. The Shadow Leopard had exchanged moves with it several times but could never defeat it outright. Although Qin Shue was an Emperor Realm Master, she didn't have the confidence to defeat the Snake King either. In fact, she might not even be able to protect herself. Even though it was difficult for monster race members to cultivate, they were innately more powerful than the humans when in the same realm. That was because they had robust physiques and spent much longer accumulating heritage. You dare make a move against me, human? The Rock Snake King glared at Qin Shue as it hissed and spoke human language. Qin Shue frowned and cupped her fist. Please forgive my earlier offense, Snake King. They had to comply with the agreement between the Lord of the Star Boundary and the great monsters, which was the very foundation of the human race's survival in the myriad monsters world. Without this agreement, the humans would find it hard to live in such a world. The Rock Snake King snorted, "Scram. I don't want to waste any time on you." Following that, its burly figure zigzagged towards the Shadow Leopard. Certainly, Qin Shue couldn't back down, otherwise, the Shadow Leopard's ascension would be interrupted. Let alone break through to a higher realm, it might even lose its life. A hint of hesitation flashed across Qin Shue's eyes, but she soon brought down her sword and sent a sword wave slashing across the route where the Snake King was heading, forming a crack on the ground. Please retreat, Snake King. Rain poured down from the dark sky as the small woman stood steadfastly on the tree branch in front of the Rock Snake King. The eyes on the snake head beamed with an insidious glow as it hissed rapidly. Soon, a human-like smile appeared on its face. Good, this king has never eaten a human before. I'll devour you before dealing with that stupid leopard. The moment it finished speaking, its snake head appeared in front of Qin Shui all of a sudden and opened its hideous mouth, emanating a pungent breath. It was as though the snake wanted to swallow Qin Shui in one fell swoop. Martial Peak, Chapter 5610, Hard to Settle. A terrible stink exuded from the snake's gruesome mouth. Qin Shui's petite figure was stuck inside the mouth as though she would be devoured at any moment. At the most critical moment, she resisted the snake's teeth with her sword. Following a violent impact, she was sent flying away, thus widening her gap with the rock snake king. Although the snake was heavy, it zigzagged forward at an incredible speed. As its monster chi surged, the trees along the way cracked and fell to the ground as though they were just straws. The moment Qin Shui stabilized herself, she felt an immense force coming from behind. She swung her sword and infused her emperor chi into it to protect her back. With a boom, the huge snake tail struck, almost shattering her protective emperor chi. Qin Shui staggered forward, but before she could regain her footing, she saw a green fog coming at her. She was astounded. Although she knew that it wasn't easy to deal with a monster king, it wasn't until she exchanged moves with the rock snake king that she realized how powerful the other party was. Initially, she just wanted to stop the rock snake king from harming the shadow leopard, but she soon realized that she couldn't deter the other party without going all out. Snake King, forgive my disrespect. She wielded her sword and cast the fog away with a flash of sword lights that soon formed a light screen and covered the snake. She had used the most powerful method she possessed to strike back. Good. The rock snake king was enraged. It let the sword lights rain on it and cut across its robust skin. As its blood streamed down from the wounds, it roared, "Since the agreement has been nullified, what are you all waiting for?" Qin Shui's expression changed drastically. "Snake King, you." The rock snake king smiled wickedly. "You're the one who broke the agreement first, so it is not our monster race's fault if your sect is destroyed. Several hundred years ago, that master who taught the monster race the primal art agreed with the strongest great monsters of the time, which stated that the two races must not harm each other for no reason. As such, both races had been living together harmoniously for the past few hundred years. However, the myriad monsters world originally belonged to monster race. More and more humans appeared in this place with each passing day, and although their existence posed no threat to the monster race, many of these humans had ample vitality in their bodies. Therefore, monster race members coveted them. If they could devour these cultivators, it would be beneficial to their growth. Many monster kings intended to eat these humans as food, however, they were unable to do so since there was an agreement in place. Nonetheless, several hundred years had passed, so the initial fear which enforced the agreement was less oppressive now. The monster race only needed a chance to nullify the agreement. Only now did Qin Shui figure out that the rock snake king did not only want to get its revenge, but was also plotting against the humans when it decided to interrupt the shadow leopard's ascension. Streams of monster chi started surging from all directions suddenly. They were all monster kings who were just as powerful as the rock snake king. These monster kings approached in the rain. Qin Shui was naturally flustered. Many figures emerged from Great Feather Pavilion and looked into the distance. The shadow leopard's ascension, the fight between Qin Shui and the Snake King, and the Snake King's roar were by no means quiet, so there was no way those from Great Feather Pavilion didn't hear them. Among the crowd, a young woman, who resembled Qin Shui, exclaimed with a flustered expression, "Mother is over there." Several second-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were in charge of the Great Feather Pavilion, sported solemn expressions. Given their strength, they were not afraid of those monster kings. Regardless of how powerful monster kings were, they hadn't broken free from the world's restrictions. On the other hand, even though their order was low, they were still Open Heaven Realm Masters. These monster kings were not comparable to them at all. However, these humans couldn't make a move, otherwise, the peace that had been sustained for hundreds of years in the myriad monsters world would be shattered. When that happened, the entire myriad monsters world would descend into chaos. They couldn't possibly bear the responsibility. How could Qin Shui be so foolish to make a move on a monster king? One second order master snapped. As he spoke, he took a step forward. I'll bring her back. The humans were not supposed to meddle in the monster race's affairs. Nevertheless, after the second order master took 2 steps forward, a figure stood in his way. She was the young woman who resembled Qin Shui, and although her cultivation was low, she still spread her arms and stood steadfastly there. You can't go, elder. Leopard King is achieving an ascension, and the Snake King is its enemy. If you bring mother back, Leopard King will be killed. If I don't bring your mother back, she will die. If she's killed by a monster king, we won't even be able to avenge her death. The second order elder stared at the young woman, who appeared hesitant. Step aside. The elder ordered. Tears welled up in the young woman's eyes as she didn't know what to do. After a sigh, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. I'll go over. He was also an Emperor Realm Master. The young woman called out in pleasant surprise, Father. The middle-aged man lovingly stroked the young woman's head and looked at the second order master. Please look after Schwanger, elder. The elder frowned and said solemnly, you mustn't act on a whim. The middle-aged man smiled, don't worry. The next moment, he turned into a ray of light and charged forward. Meanwhile, a large area of the forest where Qin Shui and the Rock Snake King were fighting had been leveled, covered with a thick green fog. Inside the poisonous fog, sword lights could faintly be seen flickering. The fight between them had reached a climax. Although Qin Shui had condensed her Dao seal, she still found it hard to deal with a monster king who was only 1 step away from achieving a breakthrough. Moreover, her Emperor Qi was draining quickly as she needed to defend herself from the poisonous fog and fight at the same time. There was no doubt she was in a perilous situation. Just then, a figure boldly charged into the fog with a sword in hand and joined the fight. As he and Qin Shui joined forces, they were able to fend off the Rock Snake King's violent attacks. There's one more here. Very good. The Rock Snake King guffawed at how foolish these humans were. Since one more human had joined the fight, things would be simpler for Monster Race. It had made the right decision to persuade the other Monster Kings to take action together. The middle-aged man wrapped his arm around Qin Shui's waist and flew backwards for several hundred meters. The moment they left the fog, the man shouted, Snake King, why don't we stop things here? In your dreams. The Rock Snake King shot out of the fog. Although its figure was huge, it was extremely agile. The snake opened its mouth and hissed, since you dare make a move, don't even think about leaving this place alive. So be it, the middle-aged man put on a bitter smile. He knew that they couldn't settle the problem easily, but he still wanted to give it a try. As such, he wasn't disappointed when he failed. Then, he lifted his sword and surged his Emperor Qi before shouting, I, Ho Qing Hai and my wife will take responsibility for today's matter. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Please abide by the agreement, Monster Kings. Don't be fooled by any unscrupulous villain and risk ruining your futures. His voice traveled for quite a distance, and the Monster Kings, who were crossing the borders and approaching them, were startled for a moment, but they soon shrugged it off. Inside Great Feather Pavilion, the second order elder sighed. He had already expected this kind of outcome when Ho Qing Hai offered to go, but he was unable to stop him. The young woman cried, Father! Mother! Just as she was about to dash forward, the second order elder tapped his hand on her head, and the young woman collapsed. Take her inside, the elder ordered. Some senior sisters who were close to her carried her and entered the pavilion. Several second-order elders looked in the battlefield's direction and sighed. I'm afraid this issue will be hard to settle. Since we're here, Great Feather Pavilion will be safe. The Monster Kings won't have the guts to attack us. I'm worried today's incident will affect the current affairs in the myriad monsters world. If the monster race members turn hostile against the humans as a whole, we will be held responsible. We have to inform the High Heaven Palace about this and ask them to help settle this issue. Do we just let Qing Hai and Qin Shui fight on their own? There are monster emperors in the myriad monsters world. If we make a move, those monster emperors won't stay silent and do nothing. Unless we're ready to fight the entire monster race, we mustn't act rashly. Someone let out a long sigh. They were powerless to solve this crisis. After all, they were only second-order open heaven realm masters, so they were not powerful enough to suppress all the monster race members in the myriad monsters world. It was a pity that two bright disciples were in trouble. Both Ho Qing Hai and Qin Shui had the potential to directly ascend to the fifth order. They had already condensed their Tao seals and just had to keep cultivating for another century or two before making that final breakthrough. Although the elders were frustrated, they were unable to stop it. They were aware of Qin Shui's relationship with the Leopard King. Since the Leopard King was attempting a breakthrough, it was only natural that Qin Shui would stand up for it. On the battlefield, Ho Qing Hai and Qin Shui joined forces and finally suppressed the Rock Snake King. However, they were not one bit pleased, for they could feel the streams of powerful monster qi approaching. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this, husband," Qin Shui sent a divine sense transmission apologetically. Ho Qing Hai chuckled as he replied, "What are you saying? Since we're married, we will live and die together, there's nothing for you to apologize about. Moreover, this matter is not irresolvable." "Husband, you mean?" Ho Qing Hai shifted his attention to the Shadow Leopard. "If Leopard King successfully breaks through, it will be able to protect us." Qin Shui's eyes brightened. Earlier, she was too anxious to realize this. Upon her husband's reminder though, she finally understood they were not in a hopeless situation. Indeed, if the Shadow Leopard could achieve a breakthrough and become a monster emperor, it would be able to save them. Following a flash of lightning, a gigantic figure appeared in the sky and let out a high-pitched caw. Thick monster qi was approaching fast from the sky. Ho Qing Hai's expression changed as he looked up and saw a huge figure descending. Iron Wing Eagle King. It would take most monster kings some time to arrive, but the Iron Wing Eagle King could move swiftly, so it naturally appeared sooner than the others. Seeing that the Rock Snake King was besieged, the eagle swooped down to lend its aid. The two Emperor Realm Masters had lost their advantage since they had to deal with two monster kings now. The Rock Snake King sneered, "You've come at the right time, Eagle King. We'll eat these two humans together then kill that stupid leopard." Without responding to it, the Eagle King fiercely attacked the humans. Immediately, Qin Shui and her husband fell into a dangerous situation. During the intense battle, Qin Shui took a look at the Shadow Leopard and instantly felt a chill run up her spine. Martial Peak, Chapter 56:11, Heavenly Tribulation. Since the Heavenly Tribulation started, bolts of lightning had never stopped striking down mercilessly at the spinning monster core. The flashes of lightning were the manifestation of the heaven's might, and they were horrifyingly destructive. Whenever lightning struck, it would form a new crack in the monster core. The Shadow Leopard continuously activated its power to repair its monster core, and as long as it could do so faster than the lightning could damage it, the beast would successfully achieve an ascension. Moreover, this kind of uninterrupted destruction and repair would purify and strengthen the monster core while it absorbed part of the power of the lightning. Usually, it wasn't too risky for a monster king to attempt a breakthrough, only a bit more than an Emperor Realm Master trying to make it to the open heaven realm. As long as he had accumulated enough heritage, it wouldn't be hard for a monster king to succeed. Since the Lord of the Star Boundary left behind the primal art in the myriad monsters world back then, no monster king had failed to break through their limits. However, their strengths varied greatly after their breakthroughs. Nevertheless, the Shadow Leopard was different. Compared to the long years of accumulation the older generation monster kings possessed, it had only cultivated for a relatively short time. The Shadow Leopard managed to become a monster king after just several hundred years because it had devoured many other monster beasts. In doing so, it had offended many monster kings. Half of the Rock Snake King's offspring had been eaten by the Shadow Leopard, therefore, it was only natural that it hated the shadow leopard to its core. In just several hundred years, the shadow leopard grew from a little cub to a powerful monster king by devouring many others, which naturally resulted in its power being mixed with many others. The heavenly tribulation was a crisis, but also an opportunity. The flashes of lightning could dispel any impurities from its monster core, greatly strengthening its foundation and heritage. Any other monster king would have successfully achieved a breakthrough after such a long time. However, the shadow leopard was still making use of the heaven's power to purify its strength. It already had a high level of sentience, so it knew that this was a rare opportunity. If it didn't seize the chance to temper its monster core fully, its future would be limited even if it became a monster emperor. Bolts of lightning continued to strike and form even more cracks in the monster core, indicating that it had already reached its limit. But limits were meant to be broken through. The shadow leopard was ambitious, so it wasn't content with only becoming a weak monster emperor in the myriad monsters world. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that it had been friends with Qin Shui for years, but it had learned from her that there were extremely powerful humans. Even the current monster emperors were no match for those 7th order, 8th order, and 9th order human masters. The moment Qin Shui turned her head, she saw the monster core was full of cracks and that some lightning whirled around it. It seemed to her that the monster core would shatter at any moment, which was why she was anxious. More importantly, the shadow leopard appeared to be running out of power. Unlike how upstanding its figure was when the heavenly tribulation started, it had now crouched down. Under heaven's power, even the hardest backbone would shatter eventually. "That's enough, Leopard King," Qin Shui exclaimed. If the shadow leopard forcibly attempted a breakthrough at this moment, it would most likely succeed. However, if this dragged on, the situation would get worse. "You should worry about yourself first," the Rock Snake King said insidiously as a glint flashed across its hideous teeth. The storm seemed to have intensified. Another flash of lightning struck just then. The shadow leopard seemed unable to persevere any longer as its knees came into contact with the ground. Blood streamed out of its wounds. The monster core above its head appeared ruined as lightning flashed out through the cracks. "Got you!" A yell was heard all of a sudden as a gigantic figure shot out from the side of the peak and attempted to assault the shadow leopard with its huge hand. A flash of lightning revealed that this gigantic figure was a white-haired ape. More importantly, before it flared up, no one had detected its aura. It seemed to possess a method to conceal its aura. Monster chi undulated wildly around the huge hand. Even if the shadow leopard was at the peak of its power, it would be instantly killed after getting struck by such an attack, not to mention in its current, powerless state. "White Hair Ape King!" Qin Shui exclaimed as her heart sank. Just like the Rock Snake King, the White Hair Ape King's territory was adjacent to the shadow leopard's. Since they were neighbors, conflicts were inevitable. While a lot of the Rock Snake King's offspring had been eaten by the shadow leopard, the same thing had happened to the White Hair Ape King. Since the Snake King had appeared, there was no way the White Hair Ape King would stay put. However, the Ape King had been hiding in the dark and waiting for a suitable chance, so it was even more insidious than the Rock Snake King. Following the bolt of lightning earlier, the shadow leopard's aura plunged. As such, the White Hair Ape King instantly appeared as it felt it was the best chance to make a move. Its strong hand struck the shadow leopard dead on, but the latter's skull was not shattered, nor was there any blood at all. The huge hand simply slipped through the shadow leopard's skull directly. At that moment, the shadow leopard seemed to be just an illusory figure. "Huh?" The White Hair Ape King's human-like face appeared doubtful, but before it could figure out what happened, it met the shadow leopard's amber eyes, which were tinged with mockery. A trap. The White Hair Ape King's heart was filled with trepidation. Although he had no idea what kind of divine ability the shadow leopard had used just now, the latter must have hidden it for such a moment. Both monster kings were so close they could feel each other's breath. The shadow leopard's aura appeared weak just moments ago, but now it surged all of a sudden. Its sharp claws accurately ripped open the White Hair Ape King's abdomen, causing blood to splash out wildly. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been possible for the shadow leopard to kill the white-hair ape king in such a way, not to mention that it was exhausted. However, the white-hair ape king thought that the shadow leopard was doomed, so it had put down all its defenses when assaulting the latter. That was how the shadow leopard succeeded in one blow. A single moment was long enough to determine the white-hair ape king's fate. The instant the shadow leopard retracted its claws, a fist-sized monster core was pulled out. Without hesitation, the shadow leopard stuffed the monster core into its mouth and gulped it down. The white-hair ape king wasn't dead yet, but since its monster core was lost, around 90% of its cultivation was gone for good. Nonetheless, it was a monster race member, so it had intrepid vitality. If it could escape and spend some time recuperating, it might just survive. However, it would take a very long time for it to become a monster king again, if that was even possible. Gotcha. Another bolt of lightning struck. The white-hair ape king's face filled with terror. The shadow leopard didn't have the spare time to finish its opponent off, but the ape king couldn't possibly resist the heavenly tribulation in its current state. As lightning hit the ape king, it exploded and turned into ash. The shadow leopard was at the most critical moment of its ascension, and it was initially running out of power, but after it devoured a monster king's monster core, its power had been significantly replenished. Some of the monster core's power was of course wasted since the shadow leopard didn't have time to absorb it properly. Nevertheless, it was the last of the beast's concerns. Presently, it surged its monster chi to repair its monster core, healing the old cracks just as more were formed under the heavenly tribulation. The shadow leopard knew that if this dragged on, it would lose its life, so without hesitation, it swallowed the monster core in front of it. At that instant, lightning swirled around its figure. Beams of lightning were seen shooting out of its wounds, making it look like a lightning leopard. Not enough. It's still not enough. The shadow leopard roared as its amber eyes had been dyed red. It turned its head and glared at the two nearby monster kings who were fighting with the two Emperor Realm Masters. Both the Rock Snake King and Iron Wing Eagle King shuddered when they met the shadow leopard's gaze. They were already flabbergasted by the white-hair ape king's death. They initially thought that the shadow leopard was doomed, so it stunned them when they realized the latter had been concealing its power. The divine ability that helped its figure turn illusory didn't seem like something a monster race member could master. Instead, it looked more like a human secret technique. The white-hair ape king could never have expected that it would be killed in such a way. Presently, the two monster kings were shaken to the core since the shadow leopard had targeted them. Snake King, many thanks for everything that has happened today. I must give you something in return. The moment the shadow leopard finished speaking, it disappeared from the peak. Damn! The Rock Snake King secretly cursed. If it had known this would be the outcome, it wouldn't have tried to interrupt the shadow leopard's breakthrough today. The white-hair ape king was a fool, letting himself be killed so easily by the shadow leopard. The Snake King was certain that the shadow leopard was on its last legs, so all the ape king had to do was wait patiently and the heavenly tribulation would have taken care of everything. Nevertheless, the ape king's monster core had become the shadow leopard's source of power now. Without hesitation, the Rock Snake King turned around and shot off. It had given up on the idea of avenging its offspring's death. It stuck its head close to the ground and quickly retreated to its territory. Meanwhile, the Iron Wing Eagle King was doing the same. However, unlike how flustered the Snake King was, the Eagle King was still calm and collected. It was a monster king that specialized in flight, after all, so its speed was far greater than average. Furthermore, it didn't have a blood feud with the shadow leopard. If the shadow leopard chased after the Snake King, the Eagle King could flee with ease. While it was still thinking so though, it felt a figure approaching it in the sky. The Eagle King was shocked, wondering why the shadow leopard had targeted it instead of its arch-nemesis, the Snake King. Just then, it felt a weight on its back as the shadow leopard landed. The next moment, a flash of lightning struck. Both monster kings quivered. Unlike when its monster core was out there withstanding the heavenly tribulation earlier, the shadow leopard had swallowed it now. As such, the heavenly tribulation now directly struck the shadow leopard, putting it in a more dangerous situation. However, the shadow leopard wasn't bothered. If it couldn't overcome the heavenly tribulation, it would lose its life. Both monster kings stiffened when they were struck by the heavenly tribulation, after which they fell from the sky. The shadow leopard had become somewhat adapted to the lightning and was prepared for its onslaught unlike its opponent, so it was the first to recover as it extended its claws and tore the eagle king's back apart. After digging its monster core out, the shadow leopard directly gobbled it up. Then, the shadow leopard landed on the ground as lightning swirled around its burly figure. It looked in the direction the Snake King was fleeing and roared, "Since you've come today, don't even think about leaving." Following that, it streaked across the land like a flash of lightning and reached the Snake King in the blink of an eye before pressing its claws against the snake and forcing its head down. "Why are you running off so quickly, Snake King?" No. Following a shriek, another monster king's monster core was dug out. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56:12, Wild Ambition. As the shadow leopard swallowed several monster cores of monster kings who were just as powerful as it was, its aura reached its peak. The invisible shackles broke apart as the shadow leopard achieved a breakthrough. While it roared painfully and wildly, its aura transformed into something new. Claps of thunder were still heard. While the heavenly tribulation was harming the shadow leopard, it was also purifying its power. There came a moment when, with the shadow leopard as the center, a round of visible shockwaves spread out in all directions. An extremely powerful aura exuded from the shadow leopard. It succeeded. Qin Shui, who had been paying close attention to the shadow leopard, cried tears of joy, oblivious to the fact that she had dug her fingers into her palms from all her worrying. She initially thought that the shadow leopard was doomed, so it surprised her when the latter overcame a seemingly impossible crisis and even achieved greater heights. Incredible, Ho Qing Hai was standing beside her and was astounded by the shadow leopard's determination. If he were in the shadow leopard's situation, he reckoned that he wouldn't have survived. As he felt the shadow leopard's aura, he remarked, "It's now a third-order monster emperor." After a monster king achieved a breakthrough, it would become a monster emperor, and the orders were categorized based on the human's open heaven realm method. As such, the orders corresponded to those of the humans. In other words, the shadow leopard, who was now a third-order monster emperor, was equivalent to a third-order open heaven realm human master. This kind of cultivation was low compared to human standards, and if the shadow leopard had achieved an ascension through the open heaven realm method, its limit would be the fifth order. On the various great territory battlefields, there were innumerable fifth-order open heaven realm masters. However, the shadow leopard had achieved a breakthrough using the primal art, so its potential was limitless. As long as it continuously tempered its monster core and absorbed enough power, it would reach the ninth order one day. Certainly, it would take the beast a long time to achieve that. After all, the strongest monster emperors from the myriad monsters world were currently only in the fifth order. In the dense forest, many monster kings were initially making their way over from all directions, but following the deaths of the Whitehair Ape King, Iron Wing Eagle King, and Rock Snake King, these monster kings quickly hid themselves and retreated. They had wanted to hold the humans responsible using today's incident and invade several human sects to feast on them. They were determined to nullify the agreement and chase the humans out of the myriad monsters world. However, the monster kings who were the masterminds behind this plot were dead, so what was the point of the others staying there? Not enough. It's still not enough. The shadow leopard growled. Finally, Qin Shui realized that something was off. Supposedly, since the shadow leopard had successfully achieved a breakthrough, its aura would stabilize soon. Instead, the shadow leopard's aura, which showed that it was a third-order monster emperor, was still rising. As a bolt of lightning struck, the shadow leopard disappeared once again. Soon, a shriek was heard from the distance as a monster king questioned furiously, "Why?" Following the monster king's demise, the dark clouds, which were initially fading, returned. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be brewing again in those dark clouds. Another roar was heard moments later. The originally quiet forest became clamorous as though a handful of salt had been thrown into a frying pan full of hot oil. These monster kings seemed to have detected danger, so they stopped hiding and madly surged their powers to retreat to their territories as quickly as possible. A monster king growled, "Leopard King, since you've become a monster emperor, why do you still want to kill us ruthlessly?" The shadow leopard didn't answer the question as it focused on killing and devouring. Qin Shui's face turned pale again as she looked up at the increasingly thick dark clouds and the flashes of lightning. What is it trying to do? The heavenly tribulation was supposedly over, and the shadow leopard had become the leopard emperor. However, it was still hunting those monster kings down. It didn't seem to have the intention of letting them off. Although the shadow leopard had just achieved an ascension, the difference in power between a monster emperor and a monster king was unimaginably huge, not to mention that the leopard emperor was still withstanding the bolts of lightning. As the heavenly tribulation struck randomly and with enough strength to harm the leopard emperor, these monster kings were unable to bear the fallout. The auras of these powerful monster kings subsequently disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 monster kings had been killed. The shadow leopard was dexterous to begin with, and now that it had become a monster emperor, it could move even faster. From a bird's eye view, one could see a leopard moving across the land like a flash of lightning. The shadow leopard was badly injured, but it had never felt more alive than it did today. It knew that it had made the right decision. The third-order monster emperor realm wasn't the end of its ascension this time. Ho Qinghai was dumbfounded, but he soon recalled something. Great Emperor. What? Qin Shui was startled for a moment before coming to her senses. Husband, you mean it is trying to become a great emperor of the myriad monsters world? That's the only possibility. Ho Qinghai nodded with certainty. Did you tell it about the great emperors? Qin Shui nodded. It did ask me about it once. In fact, most monster kings are aware of the existence of great emperors. When they became monster emperors, they certainly hoped to become great emperors as well. However, none of them have received the acknowledgement of the world's will over the years. As such, there has never been a great emperor in the myriad monsters world. Ho Qinghai sighed. It seems that the leopard emperor has found a way to become a great emperor. Perhaps the leopard didn't look for the way as it merely conformed to the heavenly way of this world. There was no order to speak of among the monster race. Compared to humans, monster race members lived in a constant state of battle. Furthermore, the myriad monsters world's environment was primitive. Regardless of what the shadow leopard had done, it had undoubtedly garnered the attention of the world's grand Tao. If it succeeded, it would most likely become a great emperor. However, if it failed, it would be doomed. It was a huge gamble. The dark clouds showed signs of dissipating after the shadow leopard first became a monster emperor, but as its aura continued to rise and it relentlessly killed and devoured other monster kings, the dark clouds reconstituted and grew in scale. Flashes of lightning struck down at the shadow leopard like whips, both wounding it while also purifying its aura all at once. The shadow leopard, which was originally a third-order monster emperor, was about to break through to the fourth order. As such, it became increasingly easy for it to kill other monster kings. A monster king that looked like a fox had returned to its territory and withdrawn its aura. While hiding in its den, it shuddered. However, the next moment, the earth was lifted off as a figure with lightning whirling around it appeared above the fox's head. Its eyes were like 2 blood moons as it glared at the fox. "A monster." The fox spoke in human language with anxiety. Its voice was soft and demure, so one could imagine that if the fox assumed human form, it would be a seductive woman. Its mind had turned blank at the most critical moment, so it could only muster such a response. "Damn you, Leopard Emperor! You demon!" The shadow leopard yanked the fox out of the den and opened its bloody maw to devour its prey. "Leopard Emperor, stop!" A growl that sounded like it came from a hefty beast was heard at that moment. In the distance, a gigantic figure rushed over and landed in front of the shadow leopard. It was a monster with an ox head and a human body. The two horns on its head made it look intimidating, and scorching breath was seen puffing out from its nostrils. Given its power, it was already able to assume a full human form. Nevertheless, it seemed too lazy to do so and only took a half-human form to move around more easily. "Save me, sir!" the fox exclaimed. "You're finally here." The shadow leopard directly stuffed the fox into its mouth and chewed it as blood spilled through its teeth. There was no doubt the beast was cruel and merciless, its eyes appearing nonchalant, as though it had just killed an ordinary monster beast instead of a powerful monster king. Bolts of lightning continued to hit the shadow leopard, which made it quiver. The ox-head monster emperor was both shocked and furious as he roared, "You dare!" The fox was the ox's favorite concubine, as it knew many tricks to infuse some fun into its boring life. The ox was shocked to see the fox being killed right before its eyes. The shadow leopard's voice sounded like a sneer. "So what if I've killed her? Do you want to avenge its death?" The breath emitted from the ox-head monster emperor's nostrils seemed to have materialized, which showed how incensed it was. Nevertheless, it forced itself to calm down and nodded. "Leopard Emperor, since you're also a monster emperor now, you should comply with the rules in this world and mustn't kill monster kings as you please." No one had set such rules, but a tacit agreement had been passed down over the generations. The ox-head monster emperor initially thought that since it had personally shown up to deal with the matter, the shadow leopard would give it some face, but much to its surprise, the shadow leopard didn't show any regard for it at all. If the shadow leopard were any other monster emperor, the ox-head monster emperor wouldn't have let it off so easily. Monster race members loved fighting, after all, and it had been a monster emperor in the myriad monsters world for 300 years, so it wasn't afraid of anyone. However, the leopard emperor's aura showed that it was about to reach the fourth order, and heavenly lightning continued to strike it. As such, the ox-head monster emperor wasn't willing to get into a conflict with it. It hoped that the shadow leopard would be killed by the lightning. "Why don't you finish your heavenly tribulation first? We can talk after that." "Cut the crap. Do you think this emperor doesn't know that you're the one behind all this? That slut must have instigated you to do this as well. I was going to look for you anyway, but since you're here already, it saved me some trouble." "You wanted to look for me?" The ox-head monster emperor widened its eyes and looked at the shadow leopard in disbelief. The shadow leopard laughed cruelly. "Give me your monster core and I'll spare your life." The moment it finished speaking, it turned into a flash of light and charged towards the ox-head monster emperor. The heavenly tribulation still hadn't ceased, and the shadow leopard wasn't so foolish as to think that the other party would agree to its demand, so it struck first. The ox-head monster emperor was flabbergasted, for it never expected the crazy leopard to take action without even trying to negotiate. It now regretted coming here. As monster chi surged, both monster emperors engaged in battle, elevating the conflict beyond a mere brawl between monster kings. Monster emperors were already the most powerful beings in the myriad monsters world, so a life-and-death fight between the two could cause unimaginable damage. Mountains collapsed and rivers flowed in reverse. The heavenly tribulation intensified amidst the thunderstorm as claps of thunder seemed to be cheering on this battle. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-13, Thunder Shadow. In the distance, Qin Shui and Ho Qinghai stood on the crown of a tree, pale as they circulated their emperor qi to fend off the after-effects of the battle. Although they had no idea whether the shadow leopard would win, its words made them realize that the ox-head monster emperor was the culprit behind the incident tonight. In the myriad monsters world, not all monster race members were willing to comply with the agreement. Some of them believed that the myriad monsters world belonged to the monster race, and as such, all the humans should be killed or become their food. Despite having such thoughts, they wouldn't dare to do anything to directly break the agreement. The ox-head monster emperor was a leader among this faction of the monster race. It had expressed its hostility against the human race on many occasions, and the sects run by the humans in its territory had an especially hard time. The disciples from these sects would even disappear from time to time. Although it didn't dare to brazenly target the humans, the disciples of those sects could never collect herbs from the forests as easily as those from Great Feather Pavilion. The disciples in its territory didn't have the guts to move far away from their sects as they were worried they wouldn't be able to return. Similarly, there were several monster emperors who shared the same sentiment as the ox-head monster emperor, but most never showed their intentions explicitly. Upon hearing Shadow Leopard's words, Qin Shui and her husband were certain that the ox-head monster emperor was the mastermind behind this incident. Qin Shui and Shadow Leopard had been close friends for hundreds of years, which was no secret. As Shadow Leopard went through the heavenly tribulation that night, Rock Snake King and White-Hair Ape King, who were on bad terms with it, would make a move. There was no way Qin Shui would sit back and do nothing. Once she decided to meddle though, it was no different from destroying the agreement. As such, there wouldn't be a problem for those of the monster race to flare up and retaliate. It was hard to imagine that a monster race member could come up with such a vicious plan. After all, the ox-head monster emperor looked like a forthright being. Nevertheless, monster emperors were no less intelligent than humans. Everywhere in the myriad monsters world, some monster race members were secretly paying close attention to the battle between these two monster emperors. They were not monster kings, who were unable to have a hand in the battle between two monster emperors. Those who could watch this fight were all monster emperors in the myriad monsters world. This single breakthrough had affected the entire myriad monsters world. Qin Shui was worried that if Shadow Leopard lost the fight, the myriad monsters world would descend into turmoil. She wasn't certain if Shadow Leopard would win. Although its aura suggested that it was only one step away from becoming a fourth-order monster emperor, it was badly injured because of the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it had just achieved a breakthrough, so no one knew how much of its power it could utilize. On the other hand, even though the ox-head monster emperor was only a third-order monster emperor as well, it had been 300 years since it entered that realm. Not only did it have ample heritage, it was also steady and obstinate. There was no doubt it was a formidable opponent for Shadow Leopard. Shadow Leopard's growls and ox-head monster emperor's bellows reverberated across the sky. These two gigantic figures crashed into the ground, causing a radius of 10,000 kilometers around them to tremble. Lightning continued to strike Shadow Leopard, increasing its wounds. Presently, it was fighting against the heavens and a monster emperor, making this the greatest crisis it had ever faced. However, it was the ox-head monster emperor who felt increasingly terrified. Although the heavenly tribulation mainly struck Shadow Leopard, its fallout was giving the ox-head monster emperor a hard time. Although it was a third-order monster emperor, such fallout was still deadly to it, and as more time passed, the impact would only become more pronounced. The ox-head monster emperor was also astonished that instead of plummeting, Shadow Leopard's aura continued to rise. "Just die already!" Shadow Leopard roared. The ox-head monster emperor was both terrified and furious. It had already regretted making use of the Shadow Leopard's ascension to deal with the humans. Initially, it was worried that the stronger Open Heaven Realm Masters might intervene to ruin its plan, but it never crossed its mind that before it could even carry out its plot, it would be destroyed by Shadow Leopard. Another bolt of lightning struck, as though responding to Shadow Leopard's roar. The ox-head monster emperor widened its eyes in disbelief because it realized that Shadow Leopard had broken through to the fourth-order monster emperor realm. Such an incident was simply unheard of. Usually, when a monster king became a monster emperor, its order would be fixed. It was inconceivable that even though Shadow Leopard had become a monster emperor, it could still ascend to the next order during its heavenly tribulation. Initially, both of them were third-order monster emperors, so the ox-head monster emperor had the confidence to oppose Shadow Leopard since it had been hundreds of years since its own ascension. However, the moment Shadow Leopard became a fourth-order monster emperor, the ox-head monster emperor knew that it was doomed. What's more, it felt uneasy because the myriad monsters world seemed to be favoring Shadow Leopard. Presently, Shadow Leopard was no longer defying the heavens, instead, it was harmonizing itself with the will of the myriad monsters world. The ox-head monster emperor suddenly realized that this was the true grand Tao of the monster race. If it could survive this day, it would only take a short time to make it to the fourth order, and in the future, it would probably have great achievements. However, could it escape from death's door? Its epiphany at this point seemed laughable. It's incredible. Good. Great. Shadow Leopard seemed to have gone mad as its amber eyes were filled with ecstasy when all of a sudden, it stepped backwards. The ox-head monster emperor, who had been bearing the storm of attacks, could finally take a breather. Although it had no idea why Shadow Leopard suddenly retreated, it did not question this unexpected reprieve. While panting, it took a look at Shadow Leopard, but just as it was ready to say something, it saw Shadow Leopard's robust figure crouching down. One of its paws was in front of the other while it bent both of its back legs. The leopard looked like a bow that was ready to shoot. The ox-head monster emperor felt a chill running down its spine, for it was most familiar with Shadow Leopard's posture. The posture showed that it was ready to take down its prey. "Hear me out, Leopard Emperor." The ox-head monster emperor exclaimed despite feeling embarrassed. An unfazed Shadow Leopard roared, "Block my move, and I'll spare your life." Upon finishing its words, it seemed to draw in all the lightning around it before vanishing into the darkness. However, the ox-head monster emperor wasn't elated at all as it felt the aura of death coming right at it. Faced with the leopard's glare, it involuntarily stiffened. As the lightning struck, the Shadow Leopard's figure was illuminated. It leaped into the air and pounced on the ox-head monster emperor. As it opened its hideous maw, lightning flickered in it. It was as though the leopard had bolts of lightning in its mouth. Thunder bite. Following a flash of lightning, a low shriek was heard reverberating across the myriad monsters' world. Upon hearing the shriek, all monster race members shuddered and remained silent in their dens. A powerful aura died out in the next instant. It had been 800 years since the myriad monsters' world opened up to the outside world, but the ox-head monster emperor was the first monster emperor to pass away on it. Following the use of Thunderbite, the ox-head monster emperor didn't even have the strength to counterattack. It stiffened after the lightning struck its figure. Shadow Leopard bit its neck and dug out its monster core before gulping it down. A third-order monster emperor's monster core was quite nourishing to the leopard. The heavenly tribulation seemed to have become more violent at that moment as 9 lightning columns struck consecutively. The peak where Shadow Leopard was located became a valley upon impact. It felt as if only an instant had passed, but simultaneously like a million years had gone by. Dark clouds continued to gather in the sky, but there was no more lightning. In the mountain valley, a battered Shadow Leopard got up with difficulty and roared at the sky, after which the dark clouds dissipated. In the void, the figure of a sturdy black leopard was reflected. The figure looked exactly like Shadow Leopard, right down to its fur. Throughout the entire myriad monsters world, wherever the humans and monster race members were, as long as they looked up, they could see this magnificent figure. The world hummed as it seemed to be filled with joy. The Shadow Leopard's illusory figure in the sky warped before transforming into 2 ancient characters. The language didn't belong to the humans or the monster race and seemed to be a direct manifestation of the heavenly way. They represented the world's will, so everyone could recognize their meaning in an instant. Thunder Shadow. The trillions of living creatures in the myriad monsters world instantly realized that there was a new great emperor that had gained the world's acknowledgement, and Thunder Shadow was its title. While the humans were astonished, the monster race celebrated. They had only heard about great emperors from the humans. However, while many monster race members had managed to become monster emperors over the years, none had risen to claim the mantle of great emperor. They initially thought that it was because the monster race was different from the humans. After all, the heavenly way in this era favored humans while the monster race was only the darling of the previous era. As such, they were worried there would never be a great emperor from the monster race. The birth of Thunder's Shadow Great Emperor allowed them to see new hope. Fortunately, the heavens had not cut off the dream of becoming great emperors. They were in the myriad monsters world where the environment and aura were primitive and favored them, which was almost like an extension of the previous era. Since Shadow Leopard had become a great emperor, it meant that the other monster kings had such a chance as well. In comparison, the deaths of more than 10 monster kings and a third-order monster emperor were nothing worth mentioning. Initially, many long-time monster emperors were worried about Shadow Leopard's actions and planned on suppressing it after the dust settled to let it know that it couldn't kill as it pleased. Now though, none dared to suppress it, nor were they capable of doing so. Shadow Leopard was the only great emperor in the myriad monsters world, so they would consider themselves lucky if Shadow Leopard didn't find fault with them. How would they have the audacity to challenge it? This fellow had killed countless monster race members to get to where it was today, so if it was disgruntled one day, it might just kill some monster emperors and eat them as a snack. Soon, the two abstruse characters turned into rays of light and shot into Shadow Leopard's body, leaving a mark in the deepest part of its soul. Shadow Leopard had gained the acknowledgement of the myriad monsters world and earned a title. Its aura, which was faint and withering, immediately started burning again as though it had been splashed with oil. In all directions, the might of the world streamed into its body, allowing its battered figure to acquire immense nourishment. Its blood stopped flowing out of its wounds, which were now healing at an incredible speed. Even its monster core, which was about to shatter due to the heavenly tribulation, became hard and perfect once more. The rapid increase in its aura allowed it to rapidly ascend to the fifth order before it gradually stopped. It was a gift from the world, openly showing its favor to Shadow Leopard. Countless living beings were dumbfounded upon sensing this, and many couldn't help feeling envious. Martial Peak, Chapter 56:14, Congratulations from all around. The One-Legged Ox clan offers congratulations to Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. From now on, you will be our leader, and we will always obey your commands. A loud voice was heard coming from the southwest. It was a monster king from the Ox Head Monster Emperor's clan who was expressing his loyalty. Since their clan's monster emperor was killed, there was supposed to be a blood feud between them. However, to the monster race, strength mattered above all else, so the dead monster emperor no longer mattered. The Ice Frog clan congratulates Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. May you reign over the myriad monsters world for generations to come. A croak was heard coming from the northeast. The Snow Mink clan congratulates Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. It was from the southeast this time. One by one, monster emperors and monster kings raised their voices. Besides monster race members, even the Open Heaven Realm masters from various sects congratulated Shadow Leopard. After it became a great emperor, congratulations came from all around. To the humans, a fifth-order monster emperor was certainly not worth much attention. After all, millions of Open Heaven Realm masters ranged from the fifth order to the seventh order on the various battlefields. A great emperor was nothing special either, as every universe world could produce their own great emperors who were powerful in their domains, but insignificant in the expansive universe. However, a great emperor of the myriad monsters world was different. After all, Thunder Shadow Great Emperor was of the monster race. The humans were fully aware of the achievements of the great emperors who came from the star boundary. Apart from the universe-famous Yang Kai, there was Zhang Wuhen, Duan Hongqin, Mo Huang, and others who were also well-known figures. They all had made a name for themselves on the battlefields as they slaughtered Black Ink clansmen. These great emperors only directly ascended to the sixth order when they made it to the Open Heaven Realm in the past, but now, most of them were already in the eighth order. 2 or 3 of them were still in the seventh order, but it wouldn't be long before they made it to the next order. The key was that it had only been about 2,000 years since they first ascended to the Open Heaven Realm. It would take the average person 2,000 or more years just to ascend from the 6th order to the 7th order, while it should be impossible to make it to the 8th order no matter how many resources they had available. After all, it took time to refine resources too. However, by relying on their identities as great emperors or the star boundary, they were able to take advantage of the abundant world force drawn in and purified by the world tree clone to shorten the time they needed to cultivate, allowing them to create countless miracles. Unfortunately, every universe world had its limit. The world's bottle in the star boundary was already full, and all the positions had been occupied. Unless a great emperor fell, there wouldn't be new ones rising up. Hence, no one else could enjoy this advantage. Perhaps the capacity in the star boundary would increase in the future, but that would take a long time, and there would surely be fierce competition for any newly opened spot. In the beginning, the world's bottle of the star boundary could only accommodate 10 great emperors, but that number had expanded to 12 now. Apart from the star boundary though, there was also the myriad monsters world. The first great emperor from the monster race was born in the myriad monsters world today. Although it was currently only a 5th-order monster emperor, everyone knew the monster emperor titled Thunder's Shadow would be able to grow in power at an unimaginable pace. If the Shadow Leopard had used the Open Heaven Realm method to achieve its ascension, its limit would be the 7th order since it was now in the 5th order. However, it had achieved a breakthrough by relying on the primal art. As such, it had a chance to make it to the 8th order or even the 9th order. Once it became a 9th order monster emperor, given how fierce the monster race was, perhaps no human 9th order Open Heaven Realm master would be a match for it. Certainly, the humans wouldn't dare to disregard such a rising star, not to mention that it was the only great emperor in the myriad monsters world for now. In other words, the entire universe world was its territory. Since the humans wanted to make a living in this world, they had to give face to the Shadow Leopard. At that instant, many people shifted their attention to the Great Feather Pavilion. They were aware the Great Emperor was good friends with a woman from the Great Feather Pavilion. It was a well-known fact that it was hard to get along with the monster race, but they reckoned that they could try approaching those from the Great Feather Pavilion. As long as they could strike up a relationship with Thunder's Shadow Great Emperor through Great Feather Pavilion, that would be beneficial to their sects. Currently, the sects found in the myriad monsters world were all smaller great forces. The truly powerful great forces of the 3,000 worlds had already settled down in the star boundary. The disciples from these smaller great forces wouldn't dare to ignore a great emperor's influence. This was destined to be a restless night. The great forces started planning on how to establish ties with Great Feather Pavilion. Although Great Feather Pavilion was ordinary, it was now the center of attention in the entire myriad monsters world. Since the sky was now clear, stars shone down brilliantly at this moment. The heavenly tribulation was over as the dark clouds had dissipated. However, Thunder's Shadow Great Emperor had fallen into a deep slumber. It was exhausted from all the battles, not to mention that it had to go against the heavenly tribulation at the same time. Although it had become the 5th order monster emperor, its body and soul were now quite weary. Just then, 2 figures came over. They were Qin Shui and her husband, who had been paying close attention to the Shadow Leopard. When they heard its loud snoring from a distance, they were startled, but after exchanging glances, they were torn between tears and laughter. While the myriad monsters world experienced a paradigm shift, the one who caused everything was flopped onto its belly, snoring away peacefully, leaving them quite speechless. Please go back first, husband. Don't let Schwanger and the others worry about us. Qin Shui sent him a divine sense transmission. I'll stay here and take care of it. Ho Qing Hai nodded. Good. There wasn't a need to say anything else. The Shadow Leopard was on good terms with Qin Shui, and now that it was a great emperor, no one in the myriad monsters world would dare to harm her. After Ho Qing Hai left, Qin Shui walked over lightly and took a seat beside the Shadow Leopard. As she ran her fingers through its smooth fur, she couldn't help but recall the first time she met the Shadow Leopard several hundred years ago. It never crossed her mind that the little cub from back then would grow up to be so powerful one day. She decided to hurry up and break through to the Open Heaven Realm to catch up to it. As for the agreement between the 2 races, there was no need to worry about it. Since the Ox-Head Monster Emperor was dead, its plan had failed miserably. Moreover, the Shadow Leopard was now the sole Great Emperor, so as long as it was willing to uphold the agreement, everything would remain the same even though it was just an oral agreement. No humans or monster race members would dare to disobey a great emperor in the myriad monsters world at this point. Shadow Leopard had never shown any hostility towards humans, and it had always let the disciples from Great Feather Pavilion roam its territory and collect spirit herbs at will. The monster race members in its territory had also never antagonized the humans. As the shadow leopard continued to snore, it changed to a more comfortable position. All of a sudden, its eyes shot open and it gazed up into the sky, but its amber eyes reflected nothing. "What's wrong?" Qin Shui asked. "Nothing," the shadow leopard replied while feeling doubtful. Earlier, it sensed that someone was observing it, but it discovered no one upon scanning the surroundings. Either it perceived wrongly, or the one spying on it was far more powerful. It was a monster beast with a sensitive perception, so the former was unlikely, hence, the person lurking in the shadows must be significantly more powerful than it. It reckoned that the person was either a 7th order or 8th order human master, as only such a formidable being could hide its presence so completely. Nevertheless, it wasn't worried because it didn't detect any hostility from this gaze. The other side was merely examining it. As such, it closed its eyes again and dozed off. Up in the sky, Yang Kai looked down with a faint smile. It seemed that his monster self indeed had sharp senses. It had been 500 years since he built a cave mansion in the world tree clone in the star boundary to enter secluded cultivation. Over the years, he had been refining all sorts of resources to strengthen the heritage of his small universe and had gained a lot. If not for a sense of danger suddenly washing over him one night, he wouldn't have stopped cultivating and exited retreat. Since he was only cultivating inside the world tree, he naturally wouldn't fall into danger. The feeling he had suggested that either his human self or monster self was in peril. The two soul clones were independent beings who didn't even know of their connection to the true body's existence. However, they were still closely related to him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai concluded that his human self was likely fine, so he immediately left the star boundary and headed to the myriad monsters world. Given his strength, it only took him 2 hours to travel from the star boundary to the myriad monsters world. Upon his arrival, he saw the shadow leopard facing its heavenly tribulation. Although he was mentally prepared, Yang Kai was still shocked by shadow leopard's cultivation speed. It only took shadow leopard 500 years to grow from a little cub to a monster emperor. The average monster race member could never have achieved this. Although monster race members were powerful, their cultivation rate was innately slower compared to that of humans. It usually took them a long time for them to reach the same relative realm as their human counterparts, though they were usually more powerful as a result. It was for this reason that many monster race members assumed human form early on and gave up on refining their monster cores through the primal art. Nevertheless, the shadow leopard's achievements went against common sense. Its cultivation speed was even quicker than that of talented humans. When shadow leopard came across Qin Shui back then, it was only 2 years old. At that time, Qin Shui was already in the separation and reunion boundary, but now it was a great emperor while Qin Shui had only condensed her Dao seal. Although Qin Shui's cultivation speed wasn't considered fast among the humans, it wasn't slow by any means. The shadow leopard's growth had broken all rules and conventions. Even some human prodigies paled compared to the shadow leopard when it came to their cultivation speed. Certainly, this wasn't solely due to the shadow leopard's capabilities. It was thanks to an amazing secret art named the Heaven-Devouring Blood-Light Scripture. It was the combination of the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law and Grand Evolution Immortal Blood-Light Scripture. Yang Kai had cultivated both secret arts before, and given that he was an 8th order master now, it wasn't hard for him to combine these heaven-defying secret arts and devise a new one. The secret art was specifically prepared for his monster self. When he split his soul to create his monster self back then, Yang Kai imprinted this secret art into Shadow Leopard's petite figure, turning it into its own innate secret art. That was the reason Shadow Leopard had been making enemies everywhere over the years. To cultivate the heaven-devouring blood-light scripture, it had to kill and gobble up the physiques and monster cores of other monster beasts to strengthen itself. Now, it seemed that Shadow Leopard had done a great job. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56:15, Exiting Retreat. Yang Kai had traveled far and wide since he started cultivating and considered himself quite knowledgeable, but the heaven-devouring battle law was still the most profound and powerful secret art he had ever encountered. This wasn't a surprise though, seeing how it was deduced by the martial ancestor most skilled at creating secret arts and techniques, sure. Even the core secret arts used by the cave heavens and paradises paled in comparison to the heaven-devouring battle law. Of course, it also had obvious drawbacks. This secret art allowed a cultivator to devour anything and everything which possessed even the slightest bit of energy, embracing and consuming all of creation like how every river eventually flowed into the sea. However, a cultivator's body wasn't a sea and what was being devoured weren't rivers. Unbridled devouring of external power for oneself could help a cultivator gain a large amount of strength quickly, but having too many kinds of strength gathered in one's body was akin to drinking impurities which would affect one's mentality. Hence, this secret act could easily cause dissonance in one's cultivation. Since Wukong had the flawless purifying golden lotus, which kept one's physical body completely free of all impurities, he could safely practice the heaven-devouring battle law while others couldn't. Only one heaven-devouring great emperor had ever existed since ancient times for this exact reason. In truth, the ones who were the most suited to cultivate this secret art were the Stone Spirit clan members. The Stone Spirit clan possessed the innate ability to extract and purge all impurities, so it was a perfect match for them to practice this secret art. Embodiment, who Yang Kai retrieved from the demon realm, had cultivated using the heaven-devouring battle law. Compared to the heaven-devouring battle law, the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture didn't have as many drawbacks. However, it had a huge limitation because it could only devour blood essence. Yang Kai merged the advantages of the two secret arts and deduced the heaven-devouring blood light scripture. Though it wasn't as profound as the heaven-devouring battle law or even the Great Evolution Indestructible Blood Light scripture, it was incredibly well suited for his monster self. The growth of the monster race had always been accompanied by bloodshed. After a battle, the victorious monster would devour the losing monster's physique and monster core. This sort of devouring was instinctual, so Yang Kai only turned that instinct into an innate secret art which greatly accelerated his monster self's growth rate. This only worked because devouring and refining power from a monster beast's physique and monster core wouldn't have large drawbacks compared to the heaven-devouring battle law. Since the power contained in a monster beast's physiques and monster cores was already compatible with other members of the monster race, even without the flawless purifying golden lotus, a monster race member's body could naturally expel any impurities, while this new secret art helped it far more efficiently and effectively refine that strength for its own use. Now, there were clear results. In just a short 500 years, his monster self advanced to the monster emperor realm and rose to claim the mantle of great emperor. Yang Kai only felt a bit remorseful now because his monster self would no longer be able to kill other members of the monster race recklessly and devour their monster cores and essence. Now that his monster self was a great emperor, the entire myriad monsters world was its territory, and all monster race members looked up to him, so if it did start a massacre, it would break the balance and might even lose the acknowledgement of the myriad monsters world. Fortunately, Yang Kai's monster self didn't necessarily need to use such methods to gain more strength. Moreover, there weren't many monster emperors in the myriad monsters world in the first place, so even if it killed them all, it wouldn't gain much growth. His monster self was now the myriad monsters world's only great emperor and could follow the example set by Zhan Wuhen and the others by absorbing world force directly from the world itself to cultivate. In that sense, it could use the entire myriad monsters world's power without having to share it with any others. Unless a second great emperor rose up, Yang Kai's monster self could easily break through to the 6th order, 7th order, or even the 8th order monster emperor realm extremely quickly. In this way, its growth rate would greatly surpass even Zhan Wuhen and the other star boundary great emperors. His human self had a world tree clone inside his small universe, while the title of Great Emperor gained by his monster self allowed it to cultivate the power of the World Tree clone in the myriad monsters world. Both his soul clones had promising futures. Currently, the humans and Black Ink clan were maintaining a delicate balance. The agreement between the two races stated that besides the 6 great territories where any form of war was permitted, the Eighth Order masters and territory lords were not allowed to interfere in the ongoing battles. However, no one could be sure when this balance would be broken. After a rough estimation, Yang Kai realized that it had been about 1,000 years since the great armies had retreated from the barren territory battlefield. During this millennium, the human race had seen the rise of many talented individuals, but so had the Black Ink clan. Even though Yang Kai was in retreat inside the World Tree, it didn't mean he didn't know what was happening outside. He was a great emperor of the Star Boundary, so nothing that happened in the Star Boundary escaped his senses. There were also reports coming in from the 13 battlefields, so Yang Kai knew the humans had gained several rising stars that shone brightly in each of the great territories. Of course, many highly regarded and aspiring youths had also died in battle. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had successfully nurtured a new batch of territory lords. Though these territory lords weren't as strong as innate territory lords, they symbolized infinite possibilities as they could one day become royal lords. With how much territory and resources the Black Ink clan had conquered, they could nurture quite a lot of royal lords if they were willing to dedicate all their resources to this pursuit. Both races were gathering their strength for the future, so the relative calm they were maintaining was just an illusion. Once one of the clans gained enough of an advantage to wipe the other out, the final battle would commence. How long would that take? 2,000 years? 3,000? No one could say for certain. However, Yang Kai knew that there wasn't much time left. Judging by the situation on the battlefields, the human race didn't have much of an advantage. Many aspiring individuals had directly broken through to the 6th Order and 7th Order open heaven realm, saving them a lot of cultivation time. However, these individuals still needed a long time to enhance their heritages before advancing to the 8th and 9th Order open heaven realms. On the other hand, with their Black Ink nests, though the Black Ink clan had to steadily rise up from the very weakest as well, they could still advance quicker than the humans. Therefore, it could be estimated that when a new 9th Order open heaven realm master appeared among the humans, the Black Ink clan would also see the birth of new royal lords. After returning to the Star Boundary, Yang Kai threw himself into his secluded cave mansion and started another round of cultivation. Years went by. Yang Kai had completely lost track of time and his secluded cave mansion had slowly been covered in a thick layer of green leaves. Now, if passing open heaven realm masters didn't look closely, they would never notice that there was a tree cave here. A full 1,200 years later, the sealed-up cave mansion opened again, and Yang Kai emerged. After more than 1,000 years of seclusion, and adding on the time from before he was interrupted by his monster self's advancement, Yang Kai's retreat lasted for 1,700 years. This wasn't the longest time Yang Kai had ever spent cultivating. That distinction belonged to his stay in the temporal rivers inside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, where from his perspective he had secluded himself for some 4,000 years. Since he had spent so much time in retreat though, Yang Kai had depleted all the resources he had gathered. One had to know that the number of resources he had collected was simply unfathomable as he had huge piles of various valuable things he had gained through various exploits over the years, but now, all of that was gone. Of course, with such a huge expenditure, he had achieved equally great results. Though he hadn't reached the peak of the 8th Order open heaven realm, he was not far from it. Also, his small universe now had countless living beings inside, which would constantly bring him more benefits. Even if he didn't enter retreat ever again, he would have still reached the peak of the 8th Order open heaven realm in short order. That was also his limit in this lifetime. Yang Kai gently clenched his fists as he felt the majestic strength inside his small universe. If he encountered an innate territory lord now, he was confident that even without using a soul-rending thorn, he could kill the other party within 10 moves. This was something impossible for him 1,700 years ago. After nearly 2,000 years of retreat, Yang Kai was eager to find some ignorant innate territory lord and test his current strength. Unfortunately, that idea could only exist in his head, for if he took action, it would violate the peace deal. For now, the human race wasn't ready for a final battle with the Black Ink clan, and neither was Yang Kai. A shadow flashed before Yang Kai's eyes at that moment as a slender figure landed nearby. The woman had a surprised expression as she exclaimed, "Palace Master." Looking at the familiar face, Yang Kai nodded lightly, "You've worked hard." Hua Qingxi had already broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. After all, many years had passed, and the High Heaven Palace didn't lack cultivation materials, so it wasn't hard for her to break through from the 6th Order to the 7th Order. However, the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was her limit because her aptitude back then was average and she only made her initial breakthrough to the 5th Order. "I've only done what is necessary," Hua Qingxi replied humbly as she observed Yang Kai and discovered that while his appearance didn't change much after all these years, his aura had become heavier. This showed that Yang Kai's strength had significantly increased after this retreat. "I have something for you to do." While Yang Kai spoke, he casually waved his hand, and in the next instant, 800 people appeared before them. All of them were at the peak of the Emperor realm, and judging by their auras, they had all condensed their Dao seals and refined all sorts of materials. They were now just one step away from breaking through to the Open Heaven realm. These people were naturally the disciples gathered in the Void Dao Temple over the years. While looking at the situation, Hua Qingxi understood what Yang Kai meant. After all, it wasn't the first time she had seen the scene before. As such, she simply nodded, "Palace Master, please rest assured that I will make the necessary arrangements." After that, she addressed these Emperor Realm Masters, "Follow me." The Emperor Realm Masters respectfully bid the Dao Lord Yang Kai goodbye before leaving with Hua Qingxi. Once the head manager distributed Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, the group of Emperor Realm Masters started breaking through to Open Heaven realm outside of the star boundary. This scene attracted many bystanders. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood in place and used his divine sense to cover the entire star boundary. Instantly, he heard a multitude of conversations. While listening, Yang Kai soon understood the latest situation on the various Great Territory battlefields. In general, both clans were still maintaining their side of the agreement, and it seemed like it would stay that way for some time to come. Besides the ones in those 6 Great Territory battlefields, the other territory lords and 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters remained silent. On the contrary, the 6 Great Territory battlefields which had remained unchanged from the beginning now had very few ordinary soldiers, as many territory lords and 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters now used these vast expanses as their own battlegrounds. While quite a number of new territory lords had appeared in the Black Ink clan, the humans also had many new 8th Order masters, all of whom swarmed into those 6 Great Territory battlefields, intending to temper themselves while weakening the enemy's strength by killing their top masters. It could be said that the intensity of the battles in those 6 Great Territory battlefields vastly exceeded all others. There were constantly 8th Order masters and territory lords dying in battle, which was very tragic news. After 1,700 years of retreat, Yang Kai was now eager to move his body. Moreover, he had long decided to search for the first primordial light after finishing his latest retreat. To his knowledge, the primordial light was the only instrument capable of completely wiping out Mo. Therefore, after gathering some intel, Yang Kai flew up to the sky and soon left High Heaven territory. Martial Peak, Chapter 56-16, One Punch. Now that nearly 2,000 years of changes had passed, the situation in Azure Sun territory had already changed. Originally, the humans and Black Ink clan in Azure Sun territory were engaged in a massive total war with battles of all sizes never ceasing. But as time passed, such sights became rarer. This place was now the battlefield where only the strongest masters battled each other. Ordinary soldiers from both races had already moved out of this great territory. After all, ordinary soldiers had no right to participate in battles involving such masters. At this moment, those who were still actively moving about in this great territory were at least feudal lords and 7th Order Open Heaven realm masters who came here to gain some stimulation and break through their bottlenecks. There were masters from both races fighting each other in every corner of this great territory, the fallout so intense that it could be felt across vast distances in all directions. These fights wouldn't continue for long periods, as those who gained small victories would immediately fall back, lest they attract the attention of reinforcements from the other side. The quiet void was like a sleeping monster that would wake up at any moment and devour all the active masters from both races. Amidst all his tension and chaos, a figure leisurely toured around the void, and though he was alone, he was completely calm and relaxed. It was as though that figure thought of this dangerous battlefield as his own home garden. His divine sense carefully swept through the entire void as if he was looking for something but couldn't find it, causing a disappointed expression to fill his face. At some point in time, 3 large black ink clouds rushed over from 3 different directions, coincidentally surrounding him. However, this person didn't seem to notice them at all and just continued searching his surroundings. When this person arrived at the center of the 3 black ink clouds, 3 figures appeared from within the 3 black ink clouds. Those 3 had strong auras and were clearly territory lords. In the front was a burly territory lord with a single horn. He had a vicious expression as his black ink strength surged, and he fiercely slammed his palm towards that human while roaring, "Die!" Behind him was a slender female territory lord that charged towards the human at breakneck speed. Then, she reached out her hand, which was equipped with nails that were as sharp as knives, aiming at her target's heart from behind. Finally, the 3rd territory lord launched his own attack at that human. Though he wasn't as burly as the 1st territory lord, and he wasn't as fast as the female territory lord, a huge amount of black ink strength enveloped a large patch of the void at the shake of his arms. That dense black ink strength was like the astral wind from the 9 heavens, cutting through the void as it sliced towards the human. The 3 territory lords attacked together, creating a vortex of death that surrounded their lone target. Such a lethal momentum wasn't something any 8th Order master could resist. The territory lord in front was smiling wickedly, as if he could already see the terrified expression of his enemy. I wonder where this 8th Order human came from. How bold of him to wander around Azure Sun territory alone. He'll pay for his ignorance. However, what happened next stunned that territory lord. The 8th Order master, who should be terrified, was smiling at him with an expression that seemed excited and eager. Palming his fist, the human cracked his knuckles and joyously called out, "You guys did this to yourselves, so don't blame me for what happens next." The gleeful expression on the human's face looked like he had just received a huge gift and was celebrating his good fortune. Something's not right. However, it was too late to turn back. Since the 3 territory lords had already surrounded the human, they didn't care that something felt off and decided to kill first before figuring out anything else. Instantly, all 3 territory lords arrived before the lone 8th Order master, and the first burly territory lord threw a punch as a violent wave of black ink strength surged out. The next moment, however, his expression froze and the look of determination and resolve on his face quickly warped with confusion and doubt. It was because that 8th Order master had also thrown a punch. Even though this punch seemed small and weak, it shattered his own attack. The burly territory lord clearly saw how the other party's fist seemed to vaporize his arm as it advanced towards him, an overwhelming strength surging behind it. The next moment, this seemingly slow punch moved upwards unimpeded and landed on his head. Like an exploded watermelon, the burly territory lord was instantly turned into a headless corpse. The 8th Order human turned around abruptly, his bright eyes coincidentally meeting those of the female territory lord attacking him from behind. Both of them were so close their faces were practically touching. The female territory lord felt her body tremble as she suddenly felt as though she wasn't facing an 8th Order human, but some ancient ominous beast that had been caged for countless eons. The shocking and terrifying murderous intent that radiated from this human gave the female territory lord chills as her heart continuously sank. In desperation, she gathered all her black ink strength at her fingertips as her nails turned black before striking at the human. To her astonishment though, rather than the feeling of her nails sinking into flesh, she felt a tight grip around her wrist, clearly indicating that the enemy had somehow caught her. A low whisper sounded from beside her ear, causing her heart to clench, "You're next." Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in her abdomen, followed by a violent energy that resembled a volcanic eruption exploding inside her. She felt like her enemy had punched through her body and completely broken her spine. The violent energy then surged out and attacked her strong body, and in less than a breath's time, the female territory lord exploded into a mist of blood. It was only after the death of the first two territory lords that the violent black ink strength wave created by the third territory lord reached its target. This was supposed to be a powerful secret technique that could create an optimum battleground for his two companions, but now, it was what saved the third territory lord. Seeing his two companions being decapitated and exploded by a single attack each from the mysterious human before him, the third territory lord didn't dare to remain any longer. In a state of utter shock, the third territory lord instinctually tried to escape, but the space around him warped, instantly giving him an illusion that it was being stretched out infinitely. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move from the spot where he stood. At that moment, a figure shot out of the rolling black ink strength, splitting the black ink cloud apart before arriving in front of the third territory lord in the blink of an eye. Then, the human casually reached out and easily grabbed the territory lord's neck like he was picking up a chicken, tilting his head as he wondered aloud, "You guys are so weak." Weak? When the remaining territory lord heard that comment, he didn't know what to say. Are we weak? Since they were territory lords, of course, they weren't weak. Though the joint attack these three territory lords used wasn't invincible in Azure Sun territory, there was rarely anyone who could beat them. They had killed some human masters using this tactic and thought that since this human was alone, it would be impossible for him to do anything to them, no matter how strong he may be. However, it was only now that this territory lord understood the human expression, "There are always mountains beyond mountains." It wasn't that they were weak, it was just that their enemy was absurdly strong. How could there be such a strong Eighth Order master? Perhaps it was because the territory lord was near death that his memory was suddenly jogged and he recalled a name that had disappeared for nearly 2,000 years. Alright, time's up. Yang Kai didn't let the territory lord finish his words as he simply exerted some strength with his hand before separating the latter's head from his body, causing a fountain of blood to spurt everywhere. Good. As I expected, these 1,700 years of retreat weren't in vain. I'm now far stronger than I was before. However, Yang Kai immediately understood that he could kill these three territory lords so easily because they weren't innate territory lords but acquired territory lords. Back when they were on the Black Ink battlefield, it was common knowledge that under normal circumstances, a territory lord's strength would be weaker than an Eighth Order master's because humans acquired their strength through long-term accumulation. Yang Kai had killed quite a few innate territory lords, so these acquired territory lords were nothing to him. With his current ability, he could kill one of them with a single punch, just like when he was at the peak of the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm back then and slaughtered feudal lords like chickens and dogs. If he were to encounter those strong innate territory lords, it might not be as easy to kill them, but with his fearful reputation, those innate territory lords wouldn't dare to come and find trouble with him. Only these acquired territory lords who never experienced his terror would have forgotten his infamy and mistakenly targeted him. Though Azure Sun territory was vast, the sudden annihilation of three territory lord auras was enough to attract the attention of many masters. Following that, several divine senses came from all directions, including divine senses from territory lords, feudal lords, and 7th and 8th Order masters. During these years of continuous battles, both races suffered losses, but never had a battle ended so quickly, much less with three territory lords dying at once. Yang Kai naturally sensed these probes and secretly sighed. There has indeed been a significant increase in masters from both races during my years of retreat. The Black Ink clan could use their black ink nests to cultivate, so it was normal for them to become stronger quickly. As long as there were enough resources and black ink nests, it wasn't surprising for them to nurture many feudal lords and territory lords. However, it was surprising that so many 7th Order and 8th Order masters had appeared so quickly. Theoretically, it would be difficult for so many humans to break through to the 8th order open heaven realm after just 2,000 years, especially those rising stars, because they wouldn't have enough accumulation. The truth, however, was that the rate of breaking through to a new realm amongst those rising stars was not any slower than those veteran open heaven realm masters. Moreover, some of them even broke through to the 8th order open heaven realm earlier than veteran 7th order masters. Perhaps this was a blessing from the heavens. Just like how the heavens chose Yang Kai as a means of protecting themselves from the Black Ink clan's invasion, all the human soldiers who fought against the Black Ink clan had gained the heavens' favor as they were complying with the heavens' will. Such people could be said to be fighting on behalf of the heavens and would thus receive far more opportunities and good fortune. In the past, there weren't many such people around, but now that the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds and the humans were forced to defend just a handful of great territories, was the time when they needed to increase their overall strength the most. It was for this reason that the 9th order old ancestors and Yang Kai worked hard to create a safe environment for them to grow. This very scenario imperceptibly shortened the time the humans needed to grow stronger. It was said to be difficult to predict the heavens' will, but in truth, it could be seen in everything. While in a trance, Yang Kai seemed to have realized something. But soon, he was interrupted by a frantic divine sense. Those acquired territory lords didn't know of Yang Kai's reputation, but the innate territory lords certainly did. Back in the day, all innate territory lords were shown images of him so that they could memorize what he looked like. 1,700 years had passed, and the Black Ink clan had gradually forgotten the shadow cast over them by Yang Kai. Moreover, according to the reports from the various Black Ink disciples, this killing star had seemingly entered retreat in the star boundary soon after the peace deal was signed and not shown his face ever since. No one expected that he would suddenly appear inside Azure Sun territory and announce his return by slaughtering 3 territory lords. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-17, I'm just looking around. Sir Yang Kai, what's the meaning of this? A magnificent divine sense suddenly reverberated from the depths of the void. Though it sounded like the voice was questioning Yang Kai, it didn't dare to be too reckless with its tone or words. Clearly, it was the innate territory lord who was overseeing this place. 1,700 years ago, the number of innate territory lords Yang Kai killed had reached more than 30. What's more, those innate territory lords were basically killed in a single blow by Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai had used special external means to kill them back then, that did nothing to diminish his incredible strength. Now that 1,700 years had passed, no one knew exactly how this killing star's ability had changed, but from how he killed 3 acquired territory lords in just a few short breaths, everyone could tell he was stronger than before. The terror that had faded away after nearly 2,000 years of silence had now resurfaced and tightly gripped the innate territory lords. Is this monster going to start another killing spree? If that's true, the peace we maintained for more than 1,000 years will surely shatter. Sir, are you planning on breaking the peace treaty our 2 races agreed upon? The innate territory lords asked again, his voice echoing from many different directions, as if he was deliberately trying to hide his whereabouts. Yang Kai snorted disdainfully as he felt somewhat displeased. These innate territory lords reacted too quickly. It seemed he had killed those territory lords too quickly. He should have taken more time to tear them apart so he could have killed a few more territory lords without drawing attention to himself. However, he hadn't taken action for nearly 2,000 years, so his fine control of his strength was somewhat lacking at the moment. Yang Kai's gaze drifted for a moment, then seeming to have ignored the barriers of space, he fixed his eyes on a particular position in the void. Then, he yawned out of boredom and waved his hand, I'm just looking around. You can all go back to what you were doing. The innate territory lord who had spoken earlier while hiding in the dark had already broken out into a cold sweat as he felt a fierce aura locking onto him from far away and pinning him down. Fortunately, that aura disappeared in the next instant. Knowing that his position had been exposed and that his tricks to hide his whereabouts meant nothing before Yang Kai, the innate territory lord realized that if the latter wanted to kill him, Yang Kai could have arrived in front of him within a couple of breaths. He didn't have the slightest confidence in resisting Yang Kai's assault. On the other hand, Yang Kai's answer made several territory lords feel their chests tighten. Looking around. He's just looking around, yet he killed 3 acquired territory lords. However, they also knew that couldn't be helped because it was those 3 territory lords who attacked first. In other words, they were the ones who courted death themselves. The peace treaty did state that Yang Kai couldn't participate in the war or attack any of the territory lords, but it never said Yang Kai couldn't fight back if he was the one attacked. Moreover, since those 3 were killed by this killing star, the other Black Ink clansmen didn't dare to harp on this matter for fear they would be next. I hope what you said is true. That innate territory lord barely managed to keep his remaining dignity by broadcasting such words in all directions. A short while later, a frenzy of activity occurred in Azure Sun territory as all the feudal lords and territory lords around their main base hurried back inside while those too far away simply found places to hide. Panicked energy fluctuations could be felt coming from all directions. How could the 7th and 8th Order Masters let such an opportunity go? Immediately, they began intercepting those feudal lords and territory lords while going all out to kill them. In an instant, the originally quiet Azure Sun territory became extremely lively. Meanwhile, Yang Kai slowly moved across the void while sweeping his divine sense around. He soon came across several 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounding a group of feudal lords. The humans already had a slight upper hand, but when Yang Kai passed by, the feudal lords became terrified. Even though Yang Kai didn't even glance at them, those feudal lords felt like death itself was stalking them, causing their strength to plummet by some 30 or 40%. Before Yang Kai even left, the feudal lords, who had barely maintained a balance before, were now at a total disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were killed by those 7th Order Masters. A while later, Yang Kai came across another battlefield, but this time he stopped to take a look. There were 3 8th Order human masters currently battling a single innate territory lord. Though it was 3 against 1, the humans didn't hold much of an advantage. Besides the fact that an innate territory lord was already a very powerful foe, these 3 8th Order Masters had clearly broken through to their current realm not long ago, so they didn't have much heritage. However, the 3 8th Order's Masters were able to work together seamlessly and were proficient in many kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques. Despite not having an overwhelming advantage in this battle, they were still able to surround and pin down this innate territory lord. The space around this battlefield was warped, especially at its center, and rays of bright light and murderous intent flared wildly. Yang Kai's arrival had naturally attracted the attention of these 4, and the terrified innate territory lord couldn't help bellowing, "Sir Yang Kai, are you going to attack?" Yang Kai chuckled, "No. I'm just having a look. You guys can continue your fight." Then, his expression turned grim as he reprimanded those 8th Order Masters. "You 3 little brats, what have you been cultivating for all these years? It's 3 against 1, and this is the best you can do? If word of this spread out, my reputation would be completely ruined." A young man with an innocent expression immediately wore a bitter look on his face as he complained, "Honored Master, we only broke through to the 8th Order 300 years ago, and this guy is an innate territory lord." If their opponent had been an ordinary territory lord, their fight wouldn't have been nearly this difficult, but innate territory lords were far more powerful than the current generation of acquired territory lords. Yang Kai's face darkened. "You dare talk back to me? Has this honored master's teachings been in vain for all those years?" He then raised his head slightly and spoke in a sorrowful tone. "Didn't your honored master ever tell you that he killed a royal lord just after breaking through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm?" Among those 3 8th Order Masters, the young man with a bowl cut pursed his lips. "Honored Master, all you know is how to boast about your achievements." They would have believed Yang Kai if he had said he killed an innate territory lord, as they had heard about how powerful he was for many years. However, killing a royal lord? Even they, Yang Kai's legacy disciples, wouldn't believe him, let alone others. All three of them were silently complaining about how they never knew their honored master was so shameless. How could you all get distracted during a battle? Do you want to die? Yang Kai scolded them. The only female 8th Order master amongst them gripped her spear and swept it out fiercely with an angry roar, "Kill!" Yang Kai applauded, "Yi Bai, you should learn more from your junior sister. How can a man not have any murderous intent? When fighting an enemy master, it's either you die or they do, so if you don't give it your all, you won't be the one to laugh in the end." Yes. Zhao Yi Bai's expression became stern as his murderous intent surged. The innate territory lord was already afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly make a move and kill him, but now he felt completely hopeless after listening to this conversation. Honored master? Yang Kai is these three 8th Order masters' honored master? What the hell am I supposed to do now? If these three had been any other 8th Order masters, it wouldn't have mattered if he killed them, but these were Yang Kai's disciples. Once he made a killing attack, would Yang Kai really just stand there and do nothing? Even if Yang Kai killed him today, the Black Ink clan would not bring up the peace agreement for discussion and would just let the matter slide. At that instant, the innate territory lord fell into a dilemma. Meanwhile, the three 8th Order masters had been through many battles, so they wouldn't show any mercy to their enemies when given such a good opportunity. Now that the innate territory lord could only defend himself and had no way of striking back, the three redoubled their assault, sending out all sorts of divine abilities and secret techniques which illuminated the entire void. Yang Kai nodded lightly, "You three can barely achieve 1 or 2 parts of my strength back then." Hearing that, Zhao Ye felt her veins bulging and couldn't stand it anymore, so she spoke while thrusting out her spear, "Honored master, why don't you go look around somewhere else? We 3 senior brothers and sister are fighting a life or death battle. It's fine if this old fart can't help us, but can he not just stand there boasting shamelessly while making sarcastic remarks?" Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked her head, "What's wrong? Don't you want me here?" Zhao Ye felt aggrieved, but at the same time, she was secretly astonished at her honored master's ability. Although she didn't have her guard up against him and was fully focused on fighting the innate territory lord, she was still an 8th Order master, after all. However, she didn't even notice when her honored master arrived beside her. While thinking of that, she couldn't help but exclaim inside, "Indeed, old ginger is spicier than young ginger." Boasting might be a habit every man has, but this old man does have some skill it seems. I guess I'll just let him continue to boast. As such, she didn't say anything. "Why is it only the 3 of you? Where's that little bastard Yang Shao?" Yang Kai looked around curiously. If he remembered correctly, his 3 disciples should have been with Yang Shao because they seemed to have formed a group called the 10 Directions Supreme and had also made a name for themselves. But now, there were only the 3 of them, and Yang Shao was nowhere to be seen. Su Yi used time principles to disrupt the innate territory lord's senses while finding a moment to answer, "These years, our fellow brothers and sisters have broken through to the 8th Order open heaven realm one after another, so it's not suitable for us to stay in a single squad and kill enemies together anymore. The 3 of us parted ways with senior brother Yang some time ago." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Back then, they formed a squad to kill the enemy because they weren't strong enough. Although there were quite a lot of 7th Order masters among them, going into the great territories conquered by the Black Ink clan was extremely dangerous, therefore, it was a better choice to band together. But now, these little ones had all broken through to the 8th Order open heaven realm, so there was no need to act as a unit anymore. Also, this was a wise choice because only in this way could they continue to break through their limitations by exposing themselves to dangerous situations. Yang Kai's 3 disciples had all directly broken through to the 7th Order open heaven realm back then and were now 8th Order masters. Once they had accumulated enough heritage, they could strive to break through to the 9th Order open heaven realm. If they did, they would become pillars of the war against the Black Ink clan. It was the same for Yang Shao. He was a pure Dragon clan member and had a very strong bloodline talent, so he could only rely on purifying and tempering his dragon vein and nothing else to achieve a breakthrough. As for Yang Shui, she was the same as Yang Kai. The Eighth Order Open Heaven realm was her limit. Die! A fierce roar suddenly sounded as Zhao Ye pierced the innate territory lord's chest with her spear. Violent energy exploded, directly opening a huge hole in the enemy's chest. With her strength, she couldn't land such a blow on an innate territory lord so easily. The best outcome for today's battle would have been both sides suffering injuries or both sides retreating on their own. However, Yang Kai standing there talking non-stop forced the innate territory lord to divide some attention to guard against him. Also, the innate territory lord had to be mindful of Zhao Yi Bai and the others being Yang Kai's disciples, so he didn't dare to kill them. Since the innate territory lord couldn't escape or pay full attention to fighting his opponents, he naturally wouldn't have a good end. Senior brother. Su Yi bellowed. The three brothers and sister had been together for many years and had gone through countless battles together, so they knew each other incredibly well by now. When Zhao Ye succeeded in attacking the enemy, Su Yi immediately seized the chance. Zhao Yi Bai roared, "Coming!" The two of them immediately pushed their time principles and space principles, intertwining their strength to create a mysterious energy. Martial Peak, Chapter 56-18, One Final Lesson. At that moment, the local space became a mess, and the entire battlefield was rendered into a patchwork of light. The innate territory lord had a surprised and frightened expression on his face as he watched a spear coming at him, swiftly moving about as it slashed him 18 times. During this critical life and death moment, the territory lord no longer cared about Yang Kai. The black ink strength surrounding his body surged as it spread out in all directions like a tsunami. The chaotic space was disrupted and 3 figures were sent flying, all of them coughing up fresh blood. At the same time, the territory lord had 18 new injuries and was covered in fresh black blood, making him look incredibly haggard. Not intending to remain a moment longer, he turned around and transformed into a black ink cloud before making his escape. "In your dreams!" Zhao Yi Bai roared. The trio had exerted a lot of effort to heavily injure their enemy. If they let their opponent escape, they would have spent their years of cultivation in vain. Moreover, their honored master was watching them from the side. Zhao Yi Bai had no expectations that his honored master would lend a helping hand, and Yang Kai had no such intentions either. Instead, he just watched them with interest. While Zhao Yi Bai roared, his figure flickered. Then, with a slight step, a vague shadow remained in place while his true body appeared in front of the escaping innate territory lord. At some point, a mysterious object appeared in Zhao Yi Bai's hand. It seemed like a sword, but it also looked like a snake. The thing was squirming in his hand like an untamed animal that could bite back at him at any moment. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he offered some silent praise. Though he did not pay much attention to his disciples, he didn't expect the dopiest little one to have grown so much. The thing in Zhao Yi Bai's hand wasn't a sword or a snake, it was a void crack. He was using a void crack as a weapon. Scram! The territory lord yelled madly as a palm appeared from within the rolling black ink cloud and slammed towards Zhao Yi Bai. The space sword didn't slash downwards but nimbly formed a curve that cut into the black ink cloud. At the same time, Zhao Yi Bai ducked and avoided the territory lord's palm while also revealing Su Yi standing behind him. While using space principles to intercept his enemy, he also brought along his third junior brother with him. The innate territory lord had been completely focused on running away, and the 2 brothers had combined their auras, so he didn't notice that there were 2 humans before him rather than 1. Su Yi had a stern expression as he placed his palms together. Then, a dense layer of time principles surrounded his body, and with a gentle slap, time itself was sent flying. As this palm struck, the surrounding void seemed to pass through countless years in an instant. When the innate territory lord's attack reached Su Yi's palm, only half of its power remained. With a shake of Su Yi's body, the innate territory lord was sent flying, and Zhao Yi Bai's space sword slashed downwards. The huge black ink cloud roiled and split, revealing the territory lord's figure with a large wound at his waist that was gushing out blood. The wound didn't look like it was from a sharp object piercing him. Instead, it was as if some beast had ripped a chunk of his flesh out. Before the territory lord could steady himself, an intense murderous intent struck him from behind. Zhao Ye had harnessed the essence of the supreme limitless spear art and transformed her weapon into a giant phantom image that swiftly enveloped the innate territory lord. At that moment, the innate territory lord could no longer escape. Kill! Su Yi called out and charged forward with his eldest senior brother. However, the trio didn't dare to be reckless, and the fight with the innate territory lord lasted another half an hour before they finally took him down with great difficulty. After Zhao Ye used her spear to blast the innate territory lord's head off, she withdrew it while all three of them looked pale and panted heavily. However, they were feeling indescribably happy inside. This was the first innate territory lord they had killed. Even though they had fought innate territory lords before, it would always end with them suffering a loss and the three of them escaping under their eldest senior brother's lead. There were also some rare times when both sides suffered heavy losses and mutually withdrew, but never had they imagined killing an innate territory lord so soon. Yang Kai overseeing the situation might have contributed to their win, but during the latter half of the battle, the innate territory lord had gone all out and no longer restrained his attacks. This life-or-death battle was certainly beneficial to them. Once they had absorbed the experience from this fight, they were confident that they wouldn't be in such a wretched state when encountering another innate territory lord in the future. Honored Master, please give us some guidance. After steadying his breath, Zhao Yi Bai looked at Yang Kai and cupped his fist. Yang Kai smiled, your master simply shows you the path, how you walk it is up to you. Your honored master has no more advice for you. I only have one comment. Well done. Although he felt that the three little ones still had a few rough edges while battling their opponent, and many opportunities weren't grasped perfectly, nothing was truly perfect in this world. Even he had times when he made mistakes and misjudgments. Moreover, the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, and only by continuously overcoming their limitations could they grow strong. Also, Yang Kai noticed that they had adopted an original approach when using their martial daos, especially when Zhao Yi Bai and Su Yi combined both time and space principles, allowing them to display a kind of space-time strength. Yang Kai could summon the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel and use space-time strength because he was proficient in both the Tao of space and the Tao of time. It was like a person's left and right hands working together seamlessly and not too difficult to achieve. However, Zhao Yi Bai and Su Yi were two different individuals. When one person's left hand had to work with another person's right hand, it didn't only require perfect timing but also absolute trust in each other. As Yang Kai thought of that, he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like the young eagles had grown their feathers and were able to soar in the sky. He suddenly understood how Ouyang Lai and the others felt back then. Each age offered new talents, and those new talents would surpass the older ones. The veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might have had high hopes and felt like they had passed their prime when looking at the young and active him back then. After so many years, Honored Master has never taught you anything in detail, but since we've encountered each other today, I will give you one final lesson. Yang Kai wore a kind smile on his face. The three disciples looked serious as they felt inexplicably sad. Though their honored master didn't seem old and could even be considered young when compared to other veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they knew that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm was their honored master's limit in this lifetime. That was undoubtedly a ruthless fate for a cultivator who used up all his life to pursue the peak of the martial Tao. Though their honored master's appearance would not age for tens of thousands of years at least, his ambition to pursue martial Tao would no longer be as strong as it once was. Zhao Ye's eyes reddened slightly as she remembered how Yang Kai had taken such gentle care of them when they were young. All these years, they seemed to have never been filial to their honored master, so she secretly decided that if they could wipe out the Black Ink clan, they must stay beside their honored master and take care of him. However, while such thoughts flashed across her head, Yang Kai raised his fist to his lips and coughed twice before suddenly shouting, "This king's 3 legacy disciples are right here. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If any of you territory lords have a grudge against me, feel free to target them. If you manage to kill them, that just proves your capability, and this king will not avenge them in the future." The 3 disciples slowly widened their eyes as their sadness instantly disappeared while looking at their honored master with stunned expressions. Yang Kai then winked at them. "The final lesson is that your honored master can't protect you for a lifetime, so you have to learn how to fend for yourselves." After saying that, Yang Kai didn't bother to see what their reactions were before taking a step and appearing 1,000,000 kilometers away from them. Then, he laughed from afar and announced, "There will come a day when the eagle learns to fly and soars high in the sky." He seemed to be in an extremely pleasant mood. In just a few short moments, his aura disappeared from Azure Sun territory, obviously indicating that he had left through one of the territory gates. At that instant, many divine senses swept towards Zhao Yi Bai and the others from all directions, and the trio felt like countless pairs of eyes were now staring at them from the dark. "Run!" In a panic, Zhao Yi Bai grabbed his junior sister and brother before turning around and dashing towards one of the human race's forward outposts. "Master? How could there be such a terrible master in this life? Ah! I'm going to drop out of the master's sect." Su Yi felt like he was going mad. In this world, the number of those who knew they were Yang Kai's legacy disciples was not low, but it also wasn't high. After all, Yang Kai had arranged for them to be cared for at the High Heaven Palace before he went to the Black Ink battlefield, which was some 3,000 years ago. Back then, the 3 of them were still weak, so the others only thought of them as ordinary High Heaven Palace disciples. No one had ever expected them and Yang Kai to be disciples and master. Of course, they also wouldn't announce this fact to the wider world. They knew what their honored master had done to the Black Ink clan, so if the Black Ink clan found out about their relationship, they would definitely be targeted. That was also why the human higher-ups never said a word about them despite knowing the whole story. Never would they have imagined that Yang Kai would take the initiative to expose their master and disciple relationship today. There were so many territory lords who died because of Yang Kai, but since the Black Ink clan couldn't do anything about him, their next best option was to target his 3 disciples. It was easy to predict that the dangers and risks these 3 would be facing in the future would vastly surpass what they encountered previously. Perhaps they would be targeted by multiple territory lords the moment they appeared in any great territory. Zhao Yi bit her lips as her eyes reddened even more. She had secretly decided that once her honored master turned old, could no longer move about, and was bedridden, she would show him the real meaning of filial piety. After giving it some more thought, she realized that this old fart had never taught them anything these past few millennia. All he did was take them under his wing when they were young and naive. Since he brought them out from the void world, they had hardly even met, so how could he have taught them anything? Yet this old ghost dared to say this was their final lesson. "Eldest senior brother, run faster. They're chasing us." Su Yi screamed in panic. It had only been a short moment, but several powerful auras which obviously belonged to innate territory lords were rapidly closing in on them. On top of that, there were dozens of weaker auras following closely behind them in the dark. Clearly, everyone now saw the 3 of them as prime targets. "Don't resist." Zhao Yi Bai shouted while using space principles to wrap around his junior sister and brother, their figures beginning to flicker. By the time he had almost run out of energy, they finally reached the human race's main camp. Zhao Yi Bai fell to the ground, feeling like he didn't even have the energy to move a finger. While he looked up at the jet-black void, he only had one thought in mind. Honored Master is definitely trying to screw with us. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-19, The Search Continues. After nearly 2,000 years, the human race's biggest killing star, Yang Kai, had emerged from retreat. Then, he appeared in Azure Sun territory and killed 3 acquired territory lords. When the news spread out, the Black Ink clan was terrified. Acquired territory lords were also territory lords, and although they weren't as powerful as innate territory lords, or even ordinary 8th Order human masters, they weren't easy to kill by any means. The Black Ink clan then heard that those 3 territory lords were the ones who initiated the attack, but all of them were killed within 3 breaths. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't start a killing spree or even intend to break the treaty they had agreed on previously. Instead, he just strolled around Azure Sun territory and left. At that moment, all the Black Ink clansmen in all the great territory battlefields shivered in fright as they did all they could to get news about Yang Kai. Soon, they received word from all directions that Yang Kai had appeared on the great territory battlefields one after another. However, he never started a fight and just wandered around as if searching for something. No one knew what he was searching for. There were many times when he appeared near the Black Ink clan's bases, which made the territory lords eager to start a fight but also extremely wary. They were eager to start a fight because if they did, they might stand a chance of defeating Yang Kai if the entire army attacked him together. However, they were worried that if a battle broke out, there was no telling how many territory lords would die, and there was also a chance that they might not be able to defeat Yang Kai. It wasn't until Yang Kai left that the Black Ink clan finally felt relieved. However, more news spread across the great territories, saying that Yang Kai's 3 legacy disciples were in Azure Sun territory, so many began thinking of ways to surround and kill them. This news greatly energized the Black Ink clan. The fear of Yang Kai would forever stay with them because he was so strong and overbearing that no Black Ink clansman dared to offend him. Since the Black Ink clan couldn't do anything about Yang Kai though, they could take out their frustrations on his 3 legacy disciples. Moreover, it was Yang Kai who exposed their relationship before leaving Azure Sun territory. Also, he said that if the Black Ink clan managed to kill his disciples, he would not take revenge. Just as countless Black Ink clansmen were focusing their attention on Azure Sun territory, they heard even more news from other great territories. Yang Xiao and Yang Yu, who made a name for themselves recently, were revealed to be Yang Kai's adopted son and younger sister. Also, a few women who had recently broken through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm were said to be his wives. In an instant, the Black Ink clan began targeting everyone with close connections to Yang Kai. The Black Ink clan had also devised several plans to round them up and slaughter them. However, whether they would actually kill them was doubtful as none of the higher-ups in the Black Ink clan believed Yang Kai would really not seek revenge. If they could capture these important people and corrupt them with Black Ink strength though, turning them into Black Ink disciples, it would certainly allow them to restrain Yang Kai's actions greatly. Undercurrents surged throughout the various battlefields surrounding those cultivators with close relationships with Yang Kai. The human race and the Black Ink clan continuously fought each other in battle after battle, turning the situation into a chaotic mess. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had long left the 13 battlefields. With a universe chart in hand, he began touring around all the great territories. If the human race wanted to get rid of the Black Ink clan once and for all, they had to find the primordial light. Although Yang Kai had ventured into the chaotic dead territory to ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan about it, the information he received wasn't of much use. Therefore, Yang Kai still didn't have a clue about what the primordial light was or where to find it. Now, he could only use the dumbest method of performing an exhaustive search, hoping he would get lucky. Tsang had previously said that when the primordial light was born, primordial darkness appeared alongside it. Light and darkness were opposite sides of the same coin and were inextricably linked, but now, that darkness had become MO and was set on devouring the universe while the light was nowhere to be seen. The primordial light might not take the form of light, just like how darkness had taken the form of MO. The light could be a blade of grass, a simple tree, or even a monster or a human. There was even the possibility of it being everything in this world. Yang Kai wasn't sure if he could find it, but he believed that where there was a will, there would be a way. Moreover, his cultivation was approaching his personal limit. Though it hadn't reached the peak of the Eighth Order open heaven realm yet, the heritage in his small universe was constantly increasing without the need to go through bitter secluded cultivation. After chasing his limits for all his life, Yang Kai had reached the end of his martial Tao, but he didn't feel the slightest joy. That was because he knew that this wasn't the peak of the martial Tao. This knowledge was undoubtedly the greatest despair to a cultivator. Since he didn't need to cultivate and couldn't head to the battlefield to fight the enemy, Yang Kai couldn't stay idle. If he were an ordinary man, he could stay with his family and be filial to his parents, or spend the rest of his life in peace, but he wasn't an ordinary man. It would be best if he could find the primordial light, but if he couldn't, he would take this journey as a trip to reorganize his mind and calm his spirit. His divine sense was constantly surging like the tide, leaving no stone unturned. In every great territory he visited, he would bring out his universe chart and use his divine sense to draw a cross on its corresponding position. Now, most of the great territories in the 3,000 worlds were conquered by the Black Ink clan, and the universe worlds that used to be flourishing and filled with vitality were now dead because they were depleted of world force and had their grand Daos destroyed. Numerous Black Ink clansmen could be seen moving about the void, and there were many Black Ink nests above the dead universe world. Back when the Black Ink clan had just started invading the 3,000 worlds, Yang Kai had also visited many great territories, but back then, he was rushing about refining the universe worlds in an attempt to save as many living beings as possible. That journey was frantic and brief. This time, his journey was more deliberate as he performed a thorough search of every corner of each great territory, including all the dead universe worlds and universe fragments. In comparison to back then, the great territories were now undoubtedly duller. Even the void was permeated with the extremely wicked and loathsome aura of Black Ink strength. The dead universe worlds were like decaying corpses. Black Ink strength had swept through the universe. No one could avoid their personal responsibility when faced with such a tragedy. During his journey, Yang Kai met quite a few hunters. These hunters traveled around each great territory, destroying Black Ink nests and being chased after by the Black Ink clan, which they all considered exciting and terrifying experiences. While facing such dangers though, they also gained a lot. As Yang Kai passed through each great territory, the number of crosses on his universe chart gradually increased and soon almost covered the entire map. He didn't pay much attention to how many years he had been searching for until he suddenly came to an extremely quiet place. After cross-checking with his universe chart, he suddenly realized that this was actually the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai was very surprised as he had visited the chaotic dead territory thrice, but no matter when he came, this place had always been in complete chaos. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were extremely powerful but couldn't control their own strength. Therefore, wherever they were, the violent might of Yang and Yin they possessed shattered the void. It was because of this that Yang Kai didn't succeed when asking them to descend the mountain and help the humans deal with the Black Ink clan. If they did so, many other great territories would become a part of the chaotic dead territory, which was something the humans couldn't accept. Although many great territories now were filled with dead universe worlds and were conquered by the Black Ink clan, restoring them in the future was still possible. However, if a great territory became a part of the chaotic dead territory, there would be no hope for restoration. When Yang Kai came again this time and noticed there was actually something different, he couldn't help but be curious. Therefore, he flew deeper into the void while calling out, "Big Brother Huang, Big Sister Lan, your little brother is here to visit." Following a faint aura he sensed, Yang Kai soon found Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, but when he saw them, he was taken aback. "What are you two doing?" Standing before Yang Kai was a single figure, or more precisely, the combined figures of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. The left half of the figure looked like Big Brother Huang, while the right side looked like Big Sister Lan. The figure's appearance seemed extremely strange, as if some sort of power had forcefully merged them together but failed. The strange combined figure looked at Yang Kai, and its two different colored eyes also showed different emotions. Then, with a roll of their eyes, the combined body split into two. With a soft popping sound, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were separated entirely. The two of them looked a little exhausted and depressed. Big Brother Huang massaged his temples, looking like he had a headache. We're trying to fuse. When you were here the last time, didn't you say we might have a connection with the primordial light? We thought about it after you left and thought perhaps you were right, so we gave it a try. What's the result? The result is what you just saw. Big Brother Huang spread his hands. It's your fault. If you hadn't tried to gain control, I wouldn't have fought with you because I was afraid to get devoured, Big Sister Lan complained. Big Brother Huang looked aggrieved. How can that be my fault? You initiated it. How could I comply silently? As a proper little brother, you should carry out your big sister's will, Big Sister Lan chastised. Nonsense, Big Brother Huang jumped 1 meter high. I'm the big brother, so you should listen to me. Then, Big Sister Lan grabbed Big Brother Huang's collar and threatened angrily, say that again. Big Brother Huang looked down at her and repeated arrogantly, I'm the big. All right, Yang Kai grabbed them before placing them on either side of himself. Stop arguing. You guys have been together for so many years. What's there to argue about? They had been arguing about who was the big sister or big brother for eons, but they still hadn't reached a conclusion. Humph. Both of them coldly snorted before turning their heads to the side as if they didn't want to talk to each other anymore. Yang Kai touched his chin and commented, when this little brother saw your condition just now, I seem to have seen signs of integration. We can integrate with each other. Big Brother Huang sighed and shook his head. After so many tries, he finally understood something. However, unless one of us is willing to be devoured by the other, we'll never truly become one. Big Sister Lan added, also, even if one of us is willing to be devoured, the most likely possibility is that we'll simply destroy each other entirely. They were originally the manifestation of Yang and Yin, so their powers were opposed, the epitome of incompatibility, so how could they possibly integrate? If that's true, then why are you guys still trying? Yang Kai was confused. Big Brother Huang shrugged, we have nothing to do anyway. Also, she wouldn't let me devour her. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5620, Catalyst. That answer was impeccable. It was the same reason why Yang Kai went to look for the primordial light. He felt he had to do something, but there was literally nothing else for him to do. In short, he was bored. But we did learn something, Big Sister Lan suddenly spoke up. Yang Kai's expression turned serious. What did you discover? Instead of answering him, Big Sister Lan asked a question, do you know alchemy? Not knowing what alchemy had to do with this situation, Yang Kai still answered honestly, I know a little. He had some alchemic Tao essence inside his small universe. Though he wasn't as proficient in it as his 3 primary grand Taos, his accomplishments weren't low either. If he was willing, Yang Kai figured he could easily become an alchemy grandmaster. Moreover, he actively cultivated the alchemic Tao in his youth. Since there were many cultivators in his small universe, they were able to benefit from this and some became quite talented in the alchemic Tao. Big Sister Lan continued, since you know alchemy, you should know that there are many times when herbs that have opposing natures are put together inside the same furnace, but not only do they not destroy each other, they enhance each other's medicinal efficiency. Nodding, Yang Kai replied, indeed. The alchemic Tao is profound and boundless, and what it focuses on is the ratio of herbs and how they counteract and enhance each other. After thinking about it, he questioned, are you saying? If you think of me and Big Brother Huang as counteracting herbs, what would you do to blend our medicinal efficacies? Yang Kai's eyes lit up, a catalyst. It wasn't true that 2 counteracting herbs couldn't be placed in the same furnace. One only had to add a suitable medicinal catalyst, and disaster could be turned into a miracle. Not only could a catalyst help maximize the 2 herbs' medicinal efficacies, but it could help them fuse together and produce new and astonishing effects. I understand now. Yang Kai was elated, like a terminally ill patient who suddenly found a cure after searching for so long. He was acting almost epileptic. The last time Yang Kai came to the chaotic dead territory and talked with these two, he realized that they had a huge connection with the primordial light, and perhaps were even part of it at one point. That was because Big Sister Lan previously said that she vaguely remembered being abandoned. Who would abandon them? And what kind of being could abandon them? The answer to that was undoubtedly the primordial light. Although Yang Kai didn't know the reason behind all of this, the primordial light did separate from the yang and yin that eventually became the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. That was why they vaguely remembered feeling like they were abandoned. They were originally the same being but were separated by a powerful force. If they wanted to fuse, they would have to reverse what happened. So, there must be a special existence in this world, and that existence was the medicinal catalyst to help Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan reintegrate with each other. If he could find that catalyst, perhaps they might be able to recreate that glorious light. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan looked at each other, feeling speechless. But soon, Yang Kai's expression turned stiff, and he frowned deeply. It only took a moment for his happy expression to disappear. He managed to figure something out, but it all seemed meaningless. Would he be able to find the catalyst when he couldn't even find the primordial light? He had been searching around so many great territories, but so far hadn't found anything at all. Even if he searched every great territory, there was still a chance that he wouldn't find what he was looking for. Logically speaking, Mo was born at the same time as the primordial light, so if the latter hadn't separated from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, it might also have become a sentient existence in the 3,000 worlds that was equally strong by now. However, the primordial light separated yang and yin eons ago, and now no one knew what it looked like. Even the world tree had no idea. The old tree had been around since the dawn of time and was connected to all the universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds, so who would know something that he didn't? Yang Kai suddenly felt devastated. Hey! A leg suddenly landed on Yang Kai's face. The force was so great that he was sent flying out and even saw stars. When he finally found his footing, he felt something wet on his face. When he touched it, his hands were stained by blood. He shook his head as he walked back and looked aggrieved at Big Brother Huang as he asked, "Why did you kick me?" Big Brother Huang snorted coldly, "You looked so depressed, like your family died or something." It was annoying to look at it. Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai asked, "Is it that obvious?" Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan nodded in sync. Then, Big Brother Huang jumped up and slapped his small hand on Yang Kai's shoulder while speaking like an elder. "Little brother, there is no difficulty that can't be solved. If you admit defeat before even starting, you'd be better off dead. At least you could have some peace and quiet that way." Feeling aggrieved, Yang Kai argued, "I'm not admitting defeat. I just thought." "Don't think," Big Brother Huang interrupted Yang Kai, "all beings have their own fate. Don't put everything on your shoulders because you can't bear that weight. This tragedy that is happening, it's the whole world's tragedy, not just yours. If the world would be destroyed without you, so be it." Yang Kai lowered his head, suddenly reminded of all he had done all those years ago. Back then, he was invincible on the battlefield. With the soul-rending thorn and his various divine abilities and secret techniques, he killed so many territory lords in profound nether territory that the enemy became traumatized by his mere mention. However, even with such a huge advantage, Yang Kai still chose to make peace with them. Didn't he do that because of this exact reason? This war wasn't solely his struggle. No matter how strong a person was, there was a limit to their strength. This was the human race's war, and only by the constant strengthening of their successive generations could they have hope of defeating the Black Ink clan. How could he have forgotten his original intention after so many years? Yang Kai suddenly turned serious and nodded, "Big Brother Huang, you're right." Also, he saw a new side to Big Brother Huang as he didn't expect this little guy to have such insight after having stayed in the chaotic dead territory for such a long time. When Big Brother Huang heard Yang Kai compliment him, he eagerly added, "Don't worry. If there ever comes a day when you humans are defeated, your big sister Lan and I will charge out from the chaotic dead territory and make this vast world into a dead zone so that the Black Ink clan will be buried along with you." Yang Kai felt his brow twitch when he heard that, as he thought, this might be Big Brother Huang's real intentions. No matter how isolated he and Big Sister Lan were, or how reasonably they seemed to behave, they were still avatars of chaos and destruction. When the humans were in charge of the universe, they could still stay here peacefully, but if the humans disappeared from existence, nothing would be restraining them anymore. At that point, charging out of the chaotic dead territory wasn't just talk. "Can the two of you stand against Imo?" Yang Kai felt doubtful. According to what he knew, these two might have abilities that were on par with a giant spirit god or stronger. However, was that enough to rival the strength of Imo? When he thought about it, Imo created black ink giant spirit gods while the primordial light created the burning light and serene glimmer. Therefore, the primordial light might have been in the creation realm as well. After pondering for a moment, Big Brother Huang replied, "We aren't his opponent, but nothing will happen if you don't act. Besides, we can't just sit here and wait for death." Yang Kai exhaled lightly before sighing, "That's right. We can't just give in and wait for death to come." No one knew whether they could find the proper catalyst, but they had to try before knowing the answer. Slapping his cheeks, Yang Kai thought, "Cheer up, the future is full of difficulties, but you can't let that stop you from forging ahead." Suddenly, he thought of something. Since these two represented chaos and destruction, how could they have peacefully stayed in the chaotic dead territory for so many years? Shouldn't they be freely roaming around the 3,000 worlds and releasing their strength? When Yang Kai unconsciously asked that question, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. "You're right." Big Brother Huang was puzzled. "This is a good question. Why do we have to stay in the chaotic dead territory?" Frowning, Big Sister Lan said, "But we don't have the urge to wipe out the humans and destroy this world. What's more, I think staying here is quite good." Could this be the thoughts left by the primordial light? Yang Kai asked. The two couldn't answer him. At that moment, Big Brother Huang suddenly felt frustrated. "Hey! Why do you have so many questions? There aren't that many whys in the world." For so many years, they had been living their lives this way and didn't find it unusual, but this annoying little brother kept coming over and asking them so many questions that left them confused. "Is there anything else? If not, please leave." Big Brother Huang had no trace of politeness when he said that. Ugh, Yang Kai was speechless and thought about it before saying, "Please bestow me some yellow and blue crystals. Also, after so many years, the small stone race." Although Yang Kai had brought away a huge batch of yellow and blue crystals and a massive small stone race army from the chaotic dead territory, so many years of war with the Black Ink clan had consumed many of the yellow and blue crystals, while few small stone race were remaining. The small stone race soldiers still remaining were mostly the ones who had strength on par with the 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but thanks to their low sentience, they couldn't exert nearly as much power as the humans. "You're so annoying." Big Brother Huang felt a headache. "You've already taken away everything the last time you were here, yet you're doing it again." Even though it had been nearly 2,000 years since Yang Kai's last visit, that wasn't actually a long time from the burning light and serene glimmer's perspective. But despite Big Brother Huang's complaints, he and Big Sister Lan had already prepared a huge pile of supplies for Yang Kai. It didn't matter if Yang Kai didn't mention it, but now that he did, they wouldn't be stingy with him. Therefore, Big Sister Lan waved her hand, and a giant mountain-sized pile of yellow and blue crystals floated over from deep inside the void. Then, she shouted out an order, and several small stone race armies charged out from all directions in the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai happily opened his small universe, and under Big Brother Huang's constant grumblings, he put away the huge pile of materials and small stone race armies. After that was done, burning light and serene glimmers, nearly 2,000 years of accumulation were gone. Such a huge pile of materials and reinforcements were enough to influence the final result of the war between the two races. Without mentioning anything else, if Yang Kai distributed the small stone clan armies he received to the various battlefields, they could deliver a huge blow to the Black Ink clan, as those small stone race armies had many that were on par with 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Once Yang Kai was done, he respectfully thanked the two. Since the two races still wanted to maintain their current situation of the war, Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to head back and distribute these small stone race armies. Also, he had to start his search for the medicinal catalyst. I think you should try visiting the Divine Spirit's ancestral land. Before he could go though, Big Sister Lan suddenly made this suggestion. Martial Peak, Chapter 56-21, Thieves. According to ancient stories, the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were the ancestors of all divine spirits. The various divine spirits only appeared after these two, followed by the primordial era and the glorious days when divine spirits ruled the universe. During that era, all sorts of different divine spirits were found throughout the 3,000 worlds. It was a pity that a brutal war that went on for millennia caused the extinction of many divine spirit clans. Today, only a handful of divine spirits remained, and many of those divine spirits that managed to survive were on the verge of disappearing. The undeniable fact was that divine spirits were incredibly powerful, and every mature divine spirit was equivalent to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at least. What's more, all they needed to do was constantly refine their bloodline, and their strength would increase until one day they stood on par with 9th Order old ancestors, if not higher. However, according to the information Yang Kai received from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, the rumor about them being the first ancestors was made up. Since they first gained sentience, the only matter that had concerned them was deciding who was the elder sibling. Moreover, Yang and Yin were counteracting forces, so how could they produce so many divine spirits? The only real joint creation of these two supreme beings was when Yang Kai used the great sun and moon marks to fuse their power to create purifying light, which was the most effective method the humans currently had to restrain Black Ink strength. Before purifying light appeared, the only thing that could restrain Black Ink's strength was the power of divine spirits. Of course, the divine spirits' power wasn't as effective as purifying light, but it was still far better than what mere humans were capable of. Ancestral strength from the divine spirit ancestral land was particularly good at this and could be thought of as a purer, stronger version of the divine spirit's power. At the end of the early ancient era, a Black Ink giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed in the demon sealing land by the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of that generation with the help of the sacred treasures from 16 powerful divine spirit clans and more than half of the ancestral strength of the ancestral land. After so many years, even the Black Ink strength inside that Black Ink giant spirit god had been continuously ground away by the ancestral strength. When Yang Kai opened the demon sealing land back then, the Black Ink giant spirit god was only an empty husk. If Mo's soul clone hadn't been injected into the dead Black Ink giant spirit god, it would have been impossible for it to be revived. The primordial light was the opposite of the initial darkness, and both the burning light and serene glimmer were separated from it. That was why the combination of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's strength could perfectly counter Black Ink's strength. If that were true though, why could the divine spirits also resist Black Ink's strength? Did the divine spirits really have no connection with the primordial light? Now, the divine spirits were on the brink of extinction, and there weren't many of them still alive. Only a few divine spirit clans were left, but even they were no longer as glorious as they were during the primordial era. However, the divine spirit ancestral land endured, so even if Big Sister Lan didn't suggest this to Yang Kai, he was already preparing to head over there as he might find some clues. The Shattered Heaven was the land of exile in the 3,000 worlds. It was where the wicked gathered, so there had been all sorts of characters living there in the past. Back then, those Open Heaven Realm Masters who wanted to break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, but weren't from any cave heaven and paradise would head to the Shattered Heaven. That was because even the cave heavens and paradises couldn't control that place. They could peacefully break through to the seventh order open heaven realm without having to worry about being besieged by the masters from the cave heavens and paradises. Of course, looking back now, the cave heavens and paradises did have the ability to wipe clean and control the shattered heaven. They simply chose not to because the world needed a place to hide its dirty and dark secrets. Even though the 3,000 worlds was a vast and endless place, it couldn't be entirely clean. Order and chaos were like light and dark, impossible to exist on their own. Everything had a positive and negative side, and both sides relied on each other to survive. Deep inside the shattered heaven was the divine ability sea, which was placed there by great experts near the end of the early ancient era to surround the divine spirit ancestral land. It was a natural barrier and also an invisible cage. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing outside the divine ability sea and could see a huge, safe passageway that led straight to the divine spirit ancestral land. This pathway was obviously the one the black-inked giant spirit god opened when it emerged from the ancestral land. This made things easy for Yang Kai as he didn't need to deal with the divine ability sea now. Taking one step after another, Yang Kai strode forward, and with the help of space principles, each step carried him 100,000 kilometers further. Soon, Yang Kai passed through that pathway and arrived at the ancestral land. The ancestral land was a vast world that was filled with an ancient aura. If one were to say the myriad monsters world had barely managed to retain the aura of the early ancient era, the divine spirit ancestral land could be said to have perfectly preserved the primordial era's environment without the slightest change. Counting this trip as well, Yang Kai had visited the divine spirit ancestral land 3 times. The first time was when Cheng Yang chased him here. He was escaping with a female 7th order master named Xiao Lin Lang, and they accidentally barged into this place. Perhaps it was because he had a dragon clan bloodline that he was able to arrive here alive as, back then, Yang Kai was only a 6th order open heaven realm master. The second time was when he came to prevent an 8th order black ink disciple from reviving the black ink giant spirit god. Unfortunately, he was too late and was forced to personally kill a respected senior, Luan. Then, he personally witnessed the revival of the black ink giant spirit god. That black-inked giant spirit god was the one that charged out of the demon's sealing land to the ancestral land and then out through the shattered heaven before arriving at the barren territory battlefield. This was Yang Kai's 3rd visit to this place. During his first visit, though he had a potent dragon vein, he wasn't a pure-blood dragon clan member. During the second visit, all his focus had been on the black ink giant spirit god, so he didn't have any spare attention to investigate this place. But this time, he could feel a natural sense of comfort and closeness when he arrived here. It felt like he had returned home from a long journey and ran back into his mother's arms. His dragon blood was surging inside him, and he couldn't help wanting to let out a dragon roar to vent his feelings. Although he was born a human, the current Yang Kai could be fundamentally considered a pure-blooded dragon, so he had a natural feeling of belonging with this land. However, Yang Kai soon frowned. It was because this place was occupied by many black ink nests of all sizes, most of them low rank but 3 of them mid-rank. There were no high-rank ones, fortunately. All the high-rank black ink nests were placed at the no-return pass and were guarded by the only remaining royal lord. Despite having already known that the ancestral land wouldn't remain unaffected by the war, Yang Kai still felt enraged when he witnessed this scene. It felt as though thieves had overrun his home, and not only did they steal his belongings, but they even took his home for themselves. How could Yang Kai endure this? These thieves wanted to take over the ancestral land, but it seemed like they weren't very successful because, in any universe world outside, one low-rank black ink nest would be enough to cover it in black ink strength, turning it into the black ink clan's territory. But here, even though all the black ink nests were pumping out black ink strength, the area they managed to cover was quite limited. One low-rank black ink nest could only cover about a 100-kilometer radius with black ink strength, and the further away from the black ink nest, the thinner the black ink strength became. The mid-rank black ink nests were stronger but, even they could only cover about a 10,000-kilometer radius. While such distances were not small, compared to the billions upon billions of kilometers diameter of the ancestral land, it was actually quite insignificant. It seemed like there was an invisible force restraining the black ink strength from spreading. Obviously, it was the ancestral strength which could restrain and even dissolve black ink strength. Though it wasn't as effective as purifying light, with the vast ancestral land supporting the ancestral strength, it could uninterruptedly resist the corruption and spread of black ink strength without much difficulty even after a couple of millennia. Judging from the scene before him, Yang Kai became even more certain that the divine spirits had some link to the primordial light. It was because of the ancestral land's resistance that so many black ink nests had appeared here. Otherwise, why would the Black Ink clan arrange their black ink nest in such a way? A human? A shocked and puzzled voice sounded. Yang Kai lowered his head to look in the direction of the voice and saw a feudal lord looking up at him from one of the low-rank black ink nests. Since Yang Kai didn't hide himself, the feudal lord immediately discovered him when he entered the range of the ancestral land. When their four eyes suddenly met, the feudal lord was certain that the other party was a human. He immediately grinned and revealed a vicious smile before bellowing, "Kill him!" Where did this human come from? How insolent of him to appear here. The Black Ink clan had been occupying this vast land for many years, but had never seen any humans come over. After all, this place was too far from the great territory battlefields while also very close to the Black Ink battlefield, so even hunters wouldn't easily venture this deep into their territory. In this place, the Black Ink clan didn't live a comfortable life because some kind of mysterious energy was suppressing their black ink strength and preventing it from spreading. If they had a choice, the Black Ink clan here would rather fight on the battlefield than remain here. Previously, there were territory lords that had tried to destroy this vast land, but even when an innate territory lord used all his strength to bombard its surface, much of their strength would dissipate before it even struck the ground, which made it impossible to do any real damage. Unfortunately for them, their progress was still very slow despite their long years of effort. Now that a human had appeared here, it naturally stimulated the feudal lord's predatory instincts. He thought of capturing this human and turning him into a black ink disciple to be commanded at will. Once the feudal lord gave the order, numerous black ink clansmen from the surrounding 100-kilometer radius charged over, including some feudal lords. Those feudal lords didn't have their own black ink nest and could only obey the feudal lord who gave out the order. Instantly, black ink strength surged, and a dense stream of figures flew at Yang Kai, swiftly surrounding him. That first feudal lord stood above his black ink nest and watched this scene with interest, but suddenly, he had a bad feeling and frowned as he noticed that the other party was behaving a little too calmly. Moreover, he couldn't sense this human's cultivation. Once that thought flashed across the feudal lord's mind, a burst of light suddenly appeared in the middle of the encirclement. Following that, every black ink clansman that went over froze in place like they were struck by lightning. Then, the sound of spurting fresh blood sounded, and all at once, every black ink clansman, no matter their strength, fell to pieces, literally. The feudal lord's pupils contracted as he turned around to retreat towards his black ink nest without hesitation. When the human attacked, the feudal lord immediately sensed his cultivation. An Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although the feudal lord didn't know why this human came here, he knew this wasn't someone he could mess with. However, just as he turned around, an oppressive force appeared above him. This pressure was like a mountain, rendering him immobile. He barely managed to raise his head to see a palm coming down on him, followed by complete darkness. Then, he didn't know what had happened next. Martial Peak, Chapter 56-22, Resist 3 moves and you're free. In the sky, Yang Kai slowly withdrew his palm. A large palm print had appeared on the ground, and not only did it crush the feudal lord, but also the black ink nest below him was smashed to pieces. That movement wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Soon, even more black ink clansmen were attracted by the noise. Inside the area covered by the black ink nests, numerous Black Ink clansmen were alerted by the movement and came over to investigate. When they discovered Yang Kai's aura, they immediately became excited. Their lives in this vast land were too bitter and boring as there was nothing to do but resist the suppression of the strange force. It was unheard of for a human to barge in here, so how could the Black Ink clansmen's violent desires not be stimulated? Soon, numerous Black Ink clansmen arrived from all directions. Yang Kai laughed out loud, "Very good. If these Black Ink clansmen didn't take the initiative to attack, Yang Kai couldn't start a killing spree because of the agreement between the two races." Back in Azure Sun territory, it was also those three territory lords who struck first, justifying him to kill them. Facing the incoming Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai charged forward. Instantly, Yang Kai was like a tiger in a herd of sheep, utterly unstoppable. Though he was surrounded by countless Black Ink clansmen with Black Ink strength surging everywhere, none of them was his match. In a blink of an eye, Yang Kai had moved thousands of kilometers away from his original spot, and unleashed a reign of terror in his wake, destroying low-rank Black Ink nests and leaving fresh corpses. Although Yang Kai didn't exert too much of his strength, he could still kill these Black Ink clansmen with a single punch or palm. He was almost at the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm, and the strongest among these Black Ink clansmen were feudal lords, so how could they hope to stop him? To put it bluntly, Yang Kai could ruthlessly kill all these Black Ink clansmen with a single sweep of his dragon breath. The huge difference between their strength was not something these Black Ink clansmen could make up for with numbers alone. A loud roar suddenly came from the distance. "Yang Kai, stop!" Yang Kai was instantly frustrated. Did my identity get exposed so quickly? It wasn't because Yang Kai didn't take care to hide his strength, but that the Black Ink clan had been tracking him. Before this, he had been visiting one great territory after another in search of the primordial light. He didn't even leave out the universe worlds taken over by the Black Ink clan and personally went over to investigate each and every one of them. It could be said that the Black Ink clan knew his whereabouts at all times because everywhere he went, the Black Ink clan in that territory would use their Black Ink nests to report it as soon as possible. This meant that it was only after Yang Kai entered the chaotic dead territory that the Black Ink clan lost track of him. The Black Ink clan seemed to know that he had been searching for something recently, but they had no idea what it was. Also, orders had been passed down from the No Return Pass saying that the Black Ink clan was not to interfere no matter what Yang Kai did. History had proven that if not provoked, Yang Kai would maintain the agreement, so the best option was to just let him be. All the Black Ink clansmen in all of the great territories had received these orders, so many who were overseeing each great territory were on edge, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly appear in their territory and lash out. Of course, the ancestral land had received the order from the royal lord as well. Everything happened so suddenly that the feudal lords didn't have much time to think about it, but how could the territory lord overseeing this place not know what was going on? When he sensed the eruption of battle, he immediately used his divine sense to scan the place and realized Yang Kai had come. There were 3 mid-rank Black Ink nests in the divine spirit ancestral land, so 3 innate territory lords had been dispatched here to act as supervisors. The territory lord who just spoke up was a black-faced individual that seemed to resemble a human at first glance, but he was taller and much bulkier than a human. However, some masters were skilled in body tempering amongst the humans and had figures that weren't much worse than this territory lord's. Since those Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink nests killed and destroyed by Yang Kai were all under his jurisdiction, he was naturally furious and called out. But Yang Kai didn't seem like he was going to stand down, so the territory lord became even more furious and threw out a punch from afar while roaring, "I said stop." Yang Kai's palm slammed down again and destroyed another low-rank Black Ink nest before he faced the punch coming from afar without any intention of dodging and accepted it. Instantly, his body trembled, and a shimmer of light appeared across his body. He wasn't the slightest bit injured by the attack. He then turned his head to look at the black-faced territory lord charging at him and asked, "Did you just attack me?" Both of Yang Kai's eyes lit up as a trace of cunning flashed in their depths, making him seem overjoyed. The black-faced territory lord was beyond furious at first, but when he met those eyes, he couldn't help but be reminded of what happened in Azure Sun territory. He silently cursed himself for letting his anger take over and cause this situation. Hurriedly stopping, the territory lord stammered, "It wasn't me. I didn't." Since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, this territory lord had been ordered to oversee the divine spirit ancestral land and used Black Ink's strength to corrupt this piece of land, so he had not battled a human race master in several millennia. However, with the use of his Black Ink nest, he could still gather information from battlefields without having to leave this place. There were quite a lot of masters amongst the humans, and there were even a few that were stronger than innate territory lords, but no matter how strong, all humans had their limits, except for one who defied all reason. During these recent years, a single 8th Order master named Yang Kai undoubtedly shone the brightest. From what this territory lord heard from the No-Return Pass, Yang Kai had gone to the No-Return Pass alone, killed several territory lords, and destroyed many high-rank Black Ink nests before escaping from the pursuit of the royal lord. Later, news came from Profound Nether territory, saying that the number of territory lords killed directly or indirectly by Yang Kai had reached over 30. News that came from the Acacia territory said that 10 territory lords had worked together to besiege Yang Kai, but 7 of them died while in the end, Yang Kai and the over 10,000 human refugees mysteriously escaped. Fortunately, after Yang Kai returned to Profound Nether territory, he made peace with the territory lords there, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. 300 years later, Yang Kai appeared in Twin Poles territory and killed 4 innate territory lords in a single battle, forcing the Black Ink clan there to retreat to their camps in panic. The Black Ink clan didn't dare to come out and were even forced to take the initiative to offer peace. In the subsequent peace talks, the Black Ink clan established numerous restrictions on Yang Kai and finally restrained the humans' most terrifying killing star. During the 1,700 years after that, there were no signs of the killing star on the battlefields, so the territory lords didn't have to be on edge anymore because the Black Ink disciples they corrupted occasionally all confirmed that Yang Kai had been in retreat all this time. Once those 1,700 years were up though, Yang Kai exited his retreat and instantly killed 3 acquired territory lords in Azure Sun territory. Later, no territory lord dared to challenge him as he was allowed to wander around freely. Following that, Yang Kai began his long journey, until this day when he appeared in the divine spirit ancestral land. Despite the fact that the black-faced territory lord hadn't fought with a human master in many centuries, he knew that he wasn't this killing star's opponent. Amongst all innate territory lords, his strength only ranked somewhere in the middle, and he personally knew several territory lords who were stronger than him that had died at Yang Kai's hands. If those territory lords had died, would he be able to survive if Yang Kai attacked him? He attacked in a moment of anger and didn't consider the situation too seriously. Moreover, his attack from a distance had only been intended to get Yang Kai's attention and stop him from killing more of his subordinates. Therefore, Yang Kai only had to dodge slightly to not get hit by that punch. The reason Yang Kai didn't dodge was not that he couldn't, but that he didn't want to. Those 3 acquired territory lords from the Azure Sun territory died because they had no eyes and accidentally offended this killing star. I have also offended him today. The black-faced territory lord instantly felt chills enveloping his whole figure. You dare to attack me? Good, very good. Then I'll attack you too. Yang Kai had a wicked grin as he raised his large fist and acted like an angry child who stubbornly wanted revenge. This time, I can finally have a good battle. I've been in retreat for so many years, and, regrettably, I have no way of testing out my current strength. Those 3 acquired territory lords in the Azure Sun territory were only the appetizers. If I want to test out my full strength, I have to find an innate territory lord, but none of them have dared to challenge me so far. The black-faced territory lord immediately turned around and ran without intending to fight Yang Kai. A black ink cloud rolled in and encased the territory lord's figure while he screamed frantically, "Save me!" He was naturally screaming towards the other 2 territory lords overseeing this place. Those 2 had also swept over the moment they sensed the fallout, but they had frozen in place after hearing the black-faced territory lord screaming Yang Kai's name. Most territory lords weren't that fearless. In fact, many feared death greatly, so if they could stay out of this mess, they were more than happy to do so. Accept 3 of my moves. If you can survive, I will let you off. Refuse, and no one can save you today. Yang Kai's voice was like a gust of cold wind blowing from the depths of hell, making that territory lord shiver even more. However, besides being terrified, the territory lord also felt a sense of hope. If it's just 3 attacks, I might be able to resist them. After all, I'm still an innate territory lord, so of course, I'm not weak. No matter how powerful this killing star is, he's being too arrogant. Thinking so, the black-faced territory lord decisively stopped, and his voice echoed from inside the black ink cloud, "Really?" The territory lord knew he couldn't escape because, according to rumors, Yang Kai had astonishing attainments in the Tao of space and was unmatched when it came to fleeing and chasing. Therefore, trying to outrun this human was impossible. Also, it wasn't realistic to hope that the other 2 territory lords would come to his aid because they were trying to stay out of this situation. Otherwise, they would have come forward and helped him long ago. His only hope now was that Yang Kai meant what he said. Yang Kai approached the black-faced territory lord while speaking slowly. "I can even keep the promise I made with the Black Ink clan, so what's there for you to worry about?" That made sense. Although this killing star had caused the Black Ink clan to suffer a huge loss, he had integrity. Since they made peace, he had never voluntarily broken the agreement. He only attacked those territory lords in Azure Sun territory because they attacked him first. The Black Ink clan couldn't complain about him acting in self-defense. Deal. The black-faced territory lord gritted his teeth and accepted the challenge. He had 3 attacks to decide his fate, and he didn't believe that he would be that useless. All sorts of intel on Yang Kai appeared in his mind, and he immediately used his divine sense to protect his soul. This guy has a special artifact that can injure others without them noticing. Amongst all those territory lords Yang Kai killed, many of them were killed because of that special artifact. Therefore, the black-faced territory lord felt that his soul was the most important thing to protect. If it were 2,000 years ago, the territory lord's decision would have been a smart one, but now that Yang Kai's strength had increased significantly, and he was itching to test the extent of his power, he naturally wouldn't be using the soul-rending thorn. The black-faced territory lord was only giving himself false hope when he used his divine sense to protect his soul. Martial Peak, Chapter 5623, Hey, Ha. In the divine spirit ancestral land, there were several helpless and furious Black Ink clansmen looking upwards, watching as one of their territory lords was about to resist 3 moves from Yang Kai to decide his fate. The Black Ink clan felt helpless because they weren't strong enough and couldn't interfere in this matter. When Yang Kai killed those Black Ink clansmen just now, he showcased such great strength that the feudal lords here knew they couldn't compete with him. As for why they were furious, that was because even though Yang Kai's reputation resounded throughout the 3,000 worlds, it was far too arrogant of him to say that he would let an innate territory lord live if he resisted 3 attacks from him. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, wanting to kill an innate territory lord in 3 moves was too presumptuous. The other 2 territory lords were also watching nervously while their divine senses flickered as they silently conversed with each other. According to their understanding of the black-faced territory lord, they estimated the probability of him still being alive after 3 attacks was quite high. Like the black-faced territory lord, they thought that since they were innate territory lords, they could withstand 3 attacks no matter how strong Yang Kai was. They confidently believed that they could return to their Black Ink nests to recuperate as long as they didn't die on the spot. However, despite their silent conversation, they didn't intend to interfere with this matter as they didn't want to draw fire to themselves. Even if they banded together now to face Yang Kai, the chances that they would all then die were extremely high. Immediately after the black-faced territory lord protected his soul, the black ink cloud around him expanded to a 1,000-kilometer radius. While the black ink cloud hid the territory lord's aura, it also moved towards Yang Kai. The territory lord wanted to seize the initiative to attack. As an innate territory lord, he had his own principles and pride, therefore, he couldn't sit back and wait for his doom when facing such an aggressive enemy. He understood that in battle, the one who attacked first had the advantage. The dense black ink cloud spanning 1,000 kilometers in all directions was enough to confuse any enemy's senses. Moreover, this was a black ink cloud condensed by an innate territory lord, so if Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he would have to dive into the black ink cloud first. With a bold strike from the territory lord, the distance between them quickly decreased. Inside the black ink cloud, the black-faced territory lord was still guarding against Yang Kai's mysterious soul attack, but all he saw was Yang Kai stomping one foot forward hard before squatting slightly. Both his hands were clenched into fists that were placed on either side of his waist, with his left fist forward and right fist curled back. It was just an ordinary stance one took before making the most standard of punches. However, no matter how ordinary this stance was, it still had great power when it was executed by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. More importantly, the 8th Order Master before him right now was the publicly acknowledged strongest of them all. Instantly, the entire atmosphere in the ancestral land changed. It was like the world itself had transformed into an ancient ominous beast, making every inch of the space dangerous and filled with murderous intent. The black ink clansmen below instantly felt chills as though there was a sword hanging above their heads, ready to drop at any moment. On the other hand, the two innate territory lords watching from afar stiffened as their expression turned stern. At that moment, they suddenly had a terrifying feeling as though a vicious beast was eyeing them, and any sudden movements would lead it to strike. And all of this was just from the residual power Yang Kai was giving off. They found it hard to imagine how much pressure the black-faced territory lord was currently facing as he was the actual target of Yang Kai's wrath. They previously felt there was a high chance their black-faced companion would make it out of this duel alive, but they were quickly losing confidence in that prediction. As for the black-faced territory lord himself, he was currently feeling a sense of unparalleled crisis. Even though he was hiding inside a huge black ink cloud while constantly changing his position, that feeling didn't fade in the slightest. Refusing to just stand there waiting for death, he exerted more power and used a secret technique to instantly triple his speed. It was at that moment that Yang Kai finally moved. His right fist slowly moved forward, seemingly pushing through unbearable resistance as he thrust it forward. As his fists continued to slowly extend out, space itself seemed to compress layer upon layer. When Yang Kai's fist finally fully extended, the entire world rumbled in response. The 1,000 kilometers wide black ink cloud that was charging at him abruptly stopped just 100,000 kilometers away from him. The originally fiercely roiling black ink cloud instantly froze and became perfectly still, as if a rushing river had suddenly turned to ice. Even the tiniest of waves were frozen in place. Hey! At that moment, Yang Kai let out a low growl. That growl was like a trigger as the ice exploded, and the 1,000-kilometer black ink cloud was instantly shattered into wisps of black mist that revealed the black-faced territory lord hidden inside. In fact, it wasn't the black ink cloud dissipating, but rather the space which encompassed it fragmenting. That was because the strength coming out of Yang Kai's fist was filled with incredibly dense space principles. Like the broken fragments of a smashed mirror, many pieces of the void brushed past the black-faced territory lord's body, leaving all sorts of deep cuts on him. He was just fortunate that he possessed incredible strength and durability, or else he would have been cut into pieces by the void cracks then and there. Even if he did keep his life though, he was as haggard as could be. Looking into Yang Kai's eyes across the gap between them, the black-faced territory lord was filled with terror and reluctance. Unleashing a fierce roar, he tried to break free of the space principle's entanglement, but like a mortal caught in a swamp, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Forget charging out to meet Yang Kai, just moving forward at all proved almost impossible. Yang Kai drew back his right fist with a calm expression. At the same time, he thrust his left fist out. But this time, his left fist moved extremely fast, so fast that even the other two territory lords who were watching closely couldn't tell just how this punch was delivered. While they were still in a daze, the punch was already sent out. Their hearts were already stuck in their throats after witnessing how frightening the power of the previous fist was. They didn't know what this punch could do. However, from what they saw, this fist seemed extremely ordinary, as though Yang Kai hadn't even exerted half as much strength as before. What's more, the black-faced territory lord didn't appear to have suffered any further injury. But soon, they discovered something was wrong. When Yang Kai delivered his first blow, the black-faced territory lord was still pushing his strength wildly despite the awkward situation because he was desperately trying to defend himself. With his innate territory lord strength, it wouldn't be hard for him to break free of his current situation. With just 1 or 2 breaths of time, he could escape from the shattered space. However, Yang Kai clearly wasn't going to give him that chance. During a battle between masters, life and death could be decided in the blink of an eye, let alone 1 or 2 breaths. After the second fist attack was delivered, the black-faced territory lord stiffened in place and stopped moving altogether. A multicolored river of light seemed to have appeared in a flash as time constantly warped in the local space. Ha! Yang Kai released a guttural shout. Success! Yang Kai stood up straight and unclenched his fists, placing one on his dantian as he exhaled lightly. The Tao of Time and the Tao of Space were the most powerful grand Taos he mastered and were also the most mysterious and unpredictable. With his almost peak 8th order open heaven realm strength, using these 2 grand Taos had become even easier for him. Back at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai had reaped many benefits but was unable to completely digest them. If the 3-attack challenge hadn't restricted that black-faced territory lord, he wouldn't have been in such a haggard state. Yang Kai was sure that in a battle with no constraints, he could kill this territory lord in 10 moves, but by goading his opponent into a duel of sorts, Yang Kai managed to release all his strength at his target without having to worry about other distractions. Though it seemed like a good plan, it was actually quite foolish. Moreover, this was the divine spirit ancestral land. Yang Kai was now a pure-blood dragon clan member and an extremely powerful ancient dragon. In this place, every divine spirit was protected and favored by the world itself. The previous 2 punches he delivered not only housed his own strength but also received a boost from this land. Just like how Yang Kai could borrow the star boundary's power to defend against enemies stronger than himself, he could also borrow the ancestral strength in the ancestral land. Therefore, that black-faced territory lord could not withstand 2 attacks. Taking advantage of the terrain and the opponent's mental state was perfectly normal in battle. The black-faced territory lord only had himself to blame for being unlucky. As the space had been frozen and the time had been distorted, anyone who barged inside here would feel their minds become stagnant and their bodies become stiff. However, Yang Kai was an exception. Using space and time principles to capture an innate territory lord was still a difficult task, as all innate territory lords could easily escape the interference caused by these 2 strengths and restore their freedom in short order. However, the space-time strength Yang Kai used to warp both space and time all at once was far more difficult to resist and break free from. Therefore, despite being an innate territory lord, getting out of this trap would require much effort and time on his part. Yang Kai raised his finger and slowly pointed it at the territory lord's forehead. Embark. Before the black-faced territory lord finished his first word, Yang Kai's finger had already touched his forehead. The territory lord felt his head tremble violently, and when Yang Kai withdrew his finger, there was a blood-red hole in the territory lord's forehead. His eyes quickly dimmed and black ink strength leaked out of the hole but was quickly trapped by the surrounding space-time strength and was unable to disperse. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's expression looked calm, even somewhat bored, as he felt that this territory lord had lost before he could really experiment with his new strength. The two territory lords watching from afar were now feeling like someone had pulled their souls from their bodies. Their knowledge of Yang Kai came from the intel they received from elsewhere, so they only knew he had killed quite a lot of territory lords by relying on a special soul-type artifact. As such, there would always be slight spiritual energy fluctuation every time he attacked. But this time, they didn't sense Yang Kai using any kind of soul-type attack. He only used two seemingly ordinary punches to easily incapacitate an innate territory lord who was just about as powerful as they were on the spot before casually walking over and executing him with a poke to the forehead. This human was far stronger than those reports described. Such a strong human master was the Black Ink clan's greatest misfortune. Once the two races started their final conflict in the future, there was no telling how many Black Ink clansmen would die at this human's hands. I'll give you a cup of tea's time to scram, otherwise, this king doesn't mind none of you ever leaving here. Yang Kai glanced over and ordered. Once he said those words, the Black Ink clansmen, who were still in a state of shock, became frantic and immediately sped off. Even the two territory lords shivered and quickly flew towards their Black Ink nests. Ordinary Black Ink clansmen could easily leave this place, but they couldn't because their Black Ink nests were still here. If they lost their Black Ink nests, they wouldn't have a place to recuperate after being wounded. Moreover, each mid-rank Black Ink nest was extremely important to the Black Ink clan. The feudal lords with low-rank Black Ink nests had similar thoughts. At that moment, Yang Kai roared, "Everything in the ancestral land is mine, you dare try to take my things away." With a loud clap of thunder, the feudal lords who were trying to remove their Black Ink nests abruptly halted. The two territory lords exchanged bitter looks as they felt unresigned. Still, they knew they couldn't take their Black Ink nests away now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-24, From Adopted to Favorite Son. Soon, all the Black Ink clansmen in the ancestral land had curried away, leaving only their Black Ink nests of various sizes behind. Even after leaving the ancestral land, the Black Ink clan didn't dare to stop as they were afraid the killing star might suddenly chase after and slaughter them ruthlessly. Under the two innate territory lords' lead, the Black Ink clansmen ran for their lives. In the meantime, Yang Kai floated above the ancestral land, silently feeling the land's slight changes. If he were to say that the feeling he had when arriving at the ancestral land was like coming home, now he felt like this world had given him a trace of recognition. Was it because he chased away the Black Ink clan who came here and committed such outrage? Yang Kai didn't know the answer, but the feeling of being recognized by the ancestral land didn't seem false. With his current 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation and the dragon vein from his 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon form, he could feel even the subtlest change in the world around him. Suppose that the ancestral land was a matriarch, and all the divine spirits were her children. This land had nurtured generation after generation of divine spirits from the primordial era to now. Therefore, the ancestral land had many, many children. When the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, even the ancestral land couldn't escape their grasp, so the divine spirits were forced out, leaving the ancestral land, their matriarch, alone and without anyone to rely on. The Black Ink clan, who moved into the ancestral land, were the ruthless invaders of this land. They hatched numerous Black Ink nests here, trying to turn this place that had been here since ancient times into their territory. Perhaps they could even crack the secret behind why the divine spirits could resist Black Ink's strength and find a solution in time. As the old and lonely matriarch couldn't stop them on her own, she could only silently resist. That was until Yang Kai came and chased all the Black Ink clan away. Like any universe world, the ancestral land had its own will and acknowledged Yang Kai's actions. Yang Kai wasn't a true pureblood. He started out as an ordinary human, but was lucky to gain the golden divine dragon source through an opportunity in his youth. Coincidentally, that golden divine dragon source originally belonged to the 3rd-generation dragon emperor. After so many years of constantly refining his bloodline and cultivating in the dragon pool, Yang Kai had managed to purify his bloodline and become a real member of the dragon clan. Now, he also had the right to enter his name in the dragon tome. However, Yang Kai was still nothing more than an adopted son to the ancestral land. In comparison to her biological children, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be given as much attention and favor. It was the same with humans. Even if their children were good for nothing, they were still their blood-related children. What Yang Kai did today successfully helped him move closer towards the biological son level from the adopted son level. This period was when the ancestral land was at its loneliest and most helpless. Even the divine spirits found it hard to do anything, but Yang Kai, the adopted son, came and chased away all the invaders. That was why Yang Kai immediately felt the slight change between this land and himself after he drove out the Black Ink clan. He felt as though this land was more affectionate to him, and there was even the feeling of the omnipresent ancestral strength entering his body. Such a feeling made Yang Kai raise an eyebrow. The one who nurtured numerous divine spirits. I guess matriarch would be a fitting way to address it. I wonder if she really exists. If chasing away the Black Ink clan could cause such a change, what about removing all the Black Ink nests and dispelling all the Black Ink strength? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel some anticipation, so he didn't hesitate as playing tricks with the world's will was unnecessary. It was better to simply be straightforward. Moreover, even without the favor of the ancestral land, Yang Kai would still remove the Black Ink nests and Black Ink strength here. With a wave of his hand, all the Black Ink nests were uprooted from their positions and thrown inside Yang Kai's small universe to be suppressed and sealed. Then, Yang Kai used purifying light to dispel all the Black Ink strength still lingering in the land. Yang Kai's hard work, or rather his filial piety, wasn't in vain because, following the removal of Black Ink nests and Black Ink strength, the connection he felt with this land became even closer. When all the Black Ink nests and Black Ink strength were cleaned out, Yang Kai could feel that he had surpassed the level of a biological son and jumped straight into being the matriarch's favorite son. It was as if what was left was for the ancestral land to reveal its kind smile and compliment Yang Kai for being a good boy. The sky cleared as ancestral strength flowed into Yang Kai's body from all directions, making his dragon vein stir to life. This made Yang Kai feel elated because he felt all his efforts weren't in vain. At first, he was thinking about finding an opportunity to visit the dragon pool someday to continue refining his dragon vein. But now it seemed like he didn't have to go through that trouble because it seemed that cultivating in the ancestral land would have a similar effect. The ancestral strength inside the ancestral land was the most primitive divine spirit power that any divine spirit could absorb and refine, just like how any cultivator could refine world energy. That was also why those divine spirits scattered outside instinctually wanted to return to the ancestral land. While being here, they could greatly improve their strength and bloodline. It was especially so for young divine spirits because living in the ancestral land could greatly shorten their growth period. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to cultivate though, because the aim of his journey here wasn't to refine his dragon vein but to find clues about the primordial light. Now that he was here, he still didn't have any idea about how to find those clues. Worse, looking around probably wouldn't be of much use because the clues about the primordial light couldn't be seen. After 1 month, Yang Kai had almost circled the entire ancestral land, but still couldn't find anything. But that was reasonable because, if there were any unique clues, it was impossible for those divine spirits living here not to know about them. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel defeated, and wondered if his approach was all wrong. While strolling around, Yang Kai suddenly came to a huge empty area. This was where the ancestral strength was the strongest, seeming to be the center of the entire ancestral land. It wasn't the geological center, but rather the core of its power. Also, this was the exact place where the third-generation Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress sealed that Black Ink giant spirit god. They had even sacrificed half of the ancestral land's territory and used the sacred treasures from 16 of the divine spirit clans to form a grand array to transform this place into one giant seal. This place continuously extracted ancestral strength to grind away the black ink giant spirit god's black ink strength. Therefore, this place was considered the center of the ancestral land, making it the optimal location to suppress the black ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, thinking of whether it was plausible to put his hopes on the primordial light to defeat the black ink clan. According to what he knew, the burning light and serene glimmer certainly had a high possibility of being forces separated from the primordial light. The divine spirits might also have a connection to the primordial light, but Yang Kai had no clue about what that connection was. The primordial light no longer had the same appearance as before, and no one knew what was left of it after separating the burning light and serene glimmer. Yang Kai estimated that he had to find something like a medicinal catalyst to help Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan fuse together and rebuild the primordial light. Without even mentioning whether he could find a catalyst he had no clue about, even if he did somehow accomplish that, would he really be able to use that to fuse Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan back together? And if he was, would Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan still exist in this world? That thought had been on his mind since he left the chaotic dead territory. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had been nothing but good to him. Purifying light was something essential for the humans to defend against the Black Ink clan, and the small stone race soldiers nurtured by the two of them had provided the humans enormous help during many instances. In the humans' eyes, even though those two had been living in the chaotic dead territory all this time, and never descended the mountain to directly help them, they had still made massive, irreplaceable contributions to the war effort. If wiping out Mo required sacrificing Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's lives, Yang Kai would never agree to it, no matter the reason. He never had a chance to think carefully about this matter before, or perhaps he had unconsciously been avoiding doing so, but now that he calmed down and began to ponder the issue, he suddenly felt as though had betrayed Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Could those two not have thought of what would become of them if Yang Kai ever found the fusion catalyst? Of course they had. When Yang Kai went over and saw them trying to fuse together, though it seemed like they were playing around, would they have even attempted such a monumental thing without considering the consequences? They had provided so much assistance to the human race, but never asked for anything in return, so how could Yang Kai just discard them after all they had done? If the only way for the human race to survive was to betray their greatest benefactors, repaying kindness with enmity, would they even be worthy of continuing to exist? Once Yang Kai changed the way he thought about this matter, the issues that had been plaguing him for so long melted away. Relying on external forces and the benevolence of others to end this tragedy was not but an act of desperation born from weakness. Even without the primordial light, was there really no other way to completely eradicate Mo? Tsang and the others could use the primordial heaven source grand restriction to seal Mo, which meant that Mo wasn't omnipotent. The human race couldn't do anything about Mo now purely because they weren't strong enough. If the human race could transcend their current limits, they wouldn't even have to bother about all this complicated primordial light or darkness. In the end, the fundamental problem was strength. It wasn't enough to be in the 8th order or 9th order open heaven realm. Humans had to at least reach the creation realm, like Mo, to be able to defeat it. Tsang and the others couldn't reach that peak, but that didn't mean that he couldn't. New talents appeared in each generation, and though the great achievements of their forefathers were admirable and worthy of praise, that did not mean the descendants should stop striving to outdo them. Perhaps the ancestral land felt her favorite son's strong desire for power, or maybe realizing it could not escape unscathed from a disaster that threatened her whole family. The matriarch, who had always been fair to every divine spirit, finally revealed her doting side to Yang Kai. The entire ancestral land suddenly began shaking, and an unimaginable amount of ancestral strength from all directions flowed towards Yang Kai like a torrent and poured into his body. Yang Kai's figure trembled, but he was only surprised for a moment before calming down. He then opened his heart and mind to accept the world's gift. He was currently almost at the peak of the 8th order, but ancestral strength wasn't of any help to his open heaven realm cultivation. Instead, it was extremely beneficial to his strength as a divine spirit. Yang Kai could feel his dragon vein surging. Following the ancestral strength entering his body, he felt like he had lost control of the suppressed dragon force within him, and tiny dragon scales began appearing on his outer skin. Martial Peak, Chapter 56-25, A Chance. 2 lumps had appeared on his forehead as well, and Yang Kai felt as if something was about to pop out of them. Even his bottom felt a little itchy. Yang Kai hadn't activated the dragon transformation secret art, his body was simply showing signs of dragon transformation on its own. This was something that didn't happen even when he was cultivating inside the dragon pool. The dragon pool was the dragon clan's origin and sanctuary, and was useless to other divine spirits besides the dragon clan. However, ancestral strength was an energy that could benefit any divine spirit. If Yang Kai had to compare, the ancestral strength was undoubtedly more primitive and wild. With a loud dragon roar and a bright golden flash, a 70,000-meter-long giant golden dragon suddenly appeared where Yang Kai had stood. Since he couldn't suppress it, he would just allow nature to take its course. Instantly, ancestral strength began flooding in more rampantly. The golden dragon shook its head and flicked its tail while its dragon scales trembled as it felt its whole body itching. It could also clearly feel its size increasing rapidly, and following that increase, it felt elated. Since Yang Kai entered the dragon pool to cultivate and reached his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form, his dragon clan bloodline had been developing very slowly. It had been nearly 3,000 years since then, but his dragon form hadn't even grown another 1,000 meters. The main reason was that he had no time to purify his dragon vein. Also, besides cultivating inside the dragon pool, it was extremely hard for a dragon to continue growing after its dragon vein reached Yang Kai's level. Previously, Fu Guang was healing his injuries inside the dragon pool, and after he came out, Yang Kai was still in his retreat, therefore, he didn't have the time to head over to the dragon pool. Now that ancestral strength was pouring into his body, Yang Kai's dragon form was clearly growing, and at breakneck speed just like when he was cultivating in the dragon pool back then. Though this didn't help him in increasing the order of his open heaven realm cultivation, the increase of his dragon vein was also an increase in his strength. Yang Kai instantly felt like this trip was worth it, and he finally stopped obsessing over finding the primordial light. While the wind was blowing and the ancestral strength was surging inside the ancestral land, 2 innate territory lords led the large group of Black Ink clansmen that had escaped back to the no-return pass. Sitting on a tall throne was the only royal lord of the Black Ink clan. His face was pale and colorless, which gave others a demonic but also feminine feeling. He had his chin propped on his hand while listening to the 2 territory lords' fearful and trepidatious report. Huge bones formed the throne he was sitting on, and every one of them was glowing with colorful lights and flowing with various Tao strengths. These weren't any ordinary bones, but rather the bones of divine spirits. After so many years of battles, the divine spirits also suffered casualties. Some of those dead divine spirits would have their corpses collected and buried by their allies, but some would be taken away by the Black Ink clan and have their bones extracted to add to the royal lord's throne. Building such a huge throne must have taken over 10,000 large bones, so one could guess how many divine spirits had died in battle during these years. Even many dragon and phoenix clan members died in battle, especially during the battle when the no-return pass was breached. During the final battle in the barren territory, even the dragon and phoenix clan leaders had perished. Although the royal lord didn't release his aura and was simply listening quietly, the 2 territory lords below felt like they were standing on pins and needles. Retreating without a fight was considered a dereliction of duty. They were responsible for guarding the ancestral land, but after one of their fellow innate territory lords was killed, they chose not to fight with Yang Kai, and ran away, instead. They even discarded their mid-rank Black Ink nests. Such crimes were enough for them to lose their heads. Of course, an innate territory lord was a precious asset to the current Black Ink clan, and many of them had died in battle over the years, so there was a huge decrease in their numbers. The royal lord wouldn't easily execute these two and would most likely just send them to the 6 battlefields that had masters from both races so that they could atone for their sins. On the 2 sides of the main hall were 2 rows of innate territory lords. Though the Black Ink clan had quite a lot of acquired territory lords now, they were either battling the human race masters on the battlefields to fine-tune themselves, or devouring Black Ink strength inside Black Ink nests as they cultivated their strength. The only ones free were the innate territory lords because their abilities were fixed right after birth. At this moment, most of those territory lords had sympathetic expressions on their faces. They had also heard of Yang Kai's reputation during these years, so they knew that it was already lucky to be able to survive after an encounter with that killing star. Of course, it was also because that fellow was worried about the agreement between the 2 races and didn't dare to break it easily. Otherwise, these 2 territory lords might have already been killed. Once the 2 territory lords finished their report, they looked up at the throne, waiting nervously for their fate to be decided. After a long time, the royal lord asked, "What you mean to say is, Yang Kai has entered the divine spirit ancestral land, yes?" Indeed, a territory lord with 2 large wings on his back, which made him look like a huge bat, answered respectfully. "Why did he go there?" The royal lord asked as he was reminded of the appearance of the human who escaped from him around 2,000 years ago. That territory lord answered, shaking, "I don't know." The royal lord frowned. To think of it, he had encountered Yang Kai twice. The first time was when Yang Kai led the remnant army to attack the No-Return Pass. During that time, he used the Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor's corpse and the strength of the Ox Monster to forcefully kill many Black Ink clansmen to open a bloody road and send the remnant humans to the barren territory. The other time was when Yang Kai came back from the Black Ink battlefield alone. That time, he destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nests, killed numerous innate territory lords, and finally escaped all on his own. Back then, the royal lord flew into a rage because of that, but couldn't do anything about it. He soon heard the news about Yang Kai from the frontline battlefields and knew that Yang Kai had killed numerous territory lords. That fellow was now the biggest hidden trouble for the Black Ink clan. If the royal lord hadn't learned that Yang Kai could never break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, he would have ordered his death no matter the cost. That was because Yang Kai was already such a menace when he was an 8th Order master, so how terrifying would he be if he managed to reach 9th Order? Perhaps by then, even the royal lords might not be his opponent. It was because the Black Ink clan knew that Yang Kai was destined to be unable to reach the 9th Order Open Heaven realm that they slightly suppressed their intentions to kill him and maintained their peace agreement with the human race, though the bigger reason was that both sides needed time to accumulate strength. Once the Black Ink clan had nurtured enough royal lords, Yang Kai would no longer be able to affect the overall situation despite being a menace. Of course, the Black Ink clan wouldn't give up a chance to kill Yang Kai either. Therefore, when the royal lord heard that Yang Kai had entered the ancestral land, which the Black Ink clan previously controlled, he thought that this might be an opportunity. During these recent years, Yang Kai seemed to be searching for something which had brought him from one great territory to another. However, neither the Black Ink clan nor the humans knew what he was searching for. But no matter what it was, it would surely be bad news for the Black Ink clan. If they could besiege and kill Yang Kai in the divine spirit ancestral land, his plans would all be in vain, and he would no longer restrict the Black Ink clan. At that moment, they could boldly break the treaty between the 2 races and restart the wars in every great territory. They had to reduce the human race's territory so that they wouldn't have the ability to accumulate more strength. That way, the Black Ink clan could wipe them out someday. No matter how strong that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was, he couldn't defeat a royal lord. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and was unmatched when it came to escaping. He would run away when he knew he couldn't win, which made others unable to do anything to him. That was how he escaped from the royal lord. When dealing with such a person, the royal lord understood the need for a heaven-sealing earth-locking technique to block all escape routes before going for the kill. Suddenly, the royal lord thought of something and looked down at the two territory lords before ordering, "Return there and see what he's up to." The two innate territory lords felt bitter hearing this order, but although they were frightened, they didn't dare to disobey the royal lord's command, so they could only master up their courage and head back the way they came. 1 month later, the two territory lords appeared outside the ancestral land. They had bitter expressions as they hesitated, secretly hoping that Yang Kai had left, otherwise, they didn't know how to explain their appearance if they bumped into him. They couldn't say that they were here to visit him, right? Even though they were nervous, they weren't too afraid because if Yang Kai wanted to maintain the agreement between the two races, he wouldn't openly attack them. Therefore, this trip might be dangerous, but it wasn't life-threatening. Carefully approaching the ancestral land, the two territory lords soon sensed something strange. The divine spirit ancestral land seemed to have changed drastically from how it was when they were last here. An inexplicable energy was surging and permeating the entire world, and even the wind and clouds were churning. At first, they were carefully hiding their bodies and aura lest they be exposed, but after looking at the current state of the ancestral land, they became bolder. Then, they released their divine senses to look around and gradually discovered what was happening. All that energy seemed to be moving in one direction. There was a vague golden light shining in that direction and a huge being hibernating amidst the clouds. When they looked through the clouds, they could vaguely make out a figure of a curled-up dragon clan member. It was Yang Kai. With all the intel the Black Ink clan had gathered, the fact that Yang Kai could transform into a true dragon was no longer a secret. After all, there were many Black Ink disciples who were loyal to the Black Ink clan hiding in the dark now. Those two territory lords looked at each other and revealed ecstatic expressions. They suddenly realized why the royal lord wanted them to return here. Silently retreating, they hurried back to the no-return pass. This time, it didn't take them a whole month to reach the no-return pass. When they got back, they once again bowed down before the royal lord's throne of bones and reported everything they saw and heard to him. The royal lord sneered, as I had expected. When he first heard that Yang Kai went to the divine spirit ancestral land, he made several guesses. Now, it seemed like he had gone there to cultivate. According to what he heard, it was said that the power inside the divine spirit ancestral land was very beneficial to divine spirits. Did you two expose yourselves? The royal lord asked. The bat-winged territory lord shook his head, no. Yang Kai was entirely immersed in his cultivation and didn't sense anything. Very good. The royal lord nodded in satisfaction while tapping his fingers on the back of his throne while looking down at the two. Qing Fu, Mu Yu, don't complain that this king didn't give you a chance to make up for your crimes. The two of you are to immediately enter the Black Ink nest together for source fusion. Once those words were said, all the territory lords became pale. The two territory lords, Qing Fu and Mu Yu, shivered as they looked up at the royal lord with terrified eyes. Mu Yu even screamed frightenedly, "Sir, please have mercy." It was as though the so-called source fusion was a death sentence. Even though Qing Fu didn't say anything, he had a depressed and desperate look on his face. However, the royal lord didn't show any change in expression. Instead, he looked at them calmly before declaring, "If you live, that is your good fortune. If you die, that is your fate. Go." You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.